You've turned your tour around literally by taking that win yesterday. If you finish with a win today, it'd be a pretty good effort, 2 from 4.
Yeah, it will show a lot of character of this squad. It's never easy to lose 2 games and then come back with a good victory. So it will be nice to finish off this series with another 2 points.
Some illness still for Junaid Sadiq. He's going to miss out. Can you give me any other team news?
Yeah, he still misses out. He's a bit of under the weather. So we are playing the same team as yesterday.
Ahmed, best of luck. That's Ahmed Raza, the captain of the UAE. We'll speak to Mayank Patel. Mayank, interesting question. What would you have done if you'd won the toss?
We would have bet first. I think the chance of rain is like 20%, and we can't rely on that. When the wicket looks really good, if we put on good score and give our bowlers a good chance to defend, I think that's a good option to bet first as well.
Might be a good toss to lose then. You were watching the game yesterday. UAE fought back valiantly. They're going to provide a stern test for your side?
I think the focus will be on executing our plans and stick to our strength. I think they played really well yesterday, but as I said, we'll focus on our own strengths.
Finally, I'm hearing rumours of a debut. Tell me who that is and what the changes are to your team.
Sai is missing out today, and Rahul is going to play.
Okay, very best luck, Mayank. That's the USA captain, Mayank Patel. Whatever happened here at the toss, we're going to have the same result. UAE wanted to bowl first, USA wanted to bat. But Ahmed Raza, he's won the toss. And for the first time this series, he's going to have a bowl first. So the entire toss was a bit of a charade, wasn't it? Whatever happened out there, we were going to get the same result, and that was the home side batting first in what looks like pretty apocalyptic conditions, it has to be said. Very humid out there. We did have a rain shower prior to the start of play. Ground staff advised us about a 20% chance of rain, and that rain that could come would be in the afternoon. It does feel a bit menacing though in the skies overhead. You're very welcome along to today's coverage. Game number 6. We're reaching the halfway stage of this, the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series, supported by Dream 11 as always, and as you can see, the umpires already on their way. Let's take a look at the 2 teams. We have just the one change for USA, and the man in the bottom right of the picture, big smile on his face, and why wouldn't he have a big smile? Rahul Jarwala. He only turned 18 a little over 36 hours ago, a little less than 36 hours ago even, so moments after becoming a man as such, he makes his senior debut for the international side. Forced his way into the reckoning through the weight of runs, the tournament's leading run scorer there. In fact, the player of the tournament, wasn't he, at the USA Cricket Men's National Championship up the road in Prairie View Cricket Complex in Texas. And for UAE, still no Junaid Sadiq. He's been ruled out through injury, and because of that they've gone with the same team 24 hours later. So the 3 missing from their 14 player squad, which is shorn of Rohan Mustafa of course. Zohar Khan, still no selection for him, that surprises me. Junaid Sadiq misses out, and Rahul Bhatia, the left arm spinner, who did make his debut here this week. Andrew Leonard alongside you as always, and delighted to have Mr. Peter Della Penna of ESPN Cricinfo join me, and he'll be with me throughout most of the day. Here's Stephen Taylor and Sushant Madani, the new regular opening partnership for USA. Peter, it's a very different feel today to all 5 of our previous matches, and you'd have to think that maybe the weather gods are going to come into play at some stage today.
Morning, Lenny. It was raining on the west side of Pearland this morning, about 2 hours ago. Just a brief shower. Didn't last more than 3 minutes. But the entire climate and the air, as a consequence of that, is just incredibly sticky at the moment. Very, very humid conditions. And if you're at the ground, very, very overcast. And with the rain potentially in the forecast around 2 o'clock this afternoon, you add all those things together and you can understand why UAE captain Ahmed Raza has chosen to bowl first at the toss. But it's a historic occasion for junior cricket in America. Rahul Jarwala making his ODI debut, 39th ODI debutant for USA in their official ODI cricket history that started in 2004 at the Championship Trophy.
Champions
Trophy.
Please, Peter.
Yes.
ICC Champions Trophy. Let's give it its proper title. If we're going to start the morning, let's start it correctly.
Champions Trophy. See, I'm looking at my Excel sheets, Lenny. I'm trying to stall while I find that Rahul Jalwala is USA player number 196 in their limited overs history.
Far away from 200. We're getting there.
He's just after Saimo Kamal. So Saimo Kamal was the third youngest debutant in USA's limited over history when he made his debut. And Rahul Jalwala beats him by 48 days.
Born in Fremont, California. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Born and raised in Fremont, and it's a great occasion for the entire family, especially his father Mahir. Mahir Jalwala flew out from the Bay Area. He's here today to watch his son, and I saw him beforehand, Lenny. And he is incredibly nervous, to say the least. Already 45 minutes before play, he was sitting with arms crossed, very tense, with his shoulders scrunched.
Well, that is what it's all about. And here comes Akif Raja to open the bowling from the Pearland end to Stephen Taylor on a wicket that has not been far away from the discussion throughout this series. We are now playing a fourth one-day international in 8 days on this same portion of the square. And it looks as though Samuel Plummer has almost had the varnish out all night last night. You can see a reflection. Look at that, Peter. A reflection of Stephen Taylor's bat and his body almost halfway down the wicket.
Yes, a lot of people have remarked that they have seen the pictures on social media of these wickets in the square, and are they batting on glass? Are they batting on a road? Is this State Highway 288? They've cut out a chunk and installed here at Musa Stadium. It's quite remarkable to see. The other part of today's debut for Rahul Jalwala that just shows the tight-knit bond that the junior players have in this most recent batch of USA Under-19 players. Rahman Dar, who was one of the USA Under-19 teammates of Rahul Jalwala and Saimo Kamal, is based in Dallas. And that squad that was picked, unfortunately, didn't get to participate in the Americas qualifier due to a variety of reasons. The event was canceled, but Rahman Dar drove out from Dallas a couple nights ago. He's sitting next to me here, Jalwala, taking in the occasion, and they were talking before the game that for Rahul's birthday yesterday that the team had a cake, but then after the collective team cake festivities ended, the Under-19 crew, Yasser Muhammad, Rahman Dar, Saimo Kamal, and Rahul Jalwala all spent the night together celebrating Rahul Jalwala's birthday, and that again highlights the strong bond that these Under-19 players have together.
Driven but can't pierce the gap straight to Ahmed Raza. He was a much happier man after picking up those 2 points yesterday. I think they were good value for the win against Scotland, and as I asked him at the toss, Peter, if he could lead his side to a victory today, it would be a pretty satisfying tour with 2 wins and 2 losses.
Well, a couple of days ago, Lenny, you were reading them their last rites.
They were gone.
Huge bounce back win yesterday. And they get a good toss to win today.
Right on the money from Akif Raja. And one thing that UAE did brilliantly yesterday was their spinners and seamers combined very effectively together to keep things really tight. The 2 experienced spinners of Basil Hamid and the captain Ahmed Raza, they bowled their 20 overs for just 37 runs, taking a wicket each. But equally effective were the 3 seamers that were used, Kashif Daoud, Akif Raja, and one of the men who I thought probably should have been in the mix for the player of the match. He wasn't even mentioned. There's a full toss, and would you believe it, Stephen Taylor has hit it straight to mid-wicket. It could have been hit anywhere, and Alassane Sharafu holds on. The most bizarre dismissal you'd ever want to see. The ball never bounced. It was almost a thigh-high full toss, and Taylor is gone for a 6-ball duck.
Frustrating week here in Texas for Stephen Taylor. He's looked good at times, gotten a few starts. Not the case today, and this is probably the best ball he's seen all week, Lenny, and it's the one he's gotten out to. Extraordinary. That's what I call a meatball, Lenny, with a little bit of marinara sauce dripped over the top of it, and instead of Stephen Taylor chowing on it, it's Alishan Sharafu who's gobbled it up at mid-wicket.
Can't think of many more frustrating ways to get out than that. Really huge frustration for Taylor. It was a juicy full toss, like Peter said. Probably could have hit it anywhere, but I suppose because he's come down on it and come across the line of the ball, just the bat twisted in his hands with that extra bit of pace from Akif Raji, even though the ball didn't bounce. And all he could do was pick out the short mid-wicket fielder who takes a sharp catch, the youngster. And that's early pressure on USA, having lost the toss. Will bring their captain to the crease, Madank Patel. And there's some early nerves in the crowd. No wickets. There are no runs yet, and the first wicket has fallen.
Madank Patel comes out to bat, and you've seen the way he's been walking around training. He's been stewing at times because he's had probably the best starts that USA's had, and the most frustration out of any of the players is coming up from the captain, the inability to convert. Out for 49 in the first match between these two sides a few days ago, and he's been in such good form but just hasn't been able to convert it. Contrast that to Sushant Madani at the other end. He has been able to make good use of some of his starts. 2 half-centuries in the 3 games here at Musa.
Kashif Daoud, and would you believe it, it's 2-2. Strangled down the leg side. It's been a disastrous start for USA. Sushant Madani can't quite believe it, but the finger has gone up. I think it's Leslie Reefer Jr., isn't it, at this end of the ground. And Kashif Daoud, who starts with a rank long hop down the leg side, has managed to strangle what a piece of the glove of Sushant Madani. Madani's gone for a first ball duck, and USA are in tatters.
Well, we're at mid-on, Lenny, from where Sushant Madani's batting, but from our angle, it looked like there was a deviation going off his body, and it was just a case of whether it was going to be given out. We'll have a look at the replay here. It was really kind of a slower bouncer. Didn't come with pace on the ball at all. Just kind of floated up towards his shoulder, and he's just trying to glance it.
No, that's come off the hip for me, Peter. I don't think his glove is near that. And you can see that's what Madani's indicating. Let's take a look here.
It was definite deflection. It's just a matter of what it came off of. These are the toughest decisions for an umpire. The bat is clearly away from the body.
It's actually the other angle. If we get it from the angle that we're seeing it from, it'll probably be the best one. But from the behind the bowler's arm section, as all of the UAE team are very interested in the footmarks. And I think the groundsman's going to be called out here, Samuel Plummer.
Lenny, I'm curious how they teach biology in Ireland, because where that pass is quite a bit higher than the hip, Lenny.
I don't think so. Let's take a look. We'll see it again. I think if you look at the majority of modern cricketers, they don't wear thigh pads anymore. They wear these extended pad men, which come right up above the hip. Do you see where the join is between the trousers and the top? So let's take a look here. Yeah, I think this is flicked something probably like that thigh, upper thigh, the hip area, exactly what I was indicating. And I don't think that's gone near the bat or the glove for my money.
Lenny, in America we call that chest height.
It's not the chest, it's quite clearly it's hit part of his.
Let's get that ground floor angle again, Lenny. We gotta re-examine this. The second replay that we saw.
Well, that's the foreshortening effect. What you saw there from behind the bowler's arm is exactly what was accurate. So the first one was a full toss, the second one was a bit of a long hop. Either way, don't adjust your sets. The USA are none for 2, and the captain and the vice captain need a significant rebuilding effort for USA on home soil. A tour for UAE where everything went wrong. The last 24 hours they've sprung into life, led so brilliantly by Ahmed Raza, who's in at a wide first slip.
Now, curious with the score, none for 2, Lenny. You said it. slip singular. I'd have at least one more catching fielder in there. This is quite conservative. And it looks like, unless Ahmed Raza is just coming out to have a discussion with Kashif Daud, he's taking himself out of slip. So 2 wickets down, 8 balls into the match. Ahmed Raza is putting himself in at a very short, straight, mid-off. No slip fielders, Lenny. This is quite bizarre.
It's an indicator, though, of how the wickets have been falling. It hasn't been down to any lateral movement. In fact, we've seen very little lateral movement off the wicket. We've just seen a little bit of inward movement at points, but that's tended to be later in the innings in the seamers' second spells. So the majority of the wickets, they've clearly got plans here to Aaron Jones as Ahmed Raza comes round to a kind of straight mid-on. Catching mid-on, and Jones helps himself through the offside. The first runs of the day, the outfield's going to be a bit slower today because of that rain, and I think they're going to scamper back for 3. 2 very fit men at the crease, Mayank Patel and Aaron Jones. And the first runs of the day belong to the vice-captain, both fresh back from a tour of India where they looked in good touch.
And now we see another change in the field, Lenny. Ahmed Raza shifting himself about 15 feet from the left side of the wicket to the right side of the wicket, from short mid-off to a short mid-on.
Fair to say Madani a little unlucky there, Peter.
I think I'd like to see one more replay from the if we have the reverse angle. We saw the offside angle. I'm not sure if we can get the onside angle. From the live shot, just watching with the naked eye, I thought it came off the glove or the arm. I think.
Patel will get off the mark. A nice clip into the leg side, and we're going to get good reward here. Could be a 3rd run. There's going to be 2 triples in the over. Very fitting in baseball country, as Patel won't get the boundary. A diving stop out. We haven't seen that fine leg fielder in place too much. It's more of a deep backward square leg that UAE have been using.
There's some issues with the footmarks here. Ahmed Raza was trying to dig it out in between overs and out. Kashif Daud is having a long look, and we're going to get the ground staff being signaled onto the field. It might give us an opportunity to get an extended look at the replay with the Modani dismissal from that mid-wicket angle or that cover angle, mid-on, mid-off angle. We've got 2 fixed cameras. We'll try and get a look at those replays again. We've seen the down the pitch angle. Going to have a slight delay here in play.
Ground staff don't seem to be forthcoming at the moment. Maybe at the end of this over we'll see if we can bring that replay once more. Keeper's going to come up to the stumps. That's the youngster Verdia Aravind, player of the match yesterday. 54 he made. As not happy with those footmarks. Aki Fraja to continue from the Pearland end. Dramatic start to this morning's action. Another full toss down the leg side. Not too sure what's going on so far this morning. Seemed drama aplenty and some pretty poor bowling that hasn't been punished. Misfield to go with it, but they won't get through for a single. Both sides a little all over the place to get going this morning. Peter, what exactly is going on?
Misfields. They wound up staying put for that one. Monank. It has gotten some starts, unable to convert. Jones. We were quite critical of his approach in the first two games, but again, if he takes that same approach that he took in those two matches for this situation, USA would be more than glad to just have a partnership to stretch things out and relieve some of the pressure here that's been put on essentially by themselves. Two of the least spectacular balls you'll see to take wickets in this series. But they all count in the score sheet, Lenny.
They all look the same in that scorebook. You're spot on. Real disappointment, real concern though for the Team USA setup, as this one's worked nicely into the leg side, and that fielder out a deep backward square leg had just been moved around to fine leg, so they'll get back for two. The sun just peeking somehow between the clouds. It's very heavily overcast, Peter. Feels like a different planet we're on in Texas today than all of the previous matches which we've enjoyed here at the Moosa Stadium.
Well, we did see out on the boundary before play, there's a sign that PJ Goodall's made, which might have made a few people crack up.
Nicely worked into the leg side, and good timing from Manak Patel. Good enough that Aaron Jones will be able to sprint back for a second. This is the fourth use of this wicket. There is the possibility, albeit despite the catastrophic start for USA being none for two. Peter Della Penna again trying to show me things that make no sense on the screen in front of him.
The difference between the hip and the chest, Lenny. This is what I'm illustrating. Hip is here, ribs and chest up here.
Hip in my book would be where the shirt and trouser meet. That's what I was trying to describe. Get to the end of the third over, the score 12 for 2, 6 runs coming from that one. There's a chance though, Peter, which will be the 8th use of this wicket, the 8th innings that is. We take one more look here at the Sushat Madani dismissal. So you can't tell me that this has gone near his chest. I think that's flicked off the exact join between.
Well, I'm looking at the side angle. I'd like to get the side angle, Lenny.
We don't have the side angle. The side angle's gone. It's extinguished into history.
Because that would
it never happened, Peter.
Illustrate the anatomy of the human body much more clearly. Lenny.
He was high up on his tippy toes, and I think Sushat Madani's been a bit unlucky. Ground staff are out doing some running repairs and being instructed by the umpire to help Akif Raja with those footholds. 3 gone, 12 for 2. There is a possibility, though, in the second innings of this game, it being the 8th innings of 8 that will be played, Peter, that maybe wicket will deteriorate a touch and spinners will come into play, like we saw yesterday for UAE.
Well, I'm a bit surprised in one sense that Yasir Muhammad was also not given a debut today because of what we have seen with the pitch deterioration and the spinners who came into play so well for the UAE and the win over Scotland yesterday. But there's still 4 more games for USA against Nepal and Oman, and I have no doubt that the leg spinner Yasir Muhammad out of New Jersey will get his USA debut at some point during those games because spinners are figuring to come into play quite significantly during that stretch.
If you look at the way that Ahmed Raza managed his young leg spinner yesterday, it really was a masterclass in tender, caring captaincy, and that's exactly what you need with young leg break bowlers. You need to encourage them, you need to protect them when they're getting maybe a little aggressively treated. And remarkable that he managed to close out his 10-over spell, including bowling the penultimate over of the first innings yesterday. That's Karthik Mayappan, the young UAE leg spinner. As Jones seizes on a bit of width, quick single, this is going to be surely gone. No! Patel gets there very quickly. This time, Veridia Aravind was in front of the stumps like he should have been, whipped the bails off. But I think it's Jermaine Lindo, isn't it, who's standing today with Floyd Reeford. Jermaine Lindo says not out. This was close, Peter.
Direct hit would have definitely been gone. And I think that just the throw coming in a little bit high and wide, dragging him away from the stumps, is what has saved Manak Patel. You can see the bat clearly across the line there.
Good decision, wasn't it? Really good work from Jermaine Lindo. Probably only home by 9 inches. But it looked, we're straight down the ground at a sort of long on position here in the commentary box. It looked like he was struggling to get going.
Well, Aaron Jones has a very high rate of runouts. He's USA's fastest runner between the wickets by some distance, but as a consequence of that, his view of what constitutes a single is a lot different from the majority of the players in the USA squad, and that lack of running in sync, two runners going at two different speeds, is what causes a decent amount of the runouts. This one just eludes CP Rizwan, got a piece of it, but it's going to make it all the way to the rope for 4.
And USA indicating this is a pretty good wicket to bat on, certainly against the seamers anyway. Kashif Daud continues to wonder what's going on with his spell. He's been all over the place. He may have picked up an early wicket, but it was with a rank long hop down the leg side. And that was just a back foot punch, wasn't it, from Madank Patel, but so well timed. Despite the hand from the mid-on fielder, it still ran away for 4. Mid-off fielder even.
And after that misfield by Rizwan, we've seen his swap in the field. Zawar Farid has swapped places with him from mid-off to mid-on.
Lovely straight drive, and Aaron Jones makes sure his bat doesn't leak out. A couple of other interesting pieces of news from around the world of cricket, Peter. I know a lot of the eyes of the associate world are here on Texas, but Afghanistan have taken yet another win in the Cricket World Cup Super League this morning, beating Zimbabwe comfortably by 60 runs. You know who was at it again, Rashid Khan. What a cricketer he is. What an asset he is. 2 for 39 with the ball and 39 off 17 deliveries at the death to get things done. This one's hit in the air towards our Farid. Jones gets sent back. At the end of the 4th over, the score 17 for 2. Back home in my homeland, the Emerald Isle, Irish women had a huge win, a historic win over South Africa. First time they've ever beaten them in a recognised international. Going 1-0 up in the T20I series there. Gabby Lewis standing in as captain for an injured Laura Delaney, getting the job done. And what about this from Amstelveen, the VRA ground? Are the Netherlands about to pull off a heist? 191 for 2, 15 to go. They need about 7.5 and over, chasing down 308 to win. I think that'll be their highest ever total that they would have chased down. Something, well, certainly against a full member anyway. And right now, that could be a big shock and would put West Indies into big trouble in that Cricket World Cup Super League. They're staring down the barrel of going back to a consecutive Cricket World Cup qualifier, and it's Max O'Dowd that's at it again. 69 not out for him. That would be a big shock, wouldn't it, if Netherlands could get that win?
Well, they've struggled quite a bit in the League 2 competition, in part because they haven't always had a full-strength squad. It's during the middle of the summer. A lot of their first-choice players are on the county cricket circuit. They're playing without Roelof van der Merwe, Colin Ackerman, Tim van der Hoogten. And if they can pull off a victory without some of those first choice players who were tied up in county cricket against the West Indies. You know, the West Indies are missing some of the guys who saw a press release go out with Robin Powell missing because of visa delays in England, but
Is that sign you were talking about. How many countries that play cricket have also been to the moon? Over to you, Peter.
PJ Goodall's, that's the man on the left, standing, holding the other sign. Lenny, he has a bunch of commentators listed there.
Yeah, let's take a look at those signs. Come
I'm
on.
trying to figure out how the both of us snuck into that list. Golden Voices of World
Arlott,
Cricket.
I'd agree. Agnew, yes, absolutely. Benno, of course. Boycott. Bumbles, not Bumble. Blowfield. Cozier. Lovely to see Tony Cozier on there. Michael Holding, what a silky smooth voice he had. Tony Gregg, one of my favourites. And then Andrew Leonard. And then a hyphenated Peter Della Petta. Bit of extra bounce, haven't seen much of that. Raja bending his back. PJ Goodalls, I know you'll be watching this back tonight. That is far, far, far too kind. And I'm also not sure I even agree with you, but very humbling to be involved in that company.
And his friend Alex Waters is the gentleman sitting on the chair at the moment, who's joined him today.
They're seeing themselves on the big screen as
And-
well.
and
PJ
now
knows he's up there.
The Briggle kids, Oliver and Marcus, you can see, I believe that's Marcus with the flag. The 13-year-old. The Briggle family have been regulars at this facility throughout the week, Lenny. They currently live in Palestine, which is about 3 hours north. They're in the process of moving to Friendswood, which is the next town over from Pearland to the east. And they're wearing the USA jerseys, the new T10 Sports USA jerseys. Oliver and Marcus, the sons, and the dad, Justin Briggle. They're in the Academy gazebo, which is on the northwest side of the ground.
Peter, you still haven't answered the question that's pondered in one of those signs. This one's down the leg side, it'll be given as a wide. How many countries that play cricket have also been to the moon? No Googling now, Peter. I can see your laptop. Don't be Googling.
That would be one, Lenny.
No cricket in Russia?
No. Well, technically speaking, Lenny, are they in ICC competitions?
No.
No. What definition are we going by?
Good question, but the lads enjoying their TV time, and we appreciate the efforts that have gone into those signs. Like you said, Peter, he's gone Texas-sized, super-sized on the signs for Saturday action here to get us to the halfway stage of this SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series.
PJ on the left standing there with the American flag shorts and the Hawaiian shirt. PJ's originally from Cape Town. And his friend Alex, who's on the right-hand side, holding up the how many countries that cricket have also been to the moon sign. Alex is from Benoni, which is a suburb of Johannesburg. Great fielding off his own bowling by Raja. Nakif Raja to complete a one-run over where just the single run came courtesy of an extra. 18 for 2 after 5. PJ, he's been a fixture of the American cricket community for around about a decade now. As you see the U.S. lineup, Rahul Jarawala out of California, which is where PJ Goodalls used to live before coming out to Houston. Rahul making his debut today, born and raised in Fremont, which is in the South Bay, what it's called, in the San Francisco Bay Area. He comes in place of Sai Mukamala, who made his debut earlier in this tri-series, and you see the UAE lineup on screen. Junaid Sadiq unavailable today, as well as Rohan Mustafa, who's been out the last couple of games injured with a left shoulder injury.
Is the biggest surprise though for UAE, particularly given he didn't play yesterday and obviously couldn't have played the day before with it being a rest day, the fact that there is no Zohar Khan in the UAE starting 11?
Well, some of these lineups and reasons are at times closely guarded state secrets, Lenny. Can be tough to get some information out of traveling squads at times in the associate world, so we're not 100% clear if it's just strategic or other reasons. Zohar, but he's their best death bowler. By far one of the best death bowlers in the associate world. So his absence will be significant.
These two have looked comfortable since coming together with the score on none for two. Would it be fair to say that the two most technically correct players in around American cricket, Jones and Patel?
Well, definitely Monank. I would put number one in terms of technical prowess around the USA setup. He's got the all-around game against pace and spin. Jones is a little bit different stylistically. Monarch is somebody who is predominantly a front foot player, whereas Jones is predominantly a back foot player. But they're both equally efficient and proficient from a technical standpoint and a scoring standpoint.
Nicely worked into the leg side. They're going to come back for a couple. They will. You can see the fielder there, the UAE under-19 captain Alassane Sharafu, giving an indication that there is a little bit of moisture on the outfield, just skidding along the surface, and that's something we haven't seen throughout the 5 games so far. Definitely very different conditions, a very different feel to today.
As we said before, it did rain briefly, but it did rain this morning. And as a consequence of that, just the humidity levels have raised significantly. It's overcast at the moment. So the ground staff dragging the rain covers into position earlier, a couple overs ago. So they're keeping an eye on that. And depending on how the clouds are shifting around the ground. It's stayed dry for the moment since the start of play, but we are anticipating the possibility that could have an interruption at some point today.
Lovely drive again from Patel, but he can't pierce the infield. Gets us to the end of the 6th. Those 2 early breakthroughs coming from consecutive deliveries, removing the 2 USA openers for Ducks. Score 20 for 2. Guided away. Every indication so far that this is another good batting wicket, but a disastrous start for USA. Last thing you want is to lose your 2 openers, both for Ducks.
Well, Akif Raja didn't even need to use the wicket, Lenny, to dismiss Stephen Taylor. Thigh high full toss, swatted straight to Sharafu at mid-wicket.
Short ball, and we've seen so little of that. That's really carried fiercely through the gloves of Rudy Aravind. Aaron Jones couldn't get anything on it. The short ball, a bit of a surprise tactic. There's a good sheen on this wicket today, and a bit of extra pace in it. Burst through the gloves of Rudy Aravind, and it's going to be 4 byes. We
saw Samuel Plummer, the groundsman, here after play ended last night. He has a very interesting way of rolling the wickets. He covers the wickets, so he puts the tarp on the square, and then he rolls the wicket on top of the tarp. And I'd love to talk to him to find out what's the reasoning behind that. There's Samuel Plummer standing there next to the roller.
pick up pull shot, and that's a beautiful stroke. Aki Fraji got a bit excited by the previous short ball, tried to repeat it. Jones sat deep in his crease, got into a good position and steers it away. It's a very different wicket to yesterday, even though it's the same wicket, Peter. How does that make any sense?
Again, we need to have that chat with Samuel Plummer. Learn a little bit more about pitch dynamics and what he does from match to match. Like I said, he puts the covers on and then rolls the wicket on top of the covers. Jones, mentioned earlier, predominantly a back foot player, and you could see it there in that pull shot. Couldn't get bat on the first attempt that sailed over Aravind for 4 bites, but that time latches on. He's able to pull that through wide mid-on. The majority of his runs for Jones usually come through point, backward point. Loves just milking singles, just gliding the ball off the open face, and anything on his legs just shuffles across and just flicks off his hips through the leg side square of the wicket. He gets an overwhelming amount of singles and twos through that region.
If this does turn out to be as good a wicket as it potentially could be, we won't really know until we see the spinners start to operate on it, and we see Ahmed Raza warming up at extra cover. The USA are going to be left to rue those 2 errors, albeit one of them may be very unfortunate, Sushant Madani, but that full toss from Taylor hit straight to the mid-wicket fielder, and the long hop, the following delivery. This one's edged away, going to be 4 more to the total. No slip in place, just slightly playing down the wrong line, and Jones moves into double figures. The run's starting to flow for USA. End of the 7th, it's 32 for 2. Try take a look at that boundary replay in a moment. Kashif Dowd will continue. Bowled one of the longest spells of the entire week, certainly by any seamer. 7 overs consecutively, opening the bowling yesterday.
Made all the more remarkable, Lenny, by the fact that over the course of the first 2 matches, he only bowled 3 overs.
Pick-up shot into the leg side, and that's going to soar very nearly all the way for 6. Just 1 bounce. There's Jaskaran Malhotra. He's dying to get back into the action, still has that protection on his left hand, and a real indication that this looks a particularly good wicket to bat on, especially to the seamers. And Patel and Jones are trying to make use of the remaining fielding restrictions. 3 overs of the power play remain, where just 2 fielders are allowed outside the 30-yard circle. A nice pick-up shot into the leg side.
I said it before, he's been in such good touch. He just hasn't been able to convert those starts. But we've seen this throughout the week. He's getting his feet moving early. He's timing the ball well. This is everything we've seen from Monang Patel throughout the week. He just hasn't been able to convert it into a big score. Best of 49 came on Wednesday against the UAE, but he's got an outstanding opportunity here to kick on in a big way.
Here's a look at the pickup shot into the leg side, Peter. One of the nice things about this stroke, played with a very straight bat, even though it's gone over long on, and then just the flourish of the wrists after he's made contact.
Almost a touch of Kevin Peterson there with the flamingo leg kick, one leg in the air.
Driven, but straight to Ahmed Raza. He's had a fantastic week with the ball, but also arguably been maybe the best fielder on display from all three of the teams.
Well, he's taken a number of catches. He's been in high traffic areas. For somebody of his height, you don't usually see too many cricketers at his height be considered elite fielders, but whether it's along the ground or in the air, catching or fielding, he's top-notch.
Driven firmly, just one bounce to Zahra Farid, who manages to stop that one running away to the boundary. 8 overs gone, 4 runs coming from that one. It's 36 for 2. Spin for the first time on today, Saturday the 4th of June, which is the halfway stage of the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series, supported by Dream 11 here in Texas. And it's going to be the UAE captain Ahmed Raza. Will Ahmed Raza and the off-spinner Basil Hamid, who's been used a lot throughout this series in particular, will the two experienced spinners for UAE be able to tighten the screw just like they did yesterday, going for less than 2 and over between them? Just get Peter Delapena's mic back up. Peter, do you think they'll be able to be as effective and as economical today? They really clamped down on Scotland.
Based on yesterday's indications, you can understand why they brought spin on in the power play. They were so dominant at restricting the scoring rate, but not with width like that. Just too wide, rare, loose delivery from Ahmed Raza. Aaron Jones capitalized on it, said it multiple times now. He's a back foot player. You drop it short and you give him some width, and this is what he does with it. Cranks the cut shot, pass backward point, free boundary for Aaron Jones.
Yeah, the key thing there again is the width. We've seen width really punished by most batters, whether it's come from seamers or spinners. On this wicket, you've got to be so straight. You can't even stray outside that fifth stump. Widest you want to be is that fourth stump line, which is to the left of the off stump as you look. And it'll be another over with just the boundary coming from it. 4 runs off the introduction of spin. Aaron Jones and Patel have rebuilt very nicely the score with 9 gone. It's 40 for 2. Here is the USA batting card today. Just the one change, Peter, and that's the debutant Rahul Jarawala replacing the other teenager.
You can disregard the card that's on screen right now. Ali Khan is definitely not going to be coming in at number 5, and Rahul Jarawala on debut, definitely not coming in at number 11. You'll see Gadgenon Singh most likely coming at 5, and then Jarawala as a like-for-like slot replacement that essentially has been vacated by the injury to Jaskaran Malhotra at number 6, Nisarg Patel at number 7. Whereas Saimo Kamala traditionally has been an opening bat, so he was a little bit out of place coming in at number 5 or 6 and had trouble adapting to that role with 3 low scores. Rahul Jarawala much more consistently used as a middle order batter in 50-over cricket in the tournaments that we've seen across the U.S. in the last year. He's much more comfortable in that role. I think part of the reason why he didn't get a debut earlier this week is just the fact that the training sessions and the warm-up matches, he did look very scratchy, did look a bit nervous, but now he's had more than a week to get a bit more settled, get back into touch. Again, he's just turned 18. He's trying to work cricket around his school commitments. There's a lot going on. Just gave him a few extra days to try and get a bit more comfortable, get some more net time in, get bat on ball, and now he's coming into a position where he is a very good player of spin, which is an area that USA has struggled to develop players over the years. And that's, again, part of the reason why he does bat in the middle order in extended limited overs cricket. He opens the batting in T20 cricket. He's been a member of the Silicon Valley Strikers squad as you see Monang Patel go over the top, over Ahmed Raza at mid-off for another boundary. And how good is he looking today? Lenny looks like butter.
He looks $1 million. We're not going to get into more crazy butter references from Peter De La Pena, but tossed up, smashed away. Aerial route taken, over pitch by Basil Hamid, who's the second spinner introduced. Spin from both ends of the power play, and a lovely demonstration, that side-on angle of the technique. Getting very far forward, the eyes still staying level. And Patel really does look good to start with. He's into the 20s already. And follows it up with a punch down the ground for 1. Jarawala's performances in the USA Cricket Men's National Championships last year, as we get one more look at that technique. Look at this. Eyes so level. Takes that aerial route intentionally. It was really those efforts in the 50-over game that got him into the mix, but that was for the USA Under-19 side, because the USA Under-19s team weren't given the opportunity to qualify for the World Cup. USA Cricket deciding to bring that 14-man squad into the national championships, and so impressive was he that he was probably the form batter in the entire tournament in that Under-19 team, playing against more senior opposition.
Well, and to be really extended, going back through the timeline of last year, he was actually not included in the USA Under-19 team initially. Coming out of the Under-19 championships in April of last year, he was in very poor form. He previously represented USA Under-19 in 2019. During that qualification cycle, he opened the batting with Saimo Kamala up in Canada. Those two have been around each other for quite some time. But coming back for 2021, he wasn't even included in the original squad. It was partially through injury. There were a couple players who injured. He was a late addition as a consequence of that during the camp and trials that were held in the summer in June out in Northern California. He made use of that extra opportunity, scored some runs out there, had a very good minor league cricket season for the champion Silicon Valley Strikers squad. Had also featured Saurabh Netravalkar, who presented his debut cap. Great moment. Somebody who's mentored Rahul Jarawala quite significantly over the last 4 or 5 years, since Saurabh Netravalkar has been part of the Bay Area cricket scene. Two of them work very closely in training, and also their teammates at Silicon Valley Strikers. So Saurabh Netravalkar presented Rahul Jarawala his ODI debut cap. And then, as you said, Lenny, when it came back to November for the USA Cricket Men's National Championships and the USA Under-19 squad was included as part of that event. Again, there were a couple squad changes, partially due to unavailability. Jarwal was included when he was not originally part of the squad. And what does he do? He goes out and turns into the leading scorer in the tournament, 2 centuries. Gets picked for the ODIs against Ireland, which unfortunately did not happen due to various COVID logistical challenges. And he's getting a chance here today, though.
Gotta love seeing the stars and stripes fly. And they're flying pretty proudly here at the Musa Stadium, the world's 213th one-day international venue. Hugely important game. We'll take a look at the points table. Now as Jones cuts that one away, and a brilliant diving stop from Karthik Mayappan at backward point will keep it to just a single. Jones very quick to seize on length and that width that Raza has offered him. So here is the points table. We were speculating at the start of yesterday's game if Scotland could have beaten the UAE, and then the USA took a win today, that things were looking pretty grim for the United Arab Emirates, but such was the importance of yesterday's clash that the whole context of this table looks very different all of a sudden. And with the sides ranked 1st through 4th and then 6th in the shape of Nepal in action here in Texas, this analogy I've used of it being moving day at a golf major is very valid. And right now for USA, they almost have to win today, you feel, don't they? That would get them to 10 and 10, Peter. Keep their position just 4 points away from UAE in 3rd place and within touching distance. Were they to lose today, the gap would open up in maybe too big a fashion.
See Jones, this is what he does best. Once he gets set, just milks the singles, rotates the strike. You can just stretch this innings out, set the table for Gajanan Singh to come in the last 15-20 overs. USA still has a very good chance getting up to 270, 280, maybe even 300, depending on how the next sequence unfolds. Still so much time in spite of starting the game 2 wickets down for no run, Lenny. It seems like an awful long time ago the way these two are batting.
Yeah, 50 partnerships come up here in the 12th over, and if USA were in a position where Gajanan Singh was only coming in with 15 overs to bat, that means that these two would have batted for 35 overs or so. I think USA would be delighted with that. Another good diving stop. The UAE fielding is infinitely better than it was 5 or 6 years ago. It's been led by the youth that's been injected into the team. That time, Alison Sharafu with the diving stop, a definite single saved.
Well, and I think it's possible for them to bat to the 30th, 35th over, because neither one has really been troubled, Lenny. Batting's been so easy. 2 very almost fluky dismissals. There's another dot ball, ends a 2-run over, 51 for 2 after 12. And again, a win for USA here would close the gap to 4 points, the difference between 4th and 3rd with the UAE. If they lose today, though, UAE would open up an 8-point advantage. You got to capitalize on home soil. USA really needs to win at least 6 out of the 8 games here. Anything less than that across these 2 series, with the games against Nepal and Oman coming up starting next Wednesday, that would be seen as a major disappointment if USA can't claim at least 12 out of the 16 points available on offer for them.
Feels very much, we don't want to sound too hyperbolic, Peter, but feels like this is the most important match of the entire competition so far. in terms of the context of qualification for that Cricket World Cup qualifier next year.
Too hyperbolic, buddy.
What does that mean? You tell me, Peter. Your English is better than mine. I'm the maths guy, you're the English guy.
Putting that much emphasis on one game, Lenny?
That's what it's all about, isn't it? This game. Win and USA stay in the mix, lose.
And USA still stays in the mix.
Tall uphill task from where they are. That's what I think.
Lenny, because if they sweep all 4 games next week, they'll be level on points with the UAE heading into the series against Scotland later this summer.
We haven't seen many sweeps, though, really throughout the series, with the exception of Oman. Even Scotland, despite their good form, they just picked up that one sweep that was away to the UAE. But as Kyle Coates pointed out in his parting interview to us yesterday, he's really looking forward to those 2 home series. Down the track, smashed, straight as anything. And this is a topic that I wanted to talk about. Samuel Plummer's cricketing skills tested out. He's made a very good wicket here, it looks like, again, but Jones gets down the track for 4. Why have we not seen more batters use their feet and get down the track to the spinners? It looks to be a very safe shot when it's played that effectively.
Oh, and he picked a good spot too, because the long left fielder is quite wide. He kept it very, very straight. It's not just that, Lenny. It's the option against finger spin on pitches which haven't offered excessive turn for the finger spinners. But it's a positive sign.
Here we go, look at this.
Come down
towards the ball, this is the key. Right to the pitch.
Create some room for himself. A little bit of risk there. But he's trying to free his arms to go over the top there. And the fact that he didn't really get close to the pitch, I would argue he was taking his body away from it, Lenny, but that just shows how true the wicket is. You're not going to get really beaten by excessive turn there.
But the ball has not been turning square, or really at all, for any of the finger spinners. The only bowler, in fact, we've seen turn the ball really at all has been Rizwan CP. Those remarkable part-time leg breaks with an action quite undescribable. I think you'd have to say it's a very safe stroke if you get towards the pitch of the ball. He got close enough for me. Got a good bat on it to get it down the pitch for 4. Boundaries coming, but maybe a few too many dots for USA's liking as well. As Patel drives this down the ground for a single.
It's the only blemish you could argue on Aaron Jones's game. His first 40 balls is when he scores at his slowest, and within those first 37 that he's faced so far today, .28 dot balls, and that's dot ball number 29. 29 dot balls out of 38 deliveries. That strike rate has been able to be kept in check because he's had a number of boundaries today, and a usually high number of boundaries. He is predominantly a singles and twos player. When he makes big scores, you don't see an awful lot of boundaries, and in fact, his first innings that he played this week, he didn't have a single boundary, despite being at the crease for 60 odd balls. And that's the one area where Jones, if you had to pick out something where he could improve upon, it's converting some of these dots into singles or twos or just anything. He can soak up pressure, which was what was required after those 2 wickets fell in the first 2 overs, but at some stage you can't be patting balls back to the ring on such a good wicket.
Yeah, plenty of dots have been chewed up. It probably felt a bit more threatening earlier in the week, those first 2 games where we saw over 300 posted by both USA and Scotland. That'll get us to the end of the 14th over. USA, brilliant recovery this. It's a partnership between the captain and the vice captain that they so badly needed, and it's worth 59. USA were in all sorts of trouble at none for 2.
Pretty easy math on this occasion for me, Lenny. 2 wickets falling on the first 2 overs with no runs on the board. You look at the scoreboard, 59 for 2. That's where your 59-run partnership comes from in progress. And Monarch, the aggressor, scoring at a much quicker rate. And again, not just getting to the boundary, but far fewer dot balls. It's been a much more efficient batter in this pair.
You know, I feel this is a very big moment in the match in what's a hugely important game in this Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 series. Karthik Mayappan, the leg spinner, is going to come into the attack. His first 2 overs yesterday went none for 16 when George Munsey was at the crease. He was then whipped out of the attack and brought back in and closed out pretty nicely. Picked up a couple of wickets, went at about 4.5 and over. Will Patel and Jones go after the young leg spinner right from the off?
Well, this is the end where he had all the success from. So he bowled 2 overs from the Massey Ranch end. He was hit quite hard. Then he switched and bowled 8 overs from this Pearland end, and that's where he had the success. And the other thing about the conditions today, we talked a lot about the humidity, the rain that happened early this morning, and as a consequence of that, very little wind today. The flags are unusually still all around the ground, Lenny. They're gently fluttering on the northwest side of the ground, but on the east boundary, not really blowing too much. And on the west boundary, they're virtually resting still. So that advantage that some of the batters had or some of the bowlers had, where you've got the wind at your back or hitting with the wind at your back versus hitting into the wind, that's not really much of an issue at this stage, an hour into play.
An interesting indication there from Jones to Patel, just asking, was that the googly? And there was a nod of the head from Patel. But what we saw from Mayappan yesterday was not a single delivery really turn away from the right-hander. Even though he's bowling wrist spin, he's listed as a wrist spinner. His release point is coming so high, and even when he's attempting to bowl the leg break like that one was, you could see the seam of the ball rotating away from the right-hander. It's just skidding on, really just drifting in, and very, very little spin on offer, even for a wrist spinner like Karthik Mayappan.
I was going to say, he should be asking when's the leg break coming instead of asking when's the googly coming. The stock ball is coming out of the back of the hand for Mayappan.
I just think it's more a case that he's probably not trying to bowl that many googlies. He might only be bowling 1 or 2 and over, but the leg break itself is even just skidding on, and it will give that view that he's almost bowling nothing that's turning away from the bat. So he can be played a bit more like a sort of slow medium pacer. You can play him straight down the ground, mid off and mid on out, plenty of singles about, and they've already picked up 3 consecutive ones.
Saw cameramen looking out on the northwest boundary again, where PJ Goodall's is. Kaushal Adhikari is out there. He's got his camera out taking pictures of signs. He's probably getting into PJ's ear saying, PJ, when's my name going to be on one of your signs?
Yeah, he's really enjoying his first trip to the United States of America. Brought him out this morning, Kaushal Adhikari. That one again, just angling in, no turn at all. 3 runs from his first over, much better start today. He's a confident young man, Karthik Mayappan. He's got a lovely bounce and rhythm to his leg breaks, and he started well. Ahmed Raza will be pleased with that.
I think PJ might be saving his best for Kaushal when the Nepal games begin, Lenny. He's got a couple opportunities next week to dedicate a sign to the Nepal fans. And the Nepal photographers and the Nepal media. They're going to be here in droves.
I think from the latest I hear within the USA cricket ranks, there's about 35 media credited, and I gather over 30 of them are coming for the second series, so that'll give you a sense as to the scale of interest. One more look at the points table there. Hugely contextual match, this one. I know there's a lot of games to go, Peter, but for me, the USA lose today doesn't quite extinguish their hopes of a top 3 finish, but it puts a huge dampener on them. They must win today.
Well, that 35 media credentials for Nepal, that would about quadruple the current numbers, Lenny, because I heard there was about 8 people in the media box next door for these sets of games.
Yeah, you're spot on. Your numbers are better than you think, actually, Peter. Sometimes better than your vocabulary. And your decision making. And your tactical analysis for the coaching points.
We had at least one of those 8 from Scotland.
Reverse sweep from Jones, nearly get.
It's more like glove from the initial look in our position in the broadcast booth over mid-on. He had to hold his hands back. He was premeditating that. He wanted to on the ball. Something more like that, quicker through the air, whereas Hamid, I think he anticipated coming. He gave it a bit more air just to kind of throw off the rhythm and the timing that Jones had, and that's part of the reason why he got glove on that instead of middling it. Trying to get it through backward point. It's a short third man up in the ring, but no protection beyond that. On the offside, behind square.
Previous delivery from Hamid, the one that Patel has worked down to long off. Something we've seen quite a lot from Hamid. It's a variation. He's trying to get it taken away. It's almost a leg cutter he bowls. So that's the stock off break that'll turn slightly in to Aaron Jones. But the previous one, 2 balls back, was the leg cutter. Just went away from Patel, albeit only fractionally. Here's a look at that reverse sweep. Peter, you seem to be in love with his shot. I'll leave this to you.
Well, it's the shot of the modern batter, Lenny. Glenn Maxwell, George Munsey, Owen Morgan. You need to add it to your repertoire if you're going to maximize your scoring potential.
Is this a drop chance for the keeper?
Have a look at this replay. I think the better angle might be from down the pitch angle. I did not think so initially.
Well, it was given as runs, Peter.
Now, I said it needs to go to hand, Lenny. That went off his knees. I don't know what.
Just asking the question.
To drop.
Asking the question. We'd love to see the risk versus reward. Maybe Drove Barrow or one of the team analysts can pull it all together for us. Reverse sweep. I can remember at least 3 dismissals from it. Versus the number of runs scored off it being played. Big shot. There's a fielder out there, but it's going to go wide of him. That, for me, is a much more assertive and progressive way to play on a batting wicket that's very good indeed, with a straight bat, albeit taking the aerial route, getting good reward down the ground for 4. Patel doesn't really sweep at all. He likes hitting through the covers, whether it be off the seamers or the spinners, and that's a lovely shot with 4 more runs to his name.
I think his heart was in his mouth there temporarily. Long off fielder looked like he might be in play there. He slightly misjudged it, held up his run. He was trying to coast, and then he realized it was tailing away from him much more sharply than he initially read off the bat. And have a look at the replay now. I think Monank was trying to go a bit wider. He hit this straight. You can see the fielder just slow up a touch. Might have been Basil Hamid out there.
Been a determined effort this from the captain and the vice captain. They were shell shocked early this morning. USA 2 wickets and 2 balls. The 2 openers both dismissed for ducks, and nice to see the King grandstand across to our left. That's almost full up to the brim here on Saturday, game number 6. Tossed up and worked into the offside. It'll just be a single. See if we can get you a flash of that King grandstand over to our left at the end of the over. Lovely to see lots of home fans in. Many people enjoying cricket for the first time in person. International cricket, at least.
And people from around Texas and around America who've driven, flown in, and not necessarily entirely from Houston, this crowd, or from Pearland. There's been people coming in from all over. There's been part of the reason for that, maybe lack of people from Houston, Lenny. This weekend crowds where we're getting the biggest crowds, people driving in from different parts. It's also when the cricket is being played in the league cricket. Got a lot of junior cricket happening. We saw one of the local academies come out on the first Saturday against Scotland. There's some academy cricket going on today, junior cricket, adult league cricket. Got a couple messages, Lenny, inviting me, come on out, watch their academy play on Saturday, June 4th. I had to let them down gently and say, apologies, I'm here to cover the USA versus UAE match. It's the first priority. At the end of the over, 5 runs from it, 70 for 2 after 17. And I think in future, Lenny, as you see the crowds who are settling in here, bringing the coolers, always a great thing to see, people coming prepared. I'd like to see in the future, Lenny, the local leagues get a bit more behind this. What I've seen in Morrisville, when they've held events there, is to reschedule the league cricket so that you're not having a clash, to encourage more of the local club and league players to turn out, whether as volunteers or as fans. Something to think about for the future.
Patel has led this partnership and led the recovery for his team. Looked very fluent, 38 off. Yeah, 39 off 47 deliveries. Jones a little bit more cautious and certainly has chewed up a few more dots, but I don't think USA will mind that, given that they were none for 2. And all of a sudden approaching the first drinks break, Peter, which will be after this over. USA are probably starting to think of that kind of par total of 250 that we speculated on before the toss. Jones gets the slog sweep out. He's going to get a boundary there. Maybe not in complete control of the shot. Looked a little agricultural, but pretty effective.
Straight out of the middle of the bat, Lenny. He was totally in control of that shot. Nobody out on the rope there, and really no protection in the ring either. And he's hitting with the turn. The off spinner is turning the ball into him, so it's a calculated risk. And it pays off with a boundary. You've seen hit to that side of the ground throughout the week.
I think both of them have been dismissed with that shot as well, haven't they? Both Richie Barrington and Mohamed Wasim dismissed with that exact stroke.
Hey, you win some, you lose some, money.
Yeah, I don't think it came out of the middle by any stretch, but effective enough to get a boundary. Let's take a look. Just comes off maybe the slight under edge, but good enough to run away 2 bounces for 4.
That's a very thick under edge, a very meaty under edge, Lenny. If it carries that far.
Quick single run by Jones. I think it's a benefit to everyone that the drinks break and a commentary break's coming up. Might have to send Peter out to do some photos. Jasker and Malhotra is going to come in and join me. He's stewing by the fence there, dying to get in and have his guest commentary slot. Can USA get to drinks with an unbroken 3rd wicket partnership? 1 ball remains. They can, and Patel will keep the strike. He moves to the 40s. It's been an excellent partnership between these two. We'll take a break in the commentary box as the captain and vice captain of USA have given the home crowd something to cheer. They put on 77 together. We'll be back with you with all the action in about 5 minutes' time. Karthik Mayappan is continuing with his leg breaks and googlies, and we've got a guest in the commentary box as Jaskaran Malhotra, the Team USA star, comes to join us again. We've really enjoyed his thoughts throughout all 4 of the USA clashes so far, ruled out of at least the first series with a hand injury to his left knuckle. Jaskaran, good to see you again, mate. Firstly, how are you? How are you recovering?
I'm recovering well, so I have my x-rays on Monday, so that will determine if I play the second series or not. So just hopefully praying that things go well.
I suppose one of the big things for USA hosting these back-to-back consecutive SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series supported by Dream 11 is that they are 2 different series. There is a 3-day gap between them. They are consecutive. So that gives the home side a chance to name a different squad if you're going to be able to recover and if you could be able to get back in action. You've obviously stuck in Texas and stayed around the squad for that reason. How confident are you that you might be able to get back into action pretty soon?
Yeah, I mean, I've been recovering well. I usually take out my cast at night and just to dry the cast a little bit. It looks okay. I mean, it all depends on the doctors how they give me the final verdict, and if not, then I'll be fully fit for the T20 World Cup qualifiers.
And that's going to be next month, the T20 World Cup qualifier B, held down in Zimbabwe. Tell us about this recovery from Patel and Jones. Madani in particular was very unlucky to be dismissed for a first ball duck, and Stephen Taylor too will be disappointed having hit that full toss straight to mid-wicket. But the captain and the vice-captain of Team USA, they've come together. And it's been an outstanding recovery. The partnership's now worth 81.
Yeah, it's been a superb recovery by these two, both senior men. The good thing, what I like about this partnership is they've been very positive. As you see, that boundaries are still coming, runs are flowing. It's not like we got bobbed down after losing 2 early wickets. That's the hallmark of great batsman.
Yeah, they've contrasting styles, don't they, as we get to the end of the 19th over, 81 for 2. Patel looks to play everything really, really straight, particularly strong down the ground through mid-off and extra cover. Jones, a little bit more, likes to use that reverse sweep we've seen. We saw the slog sweep get away for 4, but they complement each other nicely.
Yeah, Monarch is a very front foot dominator player. That's his game style, and Aaron likes to wait for the ball and he likes to open up that square field. So I think they complement each other, as he said, because if Aaron is trying to look to play square and then Monarch looks to dominate that straight boundary, so which is a great combination right now, and it's working well for USA.
Change in bowling from the Lassie Ranch end of the ground. Going to see the third seam option for UAE come into the attack for the first time today. Zahra Fareed, 1 for 15 for him yesterday, and a critical 32 not out. Not in the original 14-man squad for UAE, but called into action due to that shoulder injury to Rohan Mustafa. He had a big impact on the game yesterday, and it was a massive win for UAE, who were none from 2 against Scotland, and they outplayed Scotland yesterday.
That was a good comeback by UAE, a solid performance there, but I also felt like Scotland's lower order batted pretty well. They were 120 for 9, I suppose, and then 8, and then, I mean, it was a good game. Showed UAE's character. After losing those 2 games, they made a strong comeback.
Short and wide from Zahra Fareed, and Jones can't put it away. 171 Scotland made on the same wicket yesterday, but when we woke up this morning, the magician Samuel Plummer seems to have breathed new life into the surface. There was a shine on it so bright that you could even see a bit of a reflection of some of the players in it, and it looks like a better batting surface today, even though it's the exact same wicket.
I think it's pretty much the same wicket, but I also want to give credit to the batsmen out there. Both of them have looked really positive. As we've spoke about it in the team meeting, our intent is very important. Even if we lose wickets, the positive vibes have to be there from the batsmen. Like, fielding team is always under pressure if you're trying to score runs. As you can see, there are a lot of supporters supporting USA.
All in the King Grandstand. Some speculating that stadium, or that part of the stadium, was named after Rion King. I can confirm that's not true. Our ICC match referee, who I know will be listening on to the coverage and maybe let out a bit of a chuckle in the match referee room. Always great to see the big former West Indian fast bowler down the track, and Jones beaten by a little bit of away movement, maybe a word or two from Fareed. He had a big impact coming into the squad in the series. He looks like a hungry cricketer.
Yeah, also after a drinks break, you like to lose your momentum, and that's the time where you want to focus and get that focus back again as batter, because cricket is a one ball game. You lose a focus and you can get that edge or any small mistake. It's very important for Jones and Monank to carry their bat for team. I'm pretty sure Monank and Aaron are both hungry for 100 today.
Haven't seen a century from an American batter here in Texas yet. The 2 centuries that came both belong to Scots, Richie Barrington and Kyle Coates. Sushant Madani's made a couple of very good 50s, and Gajanan Singh's hugely impactful innings, 60 off 39 deliveries in game number 1. Has that been the talk from Jagadish Aaron Kumar? The one thing he's been frustrated with is the lack of one batter kicking on for a big score?
Yes, it's important for a set batsman to always carry his bat. It's very, very important for a team's perspective, because it's always hard for a new batsman to come in and get going with his innings. So
surely angling down the leg side. Manik Patel has been dismissed. He did go a long way across his stumps. It thudded off the outside of the pad, and look at where the ball has gone. Patel disgusted. He's gone for 43, and Fareed makes an immediate impact, introduced into the attack. The drinks break has worked, and the third wicket partnership is broken at 82. Jaskaran, this one looked maybe a little leg side-ish.
Yeah, Lenny, it's wait on the replay. As I was saying about drinks break, it always, when you lose that momentum, it's very important for you to come back strong and refocus.
Yeah, here's a look at the replay again. He does come a long way across, but look at where the ball goes and look at where the keeper goes. It's angling into the pads. Cannon's off the outside of that pad. You can see the off stump and maybe just clipping the leg stump perhaps. But look at where the ball goes over to the leg side. There was no doubt from Leslie Reefer, who got the finger up immediately for the second time today.
Yeah, I think Monank was a little unlucky there, but in the end, it all boils down to the umpire's decision, and Monank again would be very upset with himself. He was batting very well and looking solid for USA, getting another start and not able to convert that start into a big score.
One more look here, just a bit of a zoom in. I think one of the indicators you get as an umpire is that where does the ball look like it's angling? And if you see the angle of this delivery, where does the ball go after it's clipped what looks to be the outside of the leg pad? It juts immediately to the leg side. One of those ones maybe on DRS it might have gone with umpire's call, but Patel felt a little unlucky. His very promising innings is over, and right now USA are back into a rebuilding phase. Gajanan Singh to the crease at number 5.
Yeah, I personally think Monank was a little hard done there, but also if you see that bowler's release, the ball was angling towards, the seam was angling towards fine leg, so that indicates the ball is going down and it's inward movement, so it clearly shows that ball was pointing towards fine leg. That's why the ball ended towards square leg. So, I mean, what worked against Monank was that he shuffled a little bit, but as still ball was, I think in my opinion, the ball was going down the leg side. But a big loss for USA. Hopefully Gajanan can cash in this opportunity.
Slip in place. It's Ahmed Raza, the skipper, at probably maybe 1.5 slips. 20 overs gone. Big wicket in that over, and a big breakthrough from Zahra Fareed. It's 82 for 3. Jones goes to that sweep shot, will pick up a single to the man out in the deep. Gajanan Singh, 30 overs he has to work with, more than he's had at many points in this series. He loves playing against leg spin, doesn't he? Do you think he's going to attack the young leg break bowler from the UAE, or will he take time and pace his innings?
I think Gajanand is a very positive guy. He likes to play shots. As I've been saying in the team meeting, the talk is all about having that intent, irrespective of how many wickets we lose. It's the intent which holds a huge value in cricket. You want to show your presence on the wicket and show that you're there to score runs and not just block good balls, and always ready to put away the bad balls. So Gaja is one guy, he likes to back his shot, and I think Gaja would bring in the big sweep.
Nicely bowled by Mayapan, and one of the things that Singh needs to be careful of, we've spoken about this just before you came in, Jaskaran. Mayapan's barely turned the ball, and when I say turned the ball, I mean turned as a leg break. His googly has gone a little bit away from the left-hander, but almost all of his deliveries, even when he's attempting to bowl the leg break, are just skidding on. So he's essentially bowling straight breaks and the occasional googly. That one there might have gone just away from Singh. This one loops off an outside edge. Singh will get off the mark, but a little bit of extra bounce. Nicely bowled. Good energy from the young leg spinner.
Yeah, Lenny, as you can see, this nature of the wicket is very glossy, right? So it doesn't have those cracks where the ball would pitch and grip, right? And then the bowler is very aware of that, so he's trying to use those angles and he's trying to bowl that googly, because that's what is going to skid away from the left-hander. As you can see, there's a slip in position as well. Even to the right-handers, I think googly is a wicket-taking book, because the ball would finish up on the stumps, and that's where bowled in LBW comes into the play. So it's smart thinking by the bowler.
Looks for that sweep. That one's kept a little low. Does enjoy that sweep shot. We haven't seen many batters sweep with much success on this wicket, potentially due to the lack of bounce.
Yes, it has been a big factor for not getting those big sweeps, and it has been a little lack of bounce. Sweep is usually played on a slow tracks where the ball grips, so you can get on top of the spin and then try to get those big sweeps. I think like if you're comfortable playing reverse sweeps on this wicket, it's much more effective, because you try to just use this bowler space and get that ball through the gap between third man and point. But it all depends on different batters. Some batsmen are comfortable playing that, and some batsmen are not comfortable playing that. Beautiful ball there by the bowler.
Good tight over from Mayapan. 2 runs coming from it. Get to the end of the 21st. It's 84 for 3. Sarah Fareed, what a tour he's having, called into action as the emergency replacement for Rohan Mustafa, who did that shoulder injury early in his first game. He's played 2 of the last 3 matches. I thought he should have been in the mix for player of the match, to be honest, yesterday. 32 off just 19 deliveries and 1 for 15 with the ball, and he's caused problems again. Got an interesting approach to the crease. He just comes in and looks to bang the pitch.
I was just going to mention that, Lenny, if you see Fareed has that smooth run up, and as a batter you don't really expect that ball to come really fast on you. As you can see in the previous ball, Gaja was rushed on that pull shot, so Gaja have to be very careful and try and still play with a straight bat, as the ball is still angling out on him, so he would rather just punch the ball in the gap and put the set batsman on strike. It's very important for USA team right now to have that solid partnership.
Down the leg side, thuds into the pad again. Anything pitching outside leg cannot be given out LBW, so very difficult to get a leg before decision coming over the wicket to a left-hander. Singh, he's notorious as a very good player of spin, maybe the best in the entire American setup.
Yes, he's a very solid player of spin. So the key of playing good spin bowling is to back yourself. So Gajanan is one player. He always will play his shot. So as you could see, like he likes to play that sweep. So he's very confident in his abilities. So he likes to back himself. So he is one of the top batters of spin in our team.
And the leg side again, it's that angle that's causing Singh just a few problems. He gets something on it, might be given as leg buys, it will be. Just how important is this game for USA today? With UAE winning yesterday, they've taken a bit of a break again in third place. Is it a must-win match?
It's very important for us as a team to approach every game as a must-win situation at this point of the tournament. Because, every game we lose or we stay behind, that gets that points table difference on us. So in the team meeting we always discuss, I know we have a long way to go forward, but still every game is very important for us, and we as a team are very well aware of that. I think that's the right approach taken by USA team today.
Flowing drive from Jones, but there's protection out there, so it'll just be a single. Here is that points table, and the reason I'm asking you, is it a must-win game? Were USA to win today, they'll be just 4 points behind UAE, with 2 games in hand as well. If they lose, though, it's an 8-point gap to bridge to get into those top 3 qualification places for the Cricket World Cup qualifier.
Yeah, Lenny, it's very important for us to have this game under our belt, and then from there we can build on, especially against a very solid series coming up with Oman and Nepal. It's very important for us to get those 3 wins in 4 games. As I said again and again, we have been having in our team meeting that every game is very important for us, Lenny.
Is it something that the team look at a lot as Singh scampers back for a single? Are you always looking at the points table?
I mean, we definitely know what's happening. We like to always know. Even so, points table is just like a scoreboard, right? When I'm batting personally, I always like to look at what the team requires. But it gives me personally, it gives me a little motivation where I can look at the scoreboard and build on it. But some players don't like to see scoreboard because they can bob down under pressure. But it all depends. But we as a team, we definitely know where we are heading and what our goals are. And I think we are in the right direction. And under the leadership of Monank and Jack, as I've mentioned earlier, we have a very positive mindset in the team meeting.
Watchful this time from Fareed, gets us to the end of the 22nd. The score 88 for 3. Special day today for a young man who's got a lot of talent. Tell us about Rahul Jarawala. We'll almost certainly see him in next at number 6.
Yes, Rahul is a very talented guy. He's an upcoming wicketkeeper batsman. Funny thing is, when I first moved to USA like 8 or 9 years ago, I used to coach him back in Bay Area. So it's now good to see him coming through the ranks and getting into the US team, and I'm very happy for him. His father has flown all the way from Bay Area to Houston, and I'm very happy for him.
Yeah, a day he'll never forget. Obviously just celebrated his birthday as well, so many happy returns to Rahul Jarawala and the entire Jarawala family watching on from around the world. Born in Fremont in California. It's fantastic to see these young American born and bred players coming through the domestic system. He was one of the stars of that national championship in November. I think if I remember correctly, Jaskaran, you weren't able to play in that national championships. You were out at the Abu Dhabi T10 at the time?
Yes, right? Lenny. I missed those because after Oman I had to go to T10 with Delhi Bulls, so I had missed that national championship. And I thought my team lost in the final. I was supposed to play for South, I guess, with Aaron Jones and Stephen Taylor.
They came up short to the West Zone Reds in the final, led by the former captain, Sarah Netravalkar. How was that T10 experience, rubbing shoulders with some of the best cricketers in the world?
It was a great experience, especially working under the leadership of Andy Flower, our head coach, Dwayne Bravo, and me. For my biggest thing was like Mohammad Hafiz and Azhar Mahmood, 2 guys, they're both stalwarts of Pakistan and England cricket, and they have played all...
Down the track, a big hit, long on. Cecil nestles under it, but he's going to watch it over his head. Kept asking the question, why are batters not using their feet on a wicket that is not turning? And every time they do use their feet, they're getting good reward. This time it's a maximum. It goes to the bat of Aaron Jones. One of the bigger hits that we've seen all week. I heard a little worry out of Jaskaran Malhotra's voice for a moment. Did you think he'd hold out, or did you know he got enough?
Oh, I think it was a good shot. I could tell, because I've been, talking a lot about their head position. He got under the ball, and then the key is he went through the shot. So when you go for those sixes, yeah, you got to go for it. Otherwise, there's all the chances of you getting hold out at the boundary. So he went through the shot, and that's the momentum which he carried out.
Don't lie to me, Jaskaran. We're live on air. Come on, just for a moment, your heart was in your mouth.
Of course, when your teammates are playing and your team is always going through that, like you want your teammates and brothers to do well. But also, I know how good of a player Aaron is. Like, he always backs himself. Just the key of hitting that six was he went through the shot. I know he didn't time it 100%, but just that momentum and the full bat flow took the ball over the boundary.
You could see from the reaction of Mayapan, the leg spinner as well, he thought maybe just for that first split second that maybe long on was in the game, but Jones got enough of it to get it all the way for a maximum. Lovely free flow of the bat coming through, getting good elevation well over long on out towards the two super fans with the signs up. That's the googly angling away from Gajanan Singh. Causing problems is Mayapan, but he's yet to pick up a wicket at the end of the 23rd. It's 95 for 3.
Same.
Bit of an update from around the cricketing world as we see the fans flooding in here to the Musa Stadium in Texas. Great to see good crowds in action. Netherlands have come up 20 runs short in the Super League. 2 Cricket World Cup Super League games today. Afghanistan beating Zimbabwe and West Indies beating the Netherlands. Plenty of eyes here on Texas too as Jones takes off for a sharp single and a really good test match in progress. I'm not sure, Jaskaran, if you've been watching any of that, but England, they need 102 more runs, but they're 5 wickets down. That's been a lovely test to watch, ebb and flow at Lord's.
Yeah, Lenny, I've seen, I love test cricket, and England made a recovery because they had lost 3 wickets, and they just lost Ben Stokes as well, their captain, and the key for England is Joe Root is still playing, and it's very important for him to get his team through, because if they lose 1 wicket right now, then the New Zealand can really get through the tail.
Yeah, fascinating test match in Lord's and a fascinating one-day international here in Texas. It's been a superb comeback. Remember, USA were none for 2, but Zara Farid found the breakthrough, trapping Mayank Patel LBW. Has brought Gajanan Singh to the crease earlier. I think he'll enjoy not having the pressure of having to score quickly right from the off. We know he has the power. Talking to the Scottish team last night, who have now departed, they're actually flying out this afternoon. They were saying of all the batters that they played against, they were most impressed by Gajanan Singh, the way he just took the game away from them in that first one-day international. A 30-ball 50, fastest 50 of this series so far. He's a class act, Gajanan Singh.
Yeah, Gaja is one of those players that he's a very experienced guy, and he's played a lot of cricket in Guyana. So Guyanese players are usually like Chanderpaul, spin. So Gaja has played that first-class games for Guyana and he's been doing good for USA. But again, key for his playing good spinners because he backs himself, he gets low, close to the ball. Was everybody, just like all of us, he's come through his hard work, and then I'm very happy for Gaja.
Speaking of a Guyanese tangent for just a moment, Tajanarayan Chanderpaul, someone who's played a bit of cricket in the USA, someone you've played with?
Yeah, I played with him in the Unity Cup. He's a quality bloke and a solid player.
Shivnarayan's son He's in a hot streak of form in the West Indies first-class competition. 140 not out, followed up by 184 not out in the next game. Could we see him follow his father's footsteps and debut in Test cricket for the West Indies?
To be honest, I haven't really following a lot of West Indies domestic cricket, but since you told me his stats, he looks to be a good player. I've played with him in Washington DC. I mean, against him, we end up getting him out early, and the good news was I got him out.
That's a nice little tangent. I didn't even know that before I brought it up. Tell us about some of those domestic competitions. Obviously, minor league cricket is probably the most fabled one and best known worldwide since its launch last year. But it's not just minor league cricket. There's all sorts of competitions right the way across the country. Every weekend there's another something that comes on to the list. Last weekend during the Memorial Day weekend there was something there in Washington DC, was it?
Yeah, it was actually the biggest prize money ever team have got. So winners got Samp Army is a very close franchise. They just won $100,000, which is a huge cash amount in cricket. So in that tournament, we did see a huge number of international players who have represented their country or representing their country. So they were about, what I heard, because we were in Texas with my team, and then what I heard was there were about 50 international players. So again, it's great for USA cricket. A lot of these youngsters rubbing shoulders with international players. So that's why if you can see guys like Rahul Jariwala, Sai, Ritvik Behera, a lot of these youngsters are coming up. Yasir, so Ali Sheikh, there's one other youngster left-arm spinner from Texas. So they're rubbing shoulders with all the international players, and that's how they're getting the confidence and coming up through the ranks.
Give us a sense of some of the names that come in. A lot of Caribbean players in particular, isn't there? Rodman Powell was playing minor league cricket last year for the New Jersey Stallions, and then a matter of months later he's in action in the IPL. But you do get really big names coming in. I think Chris Gale played a US Open a few years ago. Andre Russell has come into town, and those
Sunil
Narayan as well. The calibre of those cricketers, has that helped your own game getting to play and mix with those guys?
Yes, Lenny. It personally has helped me a lot because 2 years in a row, Andrew Russell has played for Somerset Cavaliers, and both years Andrew Russell has scored and I have scored. So personally, I guess, so when the level of competition raises, that's where not only me, like it's a great opportunity for players like me and youngsters to perform against guys like Russell. You know, there was Shoaib Maqsood in that team as well, and he played World Cup for Pakistan right after US Open. So, it gives us a chance of us
just
rubbing our shoulders.
For 1 second, Jaskaran, look at this. Turning from 2 figures into 3. The 100's going to go up on the board right on cue. It's one of our volunteers and local team that have been helping us. And cheers around the ground as the 100 gets brought up. Given the disastrous start, this has been a great recovery.
Yeah, it's been a very good recovery. Monank and Aaron did a good job for Team USA, but it's very important since Monank is back in the hut now, it's very important for Aaron to carry that bat. Gaja is a little bit on the slow side today. Usually that's unusual on Gaja likes to get on with the things, but today it's very important for a set batsman like Aaron to carry the bat and get a big score for his team.
From this platform, the 100 for 3 in the 25th, if you were in the dugout and let's say you were about to strap the pads on and come in next at number 6, is a position you so often bat for USA, what would the target be? Would you be definitely looking north of 250?
It just depends, Lenny, because we have a debutant coming in us, and he's a very positive guy. But also, I would personally like to see Gaja and Aaron bat for 15 more overs, so as he can, and then he can, after the 40th over, then in the last 10 overs, Rahul can come in and express himself much better with less pressure, scoreboard pressure. So it's very important for us to cross that 250 mark, and the wicket has been on the slower side with our strong bowling lineup. I feel very confident if we get 250, we should be able to pull this out.
Yeah, 250, that would be a total higher than the 3 that have been chased down in the last 3 games. We've seen 171 chased down, 215 of the UAE and 203 of the UAE in the 2 midweek matches that preceded yesterday's game. I think that given that the 2 totals of over 300 were well out of reach, maybe something like 250 with what's a strong American bowling attack, Ali Khan fit and firing, 250 could be enough.
Yes, Lenny, but it's very important for this pair to bat as long as possible. They need to, at least, in my opinion, I think if they can carry this partnership for another 15 more overs and carry the bat till 40, and then, as I said, Rahul is a very attacking guy. As a youngster, he doesn't have that scoreboard pressure, and he can come in and express himself, so that would be very good for USA.
So 25 overs gone. Jaskaran, we'll just keep you with us for one more over, if that's okay. Give us a sense as to not just within the Team USA camp, but around the American cricket community. You obviously speak to a lot of people. I always see you on your Instagram messages and your WhatsApps. Has there been a lot of pride at hosting this series in Texas for USA?
Yes, Lenny, it's been amazing. As we can see, there's a nice crowd. We have that support. We have our families backing us. We have our fans and friends. So, as athletes, we strive on that. We work hard, and of course, we put our heart and soul for our team. So we want that support, and we want all our fans and friends to come out and support USA. And it's a great feeling as an athlete. You want that.
And for those in the Texas region, if you're maybe just logging on and wondering what you're going to get up to for the afternoon, if you're in Houston, come on down. It's just $10. You can buy your ticket on the gate for any adults, or it's free in for all under 16s, and plenty of kids have availed of that throughout the series so far. And there's a really big crowd expected for this day next week. That's Super Saturday, it's been dubbed. See Basil Hamid into the attack. He does this sometimes, just doesn't quite get the grip he wants and runs through. And that will be a day to remember. Lots and lots of Nepali fans in particular. We've got a kids cricket demonstration on the outfield. The T10 sports team are going to be in town with a marquee selling the new USA Cricket merchandise. I think some of the USA players are going to be signing some autographs and posing for a few selfies. That's the kind of family day out that USA Cricket is going to be really pleased to put on, and hopefully get a bumper crowd here to the Musa Stadium.
Yeah, it'll be a big game against Nepal, and we all know Nepalese fans are very, they're yeah, but it's good to have that your team support. They love their country, and it's a great feeling for the Nepali guys to have that support wherever they travel in the world. Lenny, I have a question. That jersey number looks pretty familiar. The bowler's jersey number. Can you remember?
Basil 4. Now you'll have to fill me in, Jaskaran. We barely slept this week, remember? Sweep shot attempted, and Gajanan Singh has been given. This one looked pretty full, pretty straight, and if it turned at all, it was probably going to go on and cannon into the stumps. I don't think Gajanan Singh can have too many arguments with this one from my first look, and another player falls playing across the line.
Yeah, Lenny, I think it was a little too full to sweep, but Gaja was finding it a little hard today. But with the set batsman and Aaron on the non-striker, Gaja could have just played it straight and put him on strike. But unfortunately, that's Gaja's strength. But today, he missed the sweep shot, and umpire judge MLBW.
Yeah, the two previous decisions, there's been a bit of conjecture about whether Madani got something on it down the leg side and whether Patel was a bit unlucky. But this, from first look, it's going to have pitched in line, probably pitched around middle stump, although the umpire's in the way. Hit him in line, and I think that's going to go on and cannon into maybe even the middle stump. Singh, no arguments, just checking where he's positioned. And Basil Hamid, he loves it, arms outstretched. That's the fourth wicket, a big breakthrough. Power-packed left-hander Singh is dismissed. It'll bring the debutant to the crease, and what a moment for the 18-year-old.
Yeah, it's a proud moment for Rahul Jariwala. I'm also, when I was a youngster and I made my debut, you probably have some early butterflies in your stomach as well. So I think it's very important to have those early butterflies, because it kind of motivates you and pushes you more to do well for your country. And I'm very confident Rahul looks like a solid player, and then he would do well for his team today. And in that replay, if you can see, Gaja just yorked himself. As I said, it's a little too full to sweep. If it would have been, as in the replay we can see, Gaja just kind of yorked himself. That's too full to sweep. He just misread the length there. If you see, the ball almost landed close to his front foot. So if Gaja would have went for that paddle sweep, that would have been a better option with the ball skidding on.
Yeah, certainly looked to be pretty plumb, full and straight, and there hasn't been much turn and offer. He didn't need to turn it much, maybe just straighten it a bit if he could. Here's the youngster on his international debut. Butterflies will be flying. And it's the leg cutter that we see Basil Hamid bowl sometimes, and Jariwala Gets off the mark. No duck on debut for him. Confident start for the young man.
Yeah, if you see the ball, his bat is way in front of his body and the ball lands under the bat, if you can see. For a sweep shot to play successfully, you got to have that length right where you can get on top of the ball. But Gaja is a very strong sweeper of the ball, but unfortunately he missed that sweep shot today.
Jones continues to work the ball around, and you get a sense now Aaron Jones will have to bat all the way into that final power play for USA.
It's very important, Lenny, as we have a debutant on the other side. It's Aaron's, as a senior batter and a set batsman, very important for him to carry the bat on, because after this we have our all-rounders to come in with Nisar again. We have Cameron who can bat as well.
What kind of a player is Jarawala? Big hitter, or he kind of works the ball around?
I think he likes to play his shots. I haven't seen a lot of him because he's in the West Coast and I'm in the East Coast. But he looks to be a very solid player. But in nets yesterday, he looked very solid. But also, I've seen him play a lot of sixes as well, so which is a great sign. Again, as a batter, you always want to back yourself and believe in your ability.
So at the end of the 26th over, it's a wicket-taking one. Disappointment for Gajanan Singh today. We'll bid farewell to Jaskaran Malhotra. Thanks as always for your thoughts. Might chat to you later on, mate.
All right, Lenny. Thank you.
Karthik Mayappan's going to continue, almost unchanged, and that's going to be 50 for Aaron Jones. It will be a fourth one-day international 50 in his 18th innings today. Solid average over 30, strike rate a little bit lower than some might like, career 64, and it's pretty similar for him today. That strike rate in the 60s, but a few boundaries and a point to the heavens in thanks for Aaron Jones as he gets to that long mark. He'll want to double up, he'll want to bat all the way through. Strike rate of 65, he's got the young debutant for company. USA need to keep rebuilding. Jaskaran Malhotra was talking about more than 250 is what USA will want. I think anything over 220 from here he'd probably be satisfied with. Andrew Leonard here with you as always on what is turning into a slightly nice start with the weather. A little bit of rain about. Meant UAE chose to bowl first. And I've got company in the commentary box. Aman Patel comes to join me after what was a...
Thank you, Leonard, Andrew, and they definitely are building nicely. We saw that Aaron Jones comes in with 2 wickets down very quickly.
Pickup shot from the youngster. Jarawala says, I'm not here to just knock the ball around on debut. If I see a bowler who's not spinning it much, I'm going to take him on. And although the slip's in place, it's a perfectly safe shot because only deep square leg out got that in front of square. 2 runs to his account on international debut. Just 18 years of age, mate.
He's had an exciting couple of years now. Came into the under-19 team just at 15 years of age. Was left off, though, the very next year, and he actually checked his dad's email for that email letter saying that he had been selected. And once he found out he hadn't, he ran 3 miles to his friend's house to talk about it. And then from there, just had an absolutely extraordinary minor league with the Silicon Valley Strikers, playing with the likes of Unmuk Chand, Shehan Jayasuriya, putting up innings of 81 off of 55, 45 runs off of 45. As we see the slip quickly out of play, realizing that Rahul is the aggressive player that all the American fans know he is. And he's just, again, that whirlwind roller coaster of a ride he's had the past couple of years. I think everything's coming to fruition here, especially after a great men's national championships. He's going to look to have a good innings here in his debut.
Good confident start as well, isn't it? He's a very quiet, unassuming guy. Would it be fair to say he's a little bit shy and just finding his first steps into international cricket here?
Yeah, shy is the word you use once you're first getting to know him, and he is a little bit more reserved, and you'll see it when he's batting as well. Doesn't have this kind of flamboyant personality. Flamboyant shots, maybe, but he is someone who just kind of is quiet, likes to do his business his way. But when he's on, there's no one more fun to watch, at least in my eyes, here in American soil.
Yeah, what a special day it is for him and his family. He's off to a confident start. He's got his vice captain at the far end, and USA moved to a Nelson. 27 gone. It's 111 for 4. Plenty of options for Ahmed Raza to choose from. It's been interesting to see that he's kept his young leg spinner on unchanged. 7 overs, none for 30. We haven't seen many bowlers bowl lengthy spells. Ahmed Raza himself only bowling 3. And the wickets have been shared around, 3 going to the seamers, albeit through some pretty friendly bowling to start with from the 2 openers, Kashif Dawood, and that's the reverse sweep from Aaron Jones. A shot that's created great controversy in the commentary box between Peter Della Penna and I, but the home fans love it. They whoop and whistle as Jones gets a boundary through a well-affected reverse sweep.
Yeah, missed it the first time around, ended up going for a boundary, and then he said they'll take it the first time. Aaron Jones will take this one the second time, gets all of it, and it's a shot he plays quite often. Not a shot we've seen be very profitable on this wicket here in Musa. More straight bat shots, but there was a gap between backward point and the man sitting more of a cover point, and he was able to pierce it.
Worked into the leg side for USA to think of north of 250. Does Aaron Jones have to bat all the way almost to the 50th over?
It feels that way at the moment. Rahul can definitely take things over, and you still have some big hitters to come. But Aaron Jones is the guy who can stroke it around, can play the big shots, and he's looked in good touch. It feels like it's not easy to get going on this wicket. We've seen the Pacers nip back in, and that's something that isn't easily dealt with, and Jones has done very nicely to deal with it.
Smashed away. That's a good shot. Incredibly exciting young cricketer. Many USA fans have wondered why they haven't seen him yet in this series. He was initially selected in the 14-man squad, but overlooked for Saiteja Mukamala, who came in to replace Jaskaran Malhotra. And we're just getting a flavour of the excitement of Jarawala, smashed away into the deep. His first boundary in international cricket.
And it brings a smile to my face. Again, it was well done from Rahul. Just stayed back on his crease, played that cross-bat shot, and powers it away for 4. He is a very big and powerful guy, and he's going to play his shots. That's the one thing you need to know about Rahul. Doesn't matter the situation. His shots will come.
To a confident start, and can't have been easy watching on for 3 games, but if he's watched enough of the 5 matches that have been completed so far, he'll have learnt a lot from maybe some of the others. Just needs to be careful going back on this wicket. It's not easy to go back deep in the crease.
Yeah, it isn't easy to go back. We've seen countless occasions people getting trapped on the back foot. We've seen balls kind of nip back through, hit the pads dead straight. But he has learned. It seems like he sat there. He's really taken into account what his fellow batsmen have done. And he's come in, he's played with a straight bat, punished the balls that deserve to be punished, and it's off to a confident start.
28 overs gone, 120 for 4. Let's take a look even at those 2 boundaries. The first one was a reverse sweep from Aaron Jones. Well affected and I suppose reasonably safe because he got outside the line of off stump and his head right over the ball. What about this shot though from Jarawala? This will get a lot of American fans purring.
Yeah, it was lovely. Brought a smile to my face, Lenny, as soon as I saw it. It was vintage Rahul, what we'd love to see from him. And just leaned back, pushed it through the gap. Again, he's a very confident stroke player, and if he sees the ball that he feels he can hit, he's going to play his shot through it.
Ahmed Raza will take the young leg spinner out of the attack. He'll bring himself back on, perhaps just a little concerned at that flurry of runs for USA. Been a topsy-turvy innings, isn't it? Those 2 wickets and 2 balls, they silenced the home crowd, but they're coming into the game now. For USA, I think anything north of 250, if they could get there, you talk about doubling your score from the 30 over mark. I think it would be very competitive and could be difficult for UAE to chase down.
Yeah, it would be very difficult. We've seen a couple times on these wickets that 100 in the last 10 is not out of the ordinary. In the first 2 matches, we saw it quite regularly. So the last 10 overs have been there for the batsmen to play their shots and to score runs. But that would still leave you at 220. You got to find a way to manufacture those 30-odd runs. Find the overs where you can put those flurry of boundaries on. And if these two hang in the middle for another 5 or so overs, we know Aaron Jones will start seeing it like a beach ball maybe, and Rahul Jariwala, as he's gotten off to this confident start, he looks to be, seeing the ball quite well and putting the punishment to it. So this could be a very important partnership for the USA if they hope to reach that 250 mark.
More round arm and flatter through the air from Jones. He'll scamper through for a quick single. For Jariwala, what will be the approach from here? You've seen that he can play aggressive strokes. Will he continue to take that aggressive approach, or just look for the singles to complement Jones?
Well, I think for Rahul, it's always been a ball-by-ball basis. We've seen him play in both formats, or both phases of that, where we've seen him score with, a plus 150 strike rate, and then at other times play at a more 100 strike rate. So I think at this moment he's going to just look to
smash it out of the park, I think is what you were going to say, Aman Patel. That's a very confident stroke, and a kiss of the ball from PJ Gunnels, and a shine of it thrown back to a UAE fielder who's not going to like that at all. What a shot! 2 days after his 18th, in fact 1 day after his 18th birthday, Rahul Jariwala says, "I'm not here to take part, I am here to take over."
Well, that's a birthday gift and a half, and I told you earlier he's going to play his shots. If that ball is there, he is going to try to send it over the rope. He's had a lot of success down here in Houston, be it the men's nationals, be it the under-19 camps, and another great shot, glorious, puts that one over cow corner for 6 runs to his name.
Big hit and a debut 6 for an 18-year-old who looks full of confidence. Ahmed Raza has been playing internationally for the UAE since 2007. 2007, and Rahul Jariwala at that point in his life was just 3 years of age. And he's saying, "I'm going to take you, Ahmed Raza. You might be the most experienced and the best bowler in this Emirati side. I'm going to take you down." What a shot of audacious talent, and one with the impunity of youth. That is brilliant from Jariwala. We are in for some entertainment over the course of the next 20 overs if he can keep going.
Absolutely, and again, if these two can stay in, it's going to be really exciting, because Rahul, it doesn't matter the situation, he is going to play his shots full of confidence. We saw him come into the men's national championship, and as we take another look at this 6, again, it was just flighted up a touch, outside off stump, and Rahul said, "Thank you very much, I'll see you back over the boundary."
And what about PJ Goodalls? He'll never forget this. Picking it up pretty cleanly. Good work in the deep from Goodalls. A kiss of the ball and a good shine on the stars and stripes for good measure. And well bowled back into. A good day from PJ. Thank you very much for that. But the free flow of the bat from Jariwala is what made that shot so special. Didn't try to overhit and just made it look so easy. Almost let the bat do the work. And UAE, I know it's only a couple of overs, they look shell-shocked from this introduction of Jariwala into the team.
They do. How many people expected the just newly turned 18-year-old, finally an adult, to come into an ODI side and just light up the ground basically from the get-go? And again, it's just the confidence in which he plays with that is really unmatched. The power that he's had this power since he was 15 years old, never feels like he's overhitting it, just lunges into it, let the bat do the work, and the runs talk, and you can see the USA fans, they're amped up, they went to go get a little snack, they're ready to see more Rahul Jariwala.
Would you say, Aman, those USA fans are fired up?
Absolutely, they're fired up.
Are they ready to go?
They're ready to go.
I think they are fired up and ready to go. It's been a bit of a catchphrase of this series. We are in the land of the former President Barack Obama. That was his catchphrase. Fired up, ready to go. Team USA here on home soil. And it's just been given a jolt, hasn't it? An injection of adrenaline. And it's come from the 18-year-old, the youngster. We've had some pretty turgid cricket, particularly through games number 4 and 5 in the series. Maybe we could be in for a nice high-scoring affair in front of a good crowd and plenty of USA shirts on offer. They're enjoying the action.
Absolutely enjoying the action, and again, you can see more smiles through the crowd. You can see a little bit more chatter now because they were thinking, man, are we even going to get to that 220 mark? And how much pressure does this take off of Aaron Jones now to see Rahul Jariwala as we see the Cowboys in the stands, our very own Julian out there in the stands. But again, the pressure taken off of Aaron Jones now where he can play a little bit more of his game if he wants to, just take the singles here and there, because Rahul has shown the caliber to play the ball and hit it miles past the boundary.
Big hit. Bit of a break in play there. Sarah Farid now ready to go, and Aaron Jones spanks him down the ground. USA starting to go through the gears. We could be in for some real entertainment over the last 20 overs. The home fans, they love it.
Absolutely love it. Again, the boundary's starting to flow a little bit more. Only went for 8 runs in his previous 3 overs. This time Aaron Jones says, you're going to bowl that one short again. I'm going to punish you back down the ground. Just back of a length outside the off stump. And Aaron frees up his arms. Plays it beautifully for 4. Saying, Rahul, I can play some shots too.
Worked away, going to be back-to-back boundaries. All of a sudden, USA making hay with the sun coming out. What a little burst this has been for the 5th wicket partnership between Jones, the vice-captain, and Jariwala. An overcorrection from Farid. He drifts down the pads, and Jones just clips him away. 8 runs from the first 2 balls of the over.
And it's just smart batting here. Didn't try to do anything extra. As we take a look at the replay, just worked it through the leg side. Didn't try to cream it through there. Just a little tap. Let the pace do the work. Aaron Jones, he's starting to find a flurry here. 8 runs to start the over. And the UAE under some pressure now.
More runs, just a single this time into the leg side. I know this is going to sound contradictory in point. We're playing on the same wicket as yesterday, but it feels like a completely different pitch. Yesterday was slow and difficult to bat on, and the spinners had a big role to play. Samuel Plummer's worked some magic overnight. Don't know what exactly he's put on the surface, probably a lot of moisture, and then rolled that out. There was a real shine and sheen to it. We've seen good carry. We've better batting wicket than the same one that we played on yesterday.
Absolutely does, and we've seen more and more batsmen start to play through the line. Rahul with the slog sweep. We saw Aaron Jones with a couple reverse sweeps. Over. The batsmen are now feeling a little bit more comfortable to play through the line. The bounce is good for the bowlers. It's still the wicket where if you put this one on stumps and you tell the batsman you miss, I hit, is where you're going to find the most success as a bowler. But definitely looks better than it did yesterday. Not as much grip or even sideways movement. We saw very little of it yesterday, and today not much to follow.
Goods into the pad, and Jariwala has been trapped LBW. I think he felt this might have been going down. Again, another batter just coming across his stumps. Is this one angling, or is it not? For the 4th time in this innings, up goes the finger of umpire Reefer. Has Jariwala been hard done by on debut? Another teenager falls in the teens on his debut. Just 14 runs to his name, despite all the promise.
Yeah, he's going to be disappointed with that dismissal. He came back and across and tried to play a cross-batted shot, maybe not needed, but I'm not sure about this decision. It looked a touch high, and I think that's what he was signaling as soon as it hit, and maybe even going down the leg stump. I was surprised at how quickly that finger went up. You could see Rahul looked away immediately. Let's take another look at this. Again, he does bring it back in just a touch.
Definitely came across his stumps a little bit, but look at that angle. The ball angling down. Where is it hit? Oh no, maybe this is a pretty fair decision. That's probably going to cannon into leg stump. Just got himself into a bit of bother. I said you've got to be careful going back on this wicket. And that one is definitely out. And the youngster, After all that promise, one big hit too many. Sarah Farid might have gone for 9 in the over, but he's found his second wicket.
Yeah, and it's a big wicket at that. Rahul looked in pretty good nick, played a couple of nice shots, and again just got trapped trying to go on the back foot, trying to pull it away. How many times have you said, Lenny, the cross-threaded shots not really performing at Musa, more of a track to play straight down, play to it, and when the ball is there, I think Rahul just played one too many shots there, ends up losing his wicket, and Farid is going to be happy. May have messed up his economy rate a little bit, but the wicket is what he wanted to break that fifth wicket partnership.
Yeah, you just feel like they needed that. It was a real burst, a salvo from both Jones and Rahul Jarawala. Peter De La Pena told us about the really poor record that teenagers from the United States of America have on their debut. I don't think anyone's made more than 18 on international debut, and another one of those young debutants falls for a low score. 14 he made, but showed the kind of promise that he might be able to bring. It'll bring the highly experienced Nisarg Patel to the crease. A game that continues to fascinate as we approach the end of the 30th over. Farid finds the breakthrough. 30 gone. The score 136 for 5. See that little burst there between the 27th and the 30th over. Lots of runs coming, but critically for the United Arab Emirates, they have struck back Amman, and they needed to, because things were just getting taken away from them a bit, and Aaron Jones is going to have to be very careful now. He'll once again need to steel himself and make sure that bats right the way through, deep into this third and final power play, into the last 10 overs. USA, they don't have much margin for error.
Yeah, and we talked about some of that pressure being alleviated off of Aaron Jones' shoulders because of what Rahul Jariwala was able to do. That pressure now put back on. Yes, we've seen Nisarg Patel play really good innings here at Musa, and you're going to be confident in his abilities. But for Aaron Jones, you lose your wicket now, and then you see the tail start to form. So for Aaron Jones, he's gonna want to play that 50 overs and that pressure back on him, and that's why I think Ahmed Raza has brought himself back on to maybe see if he can get Aaron to play a false shot.
Nisarg Patel made good contributions in the first 2 games, both unbeaten, 34 not out. Be looking to do something similar today. I don't think he's looked in any trouble when he's batted.
No, I think he's played to the promise of the wicket, which is with the straight bat, play through the line, and he's been confident in all the strokes he's played, and I think he's going to do a really good job facilitating to Aaron Jones here, whilst Aaron Jones is in the middle.
.31 gone, 138 for 5. Huge impact. That's error Farid has made on this game. We'll wait for the signal here. This could be leg buys. Just cause problems with that angle in and the bustling action that he's delivered with.
Yeah, and it's been the reason he's been so successful. Just that late movement in, and just creates that little bit of uneasiness on the batsman. And we've seen it from a lot of the UAE pace bowlers, even from the Scotland pace bowlers. Just everything coming back in a little bit. And so you have to be wary of your stumps, especially if you start that one on off stump. It creates a world of trouble because the batsman has to take that into account. And we've seen if you're on stumps, it's very hard to score for these batsmen here at Musa.
Hit down the ground, and that's a pretty audacious stroke from Aaron Jones, hit with a straight bat, which is where all the success has been in this series. Going to fly all the way for 6, takes on the mid-off fielder who's up in the circle. It's hit on the up, and given the recent wicket that's just been fallen, that is a spectacular shot.
Well, that area seems to be an area of liking for Aaron Jones. Shades of that Gudgeon Singh 6 we saw in Florida against Ireland, where he's just on that back foot and runs through it with the bat over the top of the mid-off fielder. Really spectacular shot there. And again, Aaron Jones, he's going to play his shots. He's played 92 deliveries, 73 runs to his name. Unreal.
Slower ball, I think that's the leg cutter from Farid. Plenty of action we've seen so far. Just seen a few clips of it here from Jones. Very busy cricketer.
Very, very busy. And again, everything comes pretty much after the point of impact. Once the point of impact there, you'll see him 2 steps down, trying to see if you want to take that run. He'll come back, and he's always active around the crease, the shuffling that he makes. And once he connects on a couple, it's just some of the prettiest stuff to watch in U.S. cricket.
Hard to anticipate where this innings is going. The run rate's actually pretty good, pushing up towards 5 runs and over. The big concern for USA fans, 5 wickets down, and plenty of penetrative bowling to come from the UAE. Things could easily drift away and be bowled late for 180, or if Aaron Jones keeps going and gets some support from the middle lower order from USA, maybe 250 pluses on the cards.
Definitely, as we look at this replay, again, just hung in the crease straight back, and it was just glorious, full flow, full extension. The finish kind of was reminiscent of a golf shot, the way it just kind of clipped him behind the head. So glorious shot there. And as you said, if Aaron Jones can keep going, if we see the support from that lower middle order, you're going to see the USA able to creep up near 230, but it all depends on what they can do in the lower middle order.
They have said it near to 100 times now. Play straight in Musa. That's where you get your good reward. 32 gone. 146 for 5. In fact, we're going to have a drinks break now. We'll also have a commentary change. I'll thank Aman Patel for the moment. We'll be back with you with all the action with this game. Not just fascinatingly poised today, but also fascinatingly poised in terms of its impact on the Cricket World Cup League 2 table. USA 146 for 5. Welcome back after the drinks break. Andrew Leonard here with you. Second drinks break of 2 that we see in every ODI innings. I've got Peter Della Penna rejoining me, who was out in and around the crowds. Seemed to be building up quite nicely, and we'll find out from him in a moment as to just what the atmosphere is like. The game beautifully poised in the 33rd over. USA's run rate is pretty healthy, but a big concern, they've lost 5 wickets. Won't really be able to afford to lose any more in this second power play before getting to the last 10 into those slog overs. Power play 3. Nicely bowled, beautiful loop from Raza, and Jones gets it away to move to 75. Peter, looks like a great buzz building up around the Musa Stadium.
A lot of energy out there in the shaded seating area. Plenty of applause whenever USA hit a boundary, Lenny. But
big shot attempted by Nisarg Patel, but no real time, and just get a single.
it took an Aaron Jones reverse sweep to make them start chanting USA, USA, USA. That's the power of the reverse sweep, Lenny. It's a crowd pleaser. It'll bring the fans in.
I sense a bit of fake news reporting. I heard the USA chat when he hit that beautiful straight shot for 6 down the ground. Special day today for USA as they move very close to bringing their 150 up. 33 gone. Peter, this game is really on a knife edge.
Well, USA 5 wickets down, but this is still a very, very good wicket. And Aaron Jones looks set for 3 figures. Be the first ODI century on American soil by a USA player, if he can get there. The other thing I learned from meeting some of these people who are sitting in the seats over there, as the camera just showed before the start of this over by Zawar Farid, was asking a bunch of the fans who were sitting over there, Lenny, is everybody here from Houston? Are you all local? And almost every single one of them shouted at me, Lenny, yes, we're local, from Pearland. We're not from Houston. Very, very sensitive, Lenny, about that. Had to underline that for the people watching home. Very distinct. Pearland is outside the Houston city limits. It's its own municipality. They take great pride in the fact that they're from Pearland, not Houston.
Patel works this into the leg side for a single. Yeah, we are south of the city limits of Houston. Big, big city, though. Seems to spread forever. It's about a 30-minute drive, probably from the city centre of Houston, in beautiful Pearland.
There's another gentleman over there who came with his partner named Steve. I met 2 of them. I can't remember his wife's name, but they were there at Prairie View last month, or 2 months ago now, in April, during the MLC Houston Challenge Series. They caught the tail end of the last match that USA played as a warm-up preparation for these matches. And they got a chance to meet Nastush Kenjige. They got a chance to meet Saurabh Netravalkar as the USA players were leaving to go back to their team bus that day. And they had such a good time talking to these guys that they vowed they would try to come out to some of these series, even though they live in College Station. College Station, the home of Texas A&M. It's on the Northwest Pathway along one of the main highway spokes that leads out of Houston. College Station, about an hour and a half to 2 hour drive to get to Pearland. It's much closer to Prairie View, the cricket complex out there, but they wanted to see USA so badly, Lenny. They made the trip from College Station this morning, close to 2 hour drive to get to Pearland. And I asked them, what do you think? And they said, we're having a better time here than we had at Prairie View. Great occasion, great atmosphere. They were the only ones there at Prairie View.
150 comes up and bonus runs here, and 4 of them for Nisarg Patel. Not where he intended. It's come away off an under edge, maybe almost the toe of the bat, And Fareed, he's proved a little expensive today despite those 2 breakthroughs, and the width again was the issue here for the UAE seamer.
Seen a number of runs go through this third-man region today. Aaron Jones has had a few boundaries. Seen some byes go through there. As you see the manual scoreboard.
Getting the updates dialed in from the scoring team just to make sure he's right on the money as we creep towards the end of the 34th. Patel, his batting form has been good, and he feels like just the man you want coming to the crease in a situation like this for USA.
Well, if you look at the averages here in Texas, it's been Nisarg and Gajanan Singh who have been leading the averages for USA. Started off the series with a pair of not outs, and then he was out for a duck. He's starting to find his touch again here today. Plenty of time here for him to accelerate, much in the same way he did in that first match here in Texas against Scotland, when he had that fantastic partnership with Gajanan Singh over the course of the last 6 or 7 overs of that innings.
Big shot attempted by Jones into the leg side, just a single to Rizwan CP. Rahul Jarawala certainly didn't look out of place. Hit a big 6 and got the fans very excited indeed. But then he fell, going deep in his crease, playing across the line, and probably going to go on and cannon into the leg stump. A pretty fair decision.
Well, I don't think I've ever seen somebody that eager to run out on their debut. As soon as the finger went up on Gajanan Singh's dismissal, it was like Rahul Jarawala was shot out of a cannon. He wasn't even sitting down. Most of the players, when they're waiting to bat, they're sitting in a chair that's part of the USA dugout. There's a chair it's basically the designated chair for whoever the incoming batter is going to be. Everybody else sits in that chair. Rahul Jarawala was bouncing up and down, shuffling side to side. He could not sit still. He had a bundle of energy waiting to go out there on his debut.
Big shot attempted as the flighted delivery from Raza. Is it going to be picked out by the man in the deep? It is. Alishan Sharaf, who's an excellent fielder. And the teasing, tempting piece of left-arm spin bowling accounts for a left-arm spinner in the shape of Nisarg Patel. And that's another big moment. The game swings again. USA lose their 6th. And he just couldn't help himself. Nisarg Patel couldn't get it over the rope, and he's paid the price. That's the 6th wicket.
Well, most of the week the wind has been blowing out that way, but unfortunately today, really no wind at all to assist in this shot. He got plenty of width. You could see what he was trying to do. He just got under it a bit too much. Sharafu was fielding quite straight on the long off boundary, but Nisarg Patel got under that so much that it allowed Sharafu to cover the 25 to 30 yards, running to his left along the rope, unable to clear that 75-yard boundary. And Nastush Kenjige promoted ahead of Cameron Stevenson. They want somebody who's going to stick around and bat long and run quickly between the wickets. Nash, one of the fittest players in the team, started off his career for USA at number 11, but in recent years he's been moving up the order. We've seen him bat as high as 5 on the Tour of Oman in September. He scored a 90 while captaining the Southwest squad in the USA National Championships in November, batting in the middle order. So he's worked so hard. He's probably shown the greatest improvement of any player I've ever seen their batting from the start of their career in the 13 years that I've been covering the U.S. national team. And you think of where he was when he first began his career, I don't think anybody's worked harder to lift their batting game than Nastush Kenjige, and that's why you see him here coming in at 8. They're trying to hold back Cameron Stevenson for some late power hitting. They want to get the late surge, and so they've sent Kenjige in there just to stretch out the game a little bit.
Yeah, I think that's a pretty good decision from the USA Cricket management. 35 overs gone, 155 for 6. Ahmed Raza has used his leg spinner really well. Gave him a big vote of confidence today, bowling 7 overs back to back. He's going to have a change of ends and come in from the Massey Ranch end of the ground with 3 overs to go. If Mayapan could find his first of the day, the game would surely swing heavily towards the UAE.
Well, this is the end that he struggled from, but on that day it was a heavy wind in that occasion. He's been given probably his last 3 overs from this end of the ground, the Massey Ranch end, where the wind not nearly what it was a couple days ago. Another reason for putting Kenjige up this high in the order is he's increased his confidence against spin bowling. They feel that he's a very good player spin. And even though this might not be the situation for it, he does play that reverse sweep plenty.
Ever heard the expression, a dog with a bone, Peter?
Is this a milk bone?
Have you ever heard the expression?
What kind of brand is this bone that we're talking about, Lenny?
Have you ever heard the expression, a dog with a bone?
Did you read up on your dog food brands the other day, Lenny, in the time that we had between matches?
I had to put you on a temporary mute on Twitter. I love your content usually, but I had to give you a 24-hour timeout.
Slight change in the field just off screen. A short cover has been put into place with Kenjige prodding at this a little bit hard-handed from the leg spinner, Mayapan.
It's Mohammad Wazeem in there, very tight indeed. The reason I ask you, have you heard of the expression, you are like a dog with a bone about the reverse sweep?
Well, if he plays it, Lenny, he's going to get the crowd going bonkers. You should have heard the noise that was generated when Aaron Jones played it for 4 a bit earlier.
Surely not about just making the crowd go bonkers, Peter. It's about scrapping up to a total. USA need to get towards 250 if they can. There's the conventional sweep. That's because the slip had just come into place and the 45 had gone out, taken from well outside off stump. Pretty safe shot. Kenjige gets off the mark. He does like to manipulate the ball around both sides of the wicket, Kenjige, and like you said, his batting really is improving.
It's one of the things that has also been a standout feature. He's probably the biggest thinking cricketer when it comes to his batting, and that's aided in his increased scoring over the course of the last several years. He's always aware of the field, always looks to manipulate the field, as you said, Lenny. He's probably the most impressive player I've seen in that regard. He's always scanning the field, and the majority of his shots are based on basically where the field setting is, regardless of where the ball is pitched, line and length. He's looking to play his shots majority of the time based on how he's picked out the field and where his biggest gap is. So you saw him play that from well outside off stump, just getting across his stumps, flicking that paddle sweep through fine leg because there was such a big gap there.
Been a fascinating inning so far, it has to be said. Ebbed and flowed, and for USA, so much of their hopes rest on the man who was at the crease when the score was 0-for-2. That's their vice-captain, Aaron Jones. Still sense, Peter, he really needs to be there in the 49th or 50th over for USA to get past that 250 mark. A lot of work to do to get there.
Well, again, he's got not just the technique, but the fitness level to last that long. This is right up there with the first day of the series as the most uncomfortable day, conditions-wise, in terms of the humidity. It is incredibly sticky out there. Fans who were out there, whether they're in the shade or not, everybody's sweating bullets. It's not really as hot as some of the other days.
It's that sweep shot out, no one behind square on the leg side. Should be time for a couple. You've got to give great credit to Aaron Jones for being positive in his approach as well against the spinners, the way he's used his feet, got down the track those various sweep options. We've seen the reverse, like you said, and then the lap sweep there, closing in on 3 figures. He's never got there before in ODI cricket, but he's by a distance the leading run scorer in this Cricket World Cup League 2 series for USA. Probably America's most consistent batter.
Well, not in ODI cricket, but in limited overs cricket for USA. He's scored a century in Namibia. That was his most recent effort. That was just before USA got ODI status, and it was actually on that tour that USA played their first ODI since 2004. This was in 2019 at World Cricket League Division 2 in Namibia. USA got a top 4 finish in round robin play to secure ODI status. And they played their first ODI since the 2004 Champions Trophy on that tour against Papua New Guinea. But earlier in that tour, in a thriller, Lenny, match that went right down to the final over. You were there on the call when USA clinched a dramatic victory thanks to a game-ending run-out. Saurabh Netravalkar off his own bowling. Ali Khan took 5 wickets, including 3 in an over at the death. That was the preceding over, the 49th overs, when Ali Khan took those 3 wickets. And lost in the shuffle, almost a footnote in that game. Aaron Jones scored a first-inning century that helped revive a USA innings at a stage when they were really struggling. He had a century partnership with Hayden Walsh Jr. in that game. And it goes down as a List A century. Division 2 had List A status, but did not have ODI status. That's the last time that Jones has made a century for USA, but he looks primed to get to the landmark today, Lenny.
Basil Hamid is going to come back into the attack after just that 1 over of Karthik Mayappan, whose leg breaks just haven't turned an inch. So a little bit unthreatening today, the leg spinner. And that might be concerning for both Nosh Kenjige and Nisarg Patel, as well as Stephen Taylor, the 3 main spin options for USA. Perhaps it's going to need to be the seam attack of America, the likes of Cam Stevenson, Ali Khan, as Peter De La Pena was just talking about. Jones into the 80s. It's not going to be Basil Hamid. They're going to go back to the leg spinner. Karthik Mayappan. That'll be wide outside the off stump. It's generally been a pretty tight bowling performance so far. Just the 1 wide prior to that one. Down the leg side that one was. This time outside the off stump. Mayappan really isn't getting his wrist position exactly where he'd like it, so not getting any side spin. Tossed up, and Jones smashes that one a long, long way. Goes into the roof. Probably the biggest hit we may have seen the entire tournament. The straight bat shot paying dividends for Jones. Tossed up, and Jones says, "Thanks a million. I'll smash you out of the Musa Stadium."
Well, we saw a 6 yesterday, Lenny, that went off the front porch of the visitors' change room. And this one, Jones goes one better, as you said, onto the roof.
Big hit, that one. Maybe the biggest of the entire series. Won't repeat the dose. He'll be happy to pick up a single.
Just in the last 15 to 20 minutes, really just before the drinks break, the wind has started to pick up, and it is blowing a little bit to the south. So it's going from north to south from the Pearland end where Jones and Kenjige are batting from. So Mayappan bowling into the wind, and Jones just got that up in the air, and the wind starting to gust a little bit stronger now at about 50 miles an hour. Help that go on its way.
It's been a masterclass, this, from Aaron Jones. Faultless, flawless in every capacity. He's moved to 87, that unlucky number down under. But he's looked so assured throughout the innings. At 87 coming off 111 balls. He's got that strike rate up towards 80. If Jones is striking at 80, the American team are in pretty good shape. Career strike rate in and around 64, 65. Tossed up again, and Jones hits it into the offside. This could be a chance, and it's being taken. The unlucky number in Australia works for UAE. He's on 87, and Rizwan CP takes a very good catch in the deep. I think it was the googly again from Mayappan, and that's why Jones has tried to go over extra cover. He's got it much squarer than he would have liked, and with 9 runs coming from the first 3 legal deliveries of that over, Jones hangs his head. He was flawless, he was perfect, he was chanceless up to that moment, but now he's gone, and USA have lost their 7th.
Lenny, that's almost deja vu from the series in December 2019. He was on 95 on that occasion. It looked like he was going to be making USA's first ever ODI century, and he picked out the man on the boundary on that occasion too, a deep square leg, hooked the ball that looked like it was going to go for 6, and it was juggled on the rope and held on to. And this is almost in identical circumstances where he looked like he was going for 100, just gets under this ball, as you said, going a little bit square than he intended. He was trying to go over extra cover, got it a bit too wide, bit too square to pick up the man at cover sweeper, just on the outer half of the bat, and a superb catch. CP Rizwan doing the work. Coming in, he had about 20 yards to cover, judged it well, and it held up in the wind. The previous sequence where Jones hit the ball for 6, the wind was to his advantage there. The ball just hangs up in the wind and allows CP Rizwan to cover the ground coming off the cover boundary to pull off a sharp catch and bring it into Jones's innings for 87.
Hammer blow for USA. They needed Jones there in 10 overs time. Instead, they're now facing the very real prospect of being bowled out. And it's going to be up to the lower middle order. You can probably refer to both Kenjige and Stevenson as all-rounders. But after this, it's just Netravalkar and Ali Khan left in the hutch. So real concern for USA. That wicket probably couldn't have come at a worse time.
Well, he'd been successful going over the top numerous times today. He liked the positivity he demonstrated over the course of his innings, using his feet, but it was just a touch of turn, and he just got that slightly on the outer half of the bat. That's what caused it to float to the cover sweeper.
I think if we look back at the replay of that, there wasn't even any turn. It just actually drifted away ever so slightly, if anything, with the wind, which from my eyes seems to be blowing right to left as we look. Have a look here, just at the very last second, it's just drifted there.
And that's the wind. That's the wind. The wind is blowing east to west. So from the Massey Ranch end is the south end of the ground. Mayappan getting that drift with the aid of the wind. That's where the wind is blowing. It's blowing to the southwest, and that's what helped that ball just kind of float ever so slightly away to alter that shot.
The home crowd silenced, and the leg spinner does what he's in the team to do, which is to take wickets. And it's going to bring Cameron Stevenson just 1 innings of real note in his international career, 34 not out, his career best. And for Noshtush Kenjige, big appeal. I think Kenjige's hit the ground, nothing from the keeper. His career best in ODI cricket is just 13. So these two batters are going to need at least their career best to give USA any chance of battling up past maybe something like 220.
They're definitely capable of doing it. Was Kenjige, who batted with Elmore Hutchinson in Uganda back in May of 2017 at World Cricket League Division III, who saved USA from relegation on the last day of round-robin play at Entebbe Oval. Elmore Hutchinson with a career best 52 off 50 balls. But the unsung hero in that knock was Kenjige, who basically batted a full 10 overs. So I think he ended on about maybe 4 or 5 off of 50 or 60 balls. But he was able to just hang around, stretch the innings, allow Elmore to go nuts at the other end. And he's certainly capable of stretching this innings out. It's just a matter of how much aggression he wants to mix in with this soaking up of dot balls he's doing in this over against Raza.
Maiden for Ahmed Raza. No intent at all from Kenji getting that over, just happy to dead bat it back. And USA have questions to answer. 39 gone, 170 for 7. Here's the batting card for USA. It doesn't make pretty reading for everyone barring Manak Patel and Aaron Jones. Captain and vice captain made good contributions and scored 130 of the 170 runs between them that USA have to their name. One of the issues for America with Elmore Hutchinson maybe out of the team, not just for this series but potentially on a permanent basis, doesn't look to be in the selection mix at the moment. His batting was so devastating at the tail of the innings, even though he was in the team primarily as a bowler. They don't just have that same firepower down at numbers 8 or 9 now.
Well, he didn't make an awful lot of big runs. That 52 against Uganda in 2017, that was his career best. It was the only time he passed 50, but he'd get these very valuable, very nuggety 20s and 30s, oftentimes not out. Just went back and looked at the scorecard from that game in Uganda. It was a 41-run 10th wicket partnership that took USA from 104 for 9 to 145 all out, and Kenjige contributed 2 runs out of the 41 in that partnership with Hutchinson.
And quite often with Hutchinson, it wasn't just the runs he got, but it was the way he got them. They came very quickly. Can't think of too many American cricketers in history who have hit a bigger ball than Elmore Hutchinson. Loves bombing it straight, doesn't he? The big left arm seamer. And for now, Cameron Stevenson and Kenjige are going to have to work out a plan. They've got 11 overs to bat. Aki Faraji is back into the attack. And they look to have just gone into their shells to start this 8th wicket partnership.
There's been a lot of talk out in the middle too. While I was out there, Lenny, the UAE fielders and the captain Ahmed Raza were very clever with some of their sledging. You could hear, you would have loved this if you were out there, Lenny. They were encouraging Gajnand to play the sweep shot. Guys, he loves to sweep, he loves to sweep. Let's see if he can play with a straight bat, boys. Let's see if he can play with a straight bat.
Dropped. Smashed back at Akif Raja. And almost self-preservation for his face, because Stevenson's hit that very hard just to punch back at the bowler. And he's actually done pretty well, I think, just to keep his face in one piece. You think of horrible moments in history where bowlers have had the ball hit back towards their face. I don't really want to call this one a drop chance, because it's hit so firmly. He's done well to get his hands up to avoid any contact with his, what probably would have been the mouth region.
He definitely avoided a trip to the dentist. I will call that a drop, Bunny. I feel it's the responsibility of a bowler. They have to be in the ready position to field off their bowling. I know it's a lot easier for spin bowlers than it is for pacers in their follow-through, but you see a bowler like Trent Bolt, who's fantastic, whether in the outfield or off his own bowling. Some other pace bowlers are outstanding fielders, and it's something that you see in baseball as well, as some pitchers are outstanding fielders off their own pitching, and others are just never ready and vulnerable for that to happen. There is a skill to it. It is something that you can train for. As Stevenson finally is off the mark with a single down the ground. And in that replay, if we can go back to it, Akif Raja, that drop chance in his follow-through, his arms are just kind of dangling at his sides. He doesn't look ready for a return chance.
If we can get the reverse angle, I think what you'll see is, you're talking split seconds here. You have to remember that as well. Probably a reaction time of less than a second, just milliseconds that he would have had to react. It's all very instinctual. His natural action is so busy and so full of energy. He throws everything into it. He's not in a ready catching position. This one down the leg side will be given as a wide. I think he's done really well just to get something up in front of his face to, like you say, save some facial damage and maybe a trip to the dentist.
One of the other things I was hearing out there when Aaron Jones was at the crease, especially early in his innings, Lenny, is in fact after the first 6 that he hit down the ground against Kartik Mayappan, you could hear Ahmed Raza shout, block, block, hit, block, block, hit. We'll take that, boys. Block, block, hit. He's doing a lot of blocking out here. We'll take the one hit every now and then. Block, block, hit, block, block, hit.
There's nothing really as terribly inane as some of the pathetic sledging you get around the game. I do wish players would sometimes focus on their own games a little more rather than, doesn't even sound like amusing banter. This one is cut away straight to the fielder. 40 overs gone. It means the second power play is in the can. And we will have just 10 overs remaining. 5 fielders allowed outside the circle should Ahmed Raza want to use them outside those 30-yard discs you can see at the top of your screen. We will see if we can bring you the reverse angle of that dropped catch or self-preservation, depending upon which way you look at it. And Stevenson and Kenjige, they've got a lot of work to do. I think if they could get anything approaching a run of ball from here and end up with something like 225, 230, that would be a really good effort and would give the American bowlers something to defend. If they fade away and are bowled out under 200, surely it's advantage to UAE.
Well, at one stage with Jones at the crease, they looked on course for 250, 260. And that's the impact of wickets. Jones falling at a time when USA was really looking to push in the last 12 overs. USA would have been looking to get at least 80 runs across the last 12, maybe even 90 runs. And instead, that wicket of Jones for 87 has really dented USA's momentum. 250, 260. USA would be content with a run of ball. If they can get to 230 from here, 233, they would the stage.
Basil Hamid replaces his captain, and that's a nice stroke, just using the pace of the off-spinner. Chirag Suri does the fielding. Yeah, I think Chirag Suri is probably one of the UAE fielders, not shy of a word or two, or shy of the scrap.
Well, everybody was getting into it out there today, Lenny. It was by far the noisiest of the 6 ODIs we've had. Even Michael Leask for Scotland this week was uncharacteristically docile.
And perhaps the reason for that, I've already spoken about the importance of this match in the context of the overall ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series that we're probably now past the halfway point of in terms of number of matches played. I think we certainly are, and the battle for the top 3 places is really hotting up. If UAE were to win today and take an 8-point break on their 4th place rivals that they're playing against today in the shape of the USA, they would put themselves into a really strong position. But if USA can pick up the win, they'll actually also have 2 games in hand, so they'd be able to draw level with the UAE in 3rd place if they can pick up just 2 wins from their 4 remaining matches in the next series, where they'll take on Nepal and Oman.
I think the other part of it, Lenny, is you see Stevenson take a single to long off. These guys are battling against the crowd. We didn't have the crowd for the previous matchup between the UAE and USA. As you see the points table, 6-point gap between the USA and the UAE at the moment. But the noise that the crowd is making, that's been a significant factor today. Getting some energy, getting some emotional lift behind the USA guys. They're a little bit quiet now after the recent wickets, but earlier they were making a lot of noise. You could hear the USA, USA chants ringing around the ground. They're shouting the players' names. Come on, Rahul. Let's go, Jarwal. Keep going, Jones. You rarely get that at USA fixtures anywhere in the world. Kenjige blocks out a dot to complete 4 run over, 177 for 7 after 41. And the only people in the crowd who are behind the UAE are Virti Aravind's parents, who flew out from Dubai, Rudravel and Sashi Rekha. They're a bit more timid today than they were yesterday and early in the week, Lenny. there they could make a little bit more noise when they were by themselves in the midweek. Today they're severely outnumbered by the number of USA fans who are wearing the USA jerseys, and a lot of these fans, first-time fans. You ask them that question, is this your first match? Some of the fans out there have been here multiple times. Kartik Datta, who is one of the guys along with Justin Briggle, who are turning into hardcore USA fans very rapidly this week, Lenny. They've been out here multiple times, wearing the USA jersey, getting on their feet to bring the USA chants. And that energy, UAE, you can sense that they're trying to combat that with their own verbals in the field. One of the other things we've seen today, Lenny, as we see a plane flying across the ground. Lenny, I'm not sure if it's somebody in the crowd or somebody else in Pearland. It's a marriage proposal.
It is. It
Crystal,
says,
will you marry me? That's the message flying across the ground. We saw it earlier.
it says, Crystal, will you marry me? I love you! Exclamation mark. Mike. There it is. That's one way to propose, isn't it? Maybe they'll come down and celebrate here at the Musa Stadium. Not sure whether she's going to say yes or not, I'm afraid, as Kenjige gets this one around the corner. And all of a sudden, having been the most dark, grim morning, we've got some blue sky and we've got a little bit of sunshine. And critically, Peter, no sign of the dark clouds that we both wondered whether or not they'd have an impact on the second innings. Those showers that they speculated about, due for sort of 2 to 3 o'clock. But as we sneak past 1:30 local time, good diving stop at backward point from Mohamed Wasim is going to cut off any attempt of runs from Stevenson. I do think we're probably set fair for, at the very minimum, a result here, Peter.
Oh, the conditions have changed quite dramatically since the start of play 3 hours ago when it was very overcast.
.180 up now for USA. It looks like it's going to be continued cautious approach from Kenjige and Stevenson. Just trying to take this innings deep. I think one thing you do need to remember though, UAE posted on consecutive days in the midweek matches 215 and 203, and both times it wasn't enough. The USA need to get up past that sort of 230 mark if possible.
Well, at a bare minimum, that's what they have to be aiming for. Or else it's going to be very, very difficult. But UAE's batting has been probably the weakest of the three teams here. If USA can get anywhere near there, that 230, 240 mark, they've got a definite fighting chance here.
Problem has been the runs have really dried up since the loss of Jones. Lots of good sized blocks in those middle overs in between the 20th and 36th, 37th. But since then, Peter, almost nothing.
Wicket, you can see there in the 38th over, run rate was going well, and then since then, immediately afterwards, a maiden. There's no mark for that on the bar graph there, the Manhattan. 0 runs in that over, and since then, 3-4-3. It's been slow going for USA, trying to rebuild. Probably going to be going at this rate for another 3 or 4 overs before they go for a launch in the last 4 or 5 overs. Stevenson and Kenjige are still there at that point. The other part of this is, again, stretching this out to the 50th over, not just to try and get as many runs as possible, but keeping UAE in the field. It's sticky, it's uncomfortable. The longer they make the UAE stand out there, it's something that I think a lot of people might take for granted. It sometimes is overlooked. UAE were to bowl USA out here, it'd be a half hour less they're spending in the field on a very uncomfortable day, and the second of 2 back-to-backs that the UAE is playing, excuse me. This has been a very tough examination of their fitness levels. USA coming in off of 2 days rest into this match, whereas UAE again playing their second of 2 back-to-backs as part of this tour. So the longer that USA can make them stand out there, the physical toll that that will take just plays a little bit into the ability to have that stamina by the end of the day as UAE attempts to chase whatever target USA sets for them.
Reverse sweep attempted by Stevenson, a shot he really enjoys. Was dismissed sweeping in his first innings before hitting the winning runs with that reverse sweep against UAE in that slightly tense chase. Not able to get anything on it this time. Worked it to the leg side, should be at least a single. Mayapam himself sprints after it to keep it to just that one.
I like the fact that the fan support here, Lenny, as you see Stevenson. That missed reverse sweep attempt. The fans are being looked after by Saki Muhammad and the Musa Stadium staff. PJ Goodalls and Alex Waters with the signs out there on the northwest boundary. They've had a tent erected to keep them shaded. Saki Muhammad went out into the stands earlier in the shaded section where the bulk of the fans are today. Quite the popular man, Lenny. The owner of this facility, one of the fans, Kartik Datta, who's the founder of Shadow Creek Ranch Cricket Club, stood up. He's been here throughout the week, and he shouted to everybody, "Everybody, this is the man who built this ground. He's the founder of Musa Stadium, Saki Muhammad, everybody." And everybody went, "Yay!" and started clapping and applauding for Saki Muhammad. And all of a sudden, Kartik sparked a selfie barrage. Everybody all of a sudden wanted to take a selfie with Saki Muhammad. He loved it out there. The man of the people, Lenny.
Sweep shot from Stevenson, straight to the man, will be a single. Have to love a man of the people, don't you? Life is all about interacting and engaging. That's going to end up Mayapam's spell. He'll finish with just that one wicket. Big one it was, though. The wicket of Aaron Jones. 1 for 47 for the youngster today. Bowler of real talent. He'll get better and better, and I'm sure he'll enjoy getting back to more spin-friendly surfaces in the future where he can start to get his leg break turning away. Didn't see much spin for him at all, and because of that, for him to end up with a wicket and 2 wickets yesterday has all around been a good effort from the youngster.
Ahmed Raza has 1 over left. Basil Hamid 2. Raja has 4 left. Zawar Farid also has 4. So they've got some options here at the death.
Good Yorker from Akif Raja. Yeah, here are those bowling options as we take a look at the 6 bowlers that have been used so far. Tended not to see Kashif Daoud come back for a second spell. In fact, he hasn't come back for a second spell in any of the 4 games he's played so far. Bowling 1 over, 2 overs, 7 overs yesterday, and then 4 today. So might be a surprise if they go back to him.
I wonder if part of the issue with him, Lenny, is you see this sometimes across different sports where a player, once they get warmed up, they basically got one burst. They get their shoulder warm up, their arm warmed up, their back warmed up, limber up, and they can keep going for one burst, and then as soon as they cool down after that burst, it becomes very, very difficult for them to get loose again. And I wonder if that may be contributing to the issue. with Kashif Dow that he's good for one jolt, one burst, but if you take him off, if he's got a recurring issue where it becomes difficult for him to get loosened up again.
Wide outside the off stump. May well have been a wide, but Stevenson stretches to get it for a single. Yeah, not really sure his 1 and 2 over bursts in his first 2 appearances were what UAE were intending coming into the matches, but he's continued to hold his place in the 11 ahead of Zahoor Khan.
Saw that a couple years ago for Jermaine Lawson, the former West Indian, when he played for USA. He had a recurring nerve issue, his nerve impingement, and basically what it meant was that he really couldn't play consecutive matches, and when he did bowl a spell, he basically had to burn most of his overs in one spell, because once he came off and the adrenaline stopped flowing and everything started to settle down in his shoulder and his arm, he just found it difficult to get loosened up again.
This partnership, whilst providing some purpose for USA, it's not really going anywhere in a hurry. 17 off 37 deliveries.
And at the moment, it's all about just stretching out the innings. I think they're going to wait at least until the 46th before they try and start to attack. Just about stretching the match out.
Two runs from that over. Good tight one from Akif Raja. It's 187 for 7. Ahmed Raza will look to close things out. As Kenjige gets the reverse sweep out, straight to the man, no run there. Wouldn't want to miss that shot, that would have been trapped straight in front. As Raza into his final over, been really effective as he has been throughout this series. Got that wicket of Nisarg Patel. Kenjige gets this one away though, and he will finally get a boundary. It's taken a while, this 8th wicket partnership, to get going, but just helped around the corner, just over the head of the fine leg fielder, and Kenjige gets his first boundary.
Even though he didn't pick the gap in the previous ball, the reverse sweep on the previous ball helped set up this shot, because it alters Ahmed Raza. He's not going to bowl as wide outside off, he's going to bowl a bit straighter, and all of a sudden it sets up the orthodox sweep. Previous ball was wider outside off for the reverse, and he gets much straighter on 4th stump. Kenjige anticipates that coming, goes for the orthodox sweep, is able to clear fine leg. Nastish Kenjige, again, we talked about stretching the match out. He has the most number of not outs of any USA player in their limited overs history. Lenny, 22 not outs in 58 matches entering today, 36 innings, 37 innings.
And with that boundary, he's moved to a career best. Stevenson gets the sweep out straight to the fielder.
But imagine that, more than half of his innings, Lenny, for USA, he's been not out. That's an extraordinary record. Part of that is a function of, yes, he's been batting down the order, but you can depend on him to hold up an end. He might have been a tail ender for much of his career, but he's somebody who's a battler who won't give his wicket away.
And it's good steel that he brings to the lower middle order. You can see why he was sent in ahead of Stevenson with the wickets falling all around him. He's never scored more than 13 before in a one-day international today. Every run he gets will add to his career best. 17 not out and out. Strike rate of only 50, similar to Stevenson. He gets the reverse sweep out and gets out to it from what's a pretty simple catch. Not sure of the option when there's two fielders in place for it, and Stevenson gives it away from the final delivery of Raz's spell. He has a second wicket, and I'd love to say, I told you so, Peter. More batters continue to fall to this reverse sweep.
Well, it's just about picking the gap, Lenny. The boundary is open. George Muncy plays that shot all the time when you've got two fielders there, but it's just about picking the gap, and unfortunately, Stevenson doesn't quite middle this ball, just kind of miscues it, and it floats gently to Akif Raja on the ring at short third man for a very basic catch. See the replay here. If he gets it 5 yards either side, it's going to be a boundary, but he just pops it up too straight. He's got to keep that along the ground. And
two fielders there, Peter.
Yes, Lenny.
Two fielders.
Yes.
In place for that shot.
And if he picks the gap, it's 4. There's no protection on the boundary.
End of the 45th over. Stevenson's gone. 194 for 8. Sarav Netravalkar will come in at number 10 ahead of Ali Khan. He'll be at the non-strikers end. Nosh Kenjige's lost his 8th wicket partner. Cameron Stevenson dismissed with that reverse sweep. And Kenjige is going to have to somehow find a way to battle this total up to maybe 220. You spoke about how Kenjige's batting has improved in recent times. The same could be said for Netravalkar as well.
Well, he's the player with the second most not outs in USA's limited overs history. Comes into today with 17 not outs for USA in 38 innings. Includes ODIs, List A, non-List A. Career best of 41 not out of 22 balls. It came against this UAE side back in the UAE in that tour in December of 2019, and he's also part of the longest 10th wicket partnership, biggest 10th wicket partnership in USA cricket history. Lenny contributed 1 run to that 10th wicket partnership. The other 49 runs came off the bat of Jaskaran Malhotra against Papua New Guinea. If it wasn't for Sarav Netravalkar being able to block out the 49th over, we wouldn't have seen 6 sixes from Jaskaran Malhotra in the 50th against Gaudi Toka.
I remember that vividly. Always have a role to play with the bat wherever you come in for your team. Right now, USA looking for late runs. Can they find a couple of boundaries? Can they get up to 220? Will that be enough?
That's the view of the Balkis ground. That's the nursery ground here at Musa Stadium, where the teams have been training on the off days.
Oman will be in training action at 4 PM up there as Raja loses his action. There's also action today up at the MLC National Cricket Centre at the Prairie View Cricket Complex, northwest of Houston, where Nepal are playing. I think it's a bit of a hybrid Houston Hurricanes and MLC side. Nepal batting first, made 240 for 9 as Netravalkar cuts this one away nicely. More of a punch really off the back foot to get off the mark. Rohit Paudel made a century, coming off just 90 balls. He'll be one of the stars of that second series. Himself and Dipender Singh Airi, without doubt, the two most dominant Nepali batters.
Oh, and he's just been named vice captain, brand new deputy to Sandeep Lemachane. Made his debut in 2018 in Namibia as a teenager. That epic tour.
Good batting from Kenjigate. He's quick between the wickets, and Ahmed Raza bulleted that throw in. Got through the first man backing up, but didn't get through the second. USA would have liked 5 freebies to the total. Instead, they'll get a single to Kenjigate. Yeah, keep your eyes on Dipendra Singh Airi and Rohit Paudel when they get into action in the main matches here at Musa. They are probably the best ever I've seen between the wickets at any level of the game. 2 outstanding fielders as well, and 2 pretty talented batters to boot. Four singles come from the 46th over, and with 4 to go, where will Ahmed Raza turn, Peter de la Pena?
Well, he's got some overs left from Basil Hamid. Go 2 overs of the off spinner. He's got Zawar Farid. We'll see Akif Raja most likely bowl out the last 2 overs from the Massey Ranch end. 48 and 50. It's just a matter of who he wants to go to, and at the moment it looks like it's going to be Zawar Farid. Medium pace. He's got 4 left. He can bowl 2 of them from the Pearland end. He's got the ball warming up now, so it looks like it's going to be pace the rest of the way.
Just see on the bottom of that graphic the fall of wickets, and maybe if you're tuning in today for the first time as we get past or approach 2 p.m. local time here in Texas, you might be wondering what happened. Well, USA lost both of their openers from consecutive deliveries. The last ball of the first over and the first ball of the second, to lose Stephen Taylor, who was out to a full toss, and then from the very next ball, Sushant Madani out to a long hop, strangled, caught behind down the leg side, and that's going to be another wicket. Caught behind, a clear outside edge off the bat of Netravalkar. We've seen cross-batted strokes prove so difficult throughout all of the matches, the 6 games so far here at the Musa Stadium, and Netravalkar's gone now. USA still not at the 200 mark and in real trouble of being bowled out inside 50 overs.
Try and get a look at the replay here as Ali Khan comes out at number 11. Farid with his first ball back into the attack. The width was there, but it just jags back in a little bit. The off cutter cramps Netravalkar for room. Started off on about an 8th stump line, and all of a sudden it jags back off the pitch, bowling the off cutter, and that cramped him for room, and it allowed the edge to be produced and taken behind by Vritti Aravind.
He knew, didn't he, immediately. Barely even looked back. Ali Khan at number 11. For USA, it's been an innings, despite the loss of those 2 openers early, that has promised much, but wickets have just found a way to fall regularly, quite often somewhat tamely. A lot of caught in the deep dismissals, a lot of batters playing across the line, trapped in front, and maybe a couple of unlucky ones. Mayank Patel and Sushant Madani in particular will look back on their dismissals with a bit of query, but Ali Khan needs to do something with the bat, and he'll get off the mark immediately. Oh, big mix-up. What's happened here? I'm not sure how they haven't run a single there. Ali Khan does the stutter step, and surely he should have got through to get off the mark.
Oh, there was a single all day, every day, 7 days a week, 24/7, Lenny. Not sure what Ali Khan was thinking. Astush Kenjigate knew there was a single there. Ali Khan took off and then did the old Texas two-step, Lenny.
Yeah, it was a bit of a shuffle, wasn't there, from Ali Khan? Big shot and trapped on the back pad, and the lack of taking that single is going to mean that USA are bowled all out. Zawar Farid has taken 4 for 30, proved expensive at some points through his spell, but highly penetrative as well, and remarkably well inside their 50 overs. Kenjige is going to be left stranded, not out again. This time it's a career best in ODI cricket for him, 19 not out. But Zara Farid has found the penetration, and Ahmed Raza is a very happy captain. USA 198, all out.
Well, Ali Khan showed why he's coming in at number 11 there. He's pretty much a pure slogger, and that was why it was so important for them to take that single. Kenjige was much more reliable in terms of stretching the innings out, whereas Ali Khan was just going to continue taking hacks, and the inability to complete that single may have cost USA as many as 15 to 20 runs. But credit to Zara Farid, he got it full and straight, and when you're bowling to the number 11, that's really all it takes. You see Ali Khan here just massive heave across the line, pinned straight on the crease in front of middle stump. Very straightforward decision.
Yeah, Jermaine Lindo probably with the easiest decision of the day. Just goes deep in his crease, thuds into the back leg right in front of middle stump, and that's going to hit maybe middle and leg. Farid barely needed to appeal for that one. Ali Khan, an ugly hack across the line, and surely that single had to be taken. Be better taking a risky single, which it wasn't. It was a comfortable single. Kenjige nearly ran two, and instead Kenjige is going to be left stranded. That'll get us to the halfway stage. We'll take a quick look at the cards as the umpires walk off. There they are, 87 for Aaron Jones and 43 for Manak Patel, but outside of the 19 not out from Nosh Kenjige, and a promising 14 from Rahul Jarawala, the 18-year-old on debut. No one else made double figures.
Well, it all started at the top. Stephen Taylor getting out to a full toss in the first over. Could have gone anywhere. Instead, he found out Sharafu at mid-wicket in the ring, and then Madani with a very debatable appeal and catch down the leg side off Kashif Dowd's first ball in the second over, and from there USA was behind the 8 ball. No runs for 2 wickets. Jones did an excellent job to rebuild the innings alongside Monak Patel for a large stretch, but USA unable to carry on to get past 200.
For the bowlers, I think in particular critical moment, albeit late in the game, that second wicket for Ahmed Raza from the final delivery of his 10 over spell. Cameron Stevens will look back on that shot with big regret, particularly with his side bowled out 21 deliveries shy of the 50 over mark, and good efforts from Zara Farid, who picked up 4 wickets. All 6 bowlers though picked up at least 1, and what that means at the halfway stage of this game number 6 of the SkyExchange.net ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2, supported by Dream 11. UAE will need 199 to win, and mean that all 3 sides take 2 wins apiece from this first series. Will they be able to do it, or can USA pull a rabbit out of the hat and defend under 4 and over? Find out live with us in 30 minutes time. Welcome back after the innings break. The innings interval has completed. We are here in Texas, in the south of the United States of America, at the world's 213th one-day international venue, the Musa Stadium in Pearland, just south of the city of Houston, for this match number 6 of the SkyExchange.net ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 Series, supported by Dream 11. And we are reaching the halfway stage of these 12 one-day internationals that are going to be played across the 2 series between these two sides. Just take a quick look at the match summary if you are just rejoining us, as Ali Khan gets ready to go. And the score 198 all out that USA have posted. Definitely under par. Ali Khan with a new ball in hand. And a little bit of a hint of away movement. Extended break because of the 21 deliveries that USA left out there. The umpires just taking their time to get going for the second innings and allowing the home fans to take their seats in the grandstand again. Good crowd of just under 200 in today. And the first runs will belong to Mohammad Waseem, the big hitter who's had such a flying start in his T20I career. Hasn't quite looked as comfortable in the ODI format, but he did show some promise yesterday. Big striker of the ball before he gave it away against Scotland for his highest score of the series, which was 36. Scores of 12, none and 36 here in Pearland. We'll be looking to get that average up above 20. Joined by his regular opening partner for the moment, Chirag Suri. And we'll see Virdia Aravind, the player of the match yesterday. Ali Khan down, few words to Chirag Suri. And Manik Patel joins him. Andrew Leonard here with you. We've got Peter Della Penna with me. Peter, USA are going to feel pretty aggrieved with leaving, firstly, 21 deliveries out there, but only posting 198.
It's the cardinal sin of one-day cricket, Lenny, not batting out your overs, and USA, significant amount of deliveries, 21 of them left unused. And even if you just get 21 singles there, Lenny, it can make a significant difference in the end total. And instead of perhaps getting to 219 with those 21 deliveries left unused, they're struggling, facing an uphill battle, trying to defend this 198. No margin for error. We saw some extras conceded quite early by Scotland yesterday, defending a low total. 5 wides in the second over. USA has to be very disciplined here.
Thuds into the pad, just angling down the leg side.
Had to walk around outside during the innings break, Lenny, talking to some more of those fans. Getting a chance to find out where some of them have made the journey today. Again, a number of them from in and around Pearland, but there were 2 young men from Austin. It's about a 3-hour drive from the west. Driving from Austin, the state capital of Texas. It's where the University of Texas at Austin is based. You get a lot of young people, big university town. And that's where Brian Walters is also based. Brian was here earlier in the week. 3-hour drive for those guys. Came out this morning, and they are having a blast. Everybody I've talked to, Lenny, who's been here, when I ask them the question, would you come back? The answer is always a resounding yes. The way this Musa Stadium is situated, it's really encouraging people to come out and support Team USA. And with the covered stands, whether it's the gazebos, the Academy gazebo, or the Lone Star gazebo, as they're named on the north side of the ground, or the covered shaded stand adjacent to the visitors dugout, just saw the sign for the first time. It's known as the King Stand, as in King and Queen. Don't know why, but they've called it the King Stand. And if you're over there, Lenny, high-tech fan comfort. There's some misters spraying some mist to keep the fans cool.
Down the leg side, and a brilliant effort from Ali Khan. This is flicked off the pad, so it won't be a brilliant effort from Monang Patel, that is, with the gloves. Will keep it to a dot ball. Khan's a touch wayward with his radar down the leg side. Fortunate to only concede 2 runs from that first over. Get to the end of the first. It's 2 for none. Sarav Netravalkar, the regular opening bowler for USA, will open up from the Massey Ranch end of the ground, which is where the pavilion is based, and most of the infrastructure here at the Musa Stadium, the world's 213th one-day international venue. Immediate angle and just a hint of movement after the bat away from the right-hander. Nicely bowled by Netravalkar.
Well, again, he's blowing from the south end of the ground, and the breeze has been blowing east to west today. So that movement away, just some assistance from the wind, taking the ball away from the right-hander, along with the angle. Could pose some difficulty for Netravalkar. USA's all-time leading wicket taker, limited overs cricket. Saw over there, like I said, Lenny, I thought for a moment, did the rain come, like was forecast around 2 o'clock? All of a sudden I could feel some moisture, some damp coming on top of my head and my shoulders, and I looked up. Not a cloud in the sky during the innings break, but there's some mist. Some misters that have been installed in the King Stand to keep fans feeling refreshed. Quite a nice amenity out there. Saw Kim Stevenson, Cameron's mom, who's out here from Australia. She's originally from, I believe it's Illinois. Talking to Cameron and talking to Kim, her family was all across America growing up. Spent some time in Kentucky and Michigan and California. And his aunt, Carrie, was out here earlier this week from Illinois, but Kim is there. She's got her suitcases. She had visit with her sister during the week, but she's got her suitcases brought into the ground. She's leaving straight from the ground to go back to Australia. Not sure if she'll be here for the finish, but it's a great occasion when you've got some family support. And I almost missed the start of my commentary stint, Lenny, because Ali Khan's partner interrupted me on my way back. She gave me a hard time because I didn't say hello to her the other day, Lenny. I was busy taking photos. I was trying to capture the moment of her. It was her first cricket match, being able to watch Ali Khan play in person. She was very excited. And I didn't want to interrupt her. She looked very, very intense watching her man out in the field. I thought I'd better leave her be. But today, I was on my way back, and she gave me a stern lecture about how rude I was to not say hello to her. I said, I didn't want to disrupt the energy. I thought I was doing the right thing. She said, no, I was excited to see you.
Well, I've never had the pleasure of meeting Ali Khan's partner, but she's immediately into the good books for me. Anyone who's giving Peter Della Penna a hard time is all right by me. Very good from you. A bit tardy all week, Peter. I don't know, I think the excitement of this Texas series is getting the better of you at points. Nicely bowled. This one has come back in, and so nearly was the first wicket. It thuds into the USA Cricket Board. And that could have been the early breakthrough. Instead, it's the first boundary. Late movement into the right-hander from Netravalkar. This easily could have cannoned into leg stump off an inside edge. Instead, Surrey gets 4.
The first break to go UAE's way in the chase. USA desperate for wickets. Like you said, just gets that late movement swinging it back in. And an inside edge, there was a big gap there. And luckily for Chirag Suri, it evades leg stump by maybe a few whiskers.
Yeah, might have actually hit that mythical second leg stump. We don't have a name for that one yet. We've got the fourth and fifth stump that we've spoken about a bit outside the off stump of the batters. As Wasim clubs this one into the leg side, he'll enjoy that extra pace of Ali Khan, I suspect. And a couple of runs to the total. USA need to strike early here for a couple of reasons, Peter. If Mohammad Wasim bats for a long period, he'll take the game away from USA, but they need early wickets to get themselves into the game generally as well.
And again, talked about earlier today, it was quite uncomfortable this morning. It's gotten a little bit cooler. It was extremely humid this morning after that early morning rain, but it's been enough time since the rain for the humidity to start to leave. It's a little bit more comfortable at the start of the chase. So as a result of that, you might see Ali Khan perhaps go a little bit longer than he might have on a different day. He's coming off 2 days rest in this new ball spell. Remarkably, just his fourth ODI for USA. Played the one against Papua New Guinea in 2019 when USA secured ODI status. And then he was out of the USA one-day squad for some time, playing a lot of T20 franchise cricket, but he's back here in the 50-over setup now as this one is flicked to Netravalkar at deep fine leg, and they'll keep it to just one. And what an impact he made in that match against Scotland to start off this series, Lenny. And again in the match a couple days ago against the UAE, and showing what USA has been missing from Ali Khan in 50-over cricket. Just adds that added pace, ability to bowl Yorkers, bowl consistently at the death. It's so valued, a commodity in the associate world, a commodity anywhere in world cricket, but to have somebody like that in an associate bowling unit really helps USA close the gap with some of the top-tier associates to get a victory like they did against Scotland.
Do want to give a shout out to everyone watching around the world on either ICC.tv as Ali Khan lays into his good mate Chirag Suri with a verbal volley, giving us the one for the over. Lots of people getting in touch as always, and I had a bit of a shocker last night, Peter. We asked for people to get in touch as that chase was going late into the Friday night back in Scotland, and plenty of people did, but I didn't look at my direct messages on Twitter, which is where all the messages were coming in. So do get in touch today. Tell us where you're watching from. You can get me at Cricket Badge or Peter Della Penna on the account of his name, at Peter Della Penna. Andrew Leonard here alongside one of the finest associate journalists in the world. Well, you got good competition with Bertus de Jong for that title, Peter Della Penna, don't you? So get in touch, let us know where you're watching from. You can get me at Cricket Badge. Lovely to hear last night though. We missed all these messages because they sat unread in my inbox. And Gemma Soul, Chris Soul's sister, was still watching on. She said just the one beer deep. Really enjoyed it. And nice to hear from Johnny Zeitgeist, who was still watching and hoping in Stenhouse Muir. And he will be watching the Steny boys playing GHK today, so good luck in that game. I presume that's now finished. They're hoping to make it 6 out of 6 in the Western First Division in Scotland.
I always get a kick out of that. You talk to Scottish people, they refer to the West, the East and the West. You look at Scotland on the map, it's a very narrow strip of land, but they're very distinct, differentiating Edinburgh in the East, Glasgow's the West.
Well, speaking of Johnny, he also said, I apologise for missing him last night. He said, no problem, Andrew. Really enjoyed the live streams. You and your co-commentators have amazing knowledge of the game at associate level. You'll enjoy this, though. He said, you need to brush up on your Scottish Island geography, however. The Scilly Isles, LOL. Yeah, I got that one wrong. That's down in Cornwall, isn't it? But lots of messages coming in. Do get in touch. Let us know where you're watching from in particular on ICC.tv, or here in North America, you'll be watching on Willow.tv, and around the world on that ICC TV platform. In India, that's Fancode, the Dream 11 app. So do get in touch. Tell us where you're watching from. Get me at Cricket Badge or my co-commentator Peter Della Pena, who'll be with me till the first drinks break. All of a sudden, USA have seen something from Ali Khan to go on the attack. Stephen Taylor comes into a slip, sort of fly slip in between first and second, and a catching gully, a position we've barely seen. And what have they seen to go on the attack like that, I wonder? 4 runs coming from that over, end of the third, 11 for none. Ali Khan is really giving it all to Chirag Suri here.
And I wonder if Chirag Suri is struggling to stifle his laughter here in Ali Khan, trying to talk smack to him, because, as you said, Lenny, they are very good friends. It's a lot more effective when the rivalry is genuine on and off the field, Lenny. It's a bit harder to ruffle feathers and get under the skin of somebody when you spend quite a lot of time hanging out with them off the field.
I think quite often, though, it's not actually the few words that you have. You talk about wanting to ruffle feathers, but sometimes just even distracting the batter, which can actually be something that just in a positive way takes their mind off things. Compliment a batter, can completely disarm them. Go down and tell them how beautiful they're looking today.
Well,
How dashing they are in their grey UAE strip.
That was what Ahmed Raz's strategy was. He was telling Gajanath Singh what an amazing player the sweep he was, and keep playing that sweep shot because we know he can't play with a straight bat. Just keep looking for the sweep, boys. He loves playing that sweep because he's so good at it. We'll never see him play with a straight bat. Just that very clever bit of sledging. Keeping it PG, but playing on the mind. With the batter out in the middle.
Right on the money from Netravalkar. We've seen Suri in particular, especially slow throughout the series. He has never really got even close to a run a ball at any stage of his innings. Needing just 4 and over. There's not much scoreboard pressure on him, though.
Nope. We talked about Aaron Jones, the way he has typically been approaching his innings this week. Just needed to stretch it out. And Chirag Suri almost bats in a similar pace to Aaron Jones. And compared to how he struggled to up the scoring rate in the first match against Scotland and USA in this tour, this is all that's required. If he plays that same innings that he did to top score with that match earlier in the week, then UAE will be clinching their second victory of the tour. It's all about context.
Guided, but straight to the backward point fielder. 69 off 121 balls in UAE's first match on tour. That was against Scotland before making 23 off 40 at that exact same strike rate against USA. 57, that strike rate. And then yesterday he could only manage 4 from 12 deliveries before he was caught off the bowling of Safi and Sharif. So some mixed results for Chirag Suri on this tour. Likewise, his opening partner, Mohammad Wasim, has been having his struggles. That's a nice drive, and it's going to beat the dive of Aaron Jones and also the outstretched arm of Stephen Taylor. That's more like it. Fluent, flowing drive from Suri. Not even that full from Netravalkar, but a very pleasing eye stroke to the eye.
Chirag Suri batting out of his crease. He's stepping a long way forward and steps again, just strides forward before playing that shot to negate this swing and get it full. You can see him just shuffle forward there, uses his feet, and that sparked an immediate call by Monak Patel. As Saimo Kamala, who's the substitute today, Rahul Jarwala making his debut in place of him. Saimo Kamala hands the helmet to Rahul Jarwala, who's at mid-on, and now Jarwala jogs a bit further to hand the helmet to the captain, Monak Patel, behind the stumps. He wants to tie Chirag Suri to the crease, negate that shot where he's able to step forward and try and smother the movement. And we've seen this be very effective earlier in this tour. Netravalkar has taken a number of wickets with this ploy. Monak Patel up to the stumps to negate the ability for the batsman to come out of the crease.
That'll round out Netravalkar's second over. UAE off to a very pleasing start. 4 gone. It is 16 for none. Just take a look at the two teams, and that was the USA in their batting order. Stephen Taylor and Sushant Madani both falling for ducks. The debutant Rahul Jarawala, he sparkled briefly, including a 6 in his first international innings. And good performances from Mayank Patel and Aaron Jones in the middle. Outside of that, Nosh Kenjige, the only other one to make it to double figures. And for UAE, their batting might not have been at full throttle throughout this tournament, but they'll feel they've got more than enough to chase down this total of about 4 and over. Leading edge, and Ali Khan strikes. Off he goes in celebration. He pumps the sky. I think he looks towards his girlfriend over there. He loves it, Ali Khan. He's a strike bowler for USA, and that's the early breakthrough that USA needed. Mohammad Wasim's troubles at the top of the order continue. USA come into the game.
I think he's putting pressure on his teammates to get their partners to come out to the matches more often, Lenny. If this is the way he's going to perform when his girlfriend is in the crowd. Ali Khan bringing the heat.
He is pumped up, isn't he? I would say he is fired up, Peter.
He's breathing fire. He's like a dragon almost, Lenny, the way he was breathing fire after that wicket. And again, that X factor, that extra pace that he brings to the table for USA. Such a difference maker. And also you have to give credit to Mayank Patel with the captaincy. We saw at the end of the previous over, he not only added the slips, but he stacked the offside field. He removed mid-wicket. Basically, the only fielder on the leg side was mid-on. And he tried to tease both Wasim and Surrey into flicking across the line into that very big gap on the leg side at mid-wicket. And trying to flick into mid-wicket, looking for that run that was on offer. It produces a leading edge. You can't see it on screen, but mid-wicket is wide open here. And this ball that's on middle stump, off stump, he's trying to flick across the line into that gap. And it results in the leading edge that goes ever so gently to Aaron Jones at extra cover for a simple catch. So, good captaincy by Mayank Patel with the field setting to create the domino effect for that shot that leads to the wicket.
Yeah, simplest of catches for Aaron Jones. There he is to cling on, and Mohammad Wasim's troubles in ODI cricket continue. It's been a woeful tour, really, to be frank, for him. Pretty Aravind to the crease, and immediately he watches one through. And look at this, Khan all the way down to him saying, I'm hearing all the talk about you, 19-year-old. You're mine for the taking. I'm going to knock you over. I'm the big dog. You're in my park.
My park, my city. This is Ali Khan's hometown now. Texas-based, originally based himself out of Ohio. Came to the USA as a teenager from Pakistan, but proudly American. Got his citizenship in 2015. Loves representing America, and he's showing it in a big way here in this opening spell.
Nicely bowled, the short ball by Khan. And look at this, every delivery, he's all the way down to the youngster. Just wonder how much longer the umpires will allow this before maybe getting involved a touch. He's just 19 years of age for the Aravind. Going to be a big test for him, facing probably the fastest bowler in the entire tournament. And Wasim's struggles, to me, Peter, they indicate a cluttered mind, not knowing his approach at the top of the order. Again, not getting out, attempting a big shot, just prodding at one, really, giving USA that early breakthrough to give them some life.
And that life coming from Ali Khan. See if he goes through in his follow through here again. Goes for the Yorker, and well kept out by Aravind. And a lot of this that we see with Ali Khan is getting into the face of the batters on strike in this kind of spell. If you're out in the field, he does at times chirp a little bit, but the overwhelming majority of the time, Lenny, is just body language. You can send a big message just from body language. He loves to just stand and just be in the presence. Just get right a few feet away to let them know, just through body language and a good stare down. You know that he's there and he's going to cause problems. Here you can see his girlfriend in the front row. Out here, and Kim Stevenson with the pink hat on. That's Cameron Stevenson's mom. They're in the family section today.
Right on the money. This is a first class over from Ali Khan. Just showing a portion of why he's such a man in demand around the T20 franchise leagues. These bursts, these rapid spells that he bowls, particularly with the new ball and then at the death, make him such a commodity.
That's why he's, as you said, getting those contracts in the past. Such a valued member of the Trinbago Knight Riders set up over the years in the Caribbean Premier League. Got an opportunity with Kolkata Knight Riders to be part of their squad in 2020 at the IPL. Didn't make it into the 11 there, but just by virtue of being there, it's a revolutionary thing for an American cricketer to be in an IPL setup. It's been part of the Bangladesh Premier League, Pakistan Super League, Global T20 Canada. It's been all around the world. And again, we see a field change with Aaron Jones coming out of the covers to stack the catching cordon again behind square. Stephen Taylor moves from a very wide slip to first slip, and Jones now back at gully.
Driven. Oh, and that's going to end what could have been a wicket made, and Rahul Jarawala can't get a hand on it. Driven just through the gap of where that fielder was taken from. And Manik Patel just saying, don't get over excited, don't get carried away. 4 runs and the wicket coming from that over, but Aravind gets off the mark with a lovely extra cover drive. UAE 20 for 1.
I think, Lenny, you said sometimes Ali Khan gets a bit too amped up. He was searching for the Yorker again, just didn't get it full enough, and Jarawala, who's typically a wicketkeeper, now fielding it mid-off with Manik Patel behind the stumps, just unable to cover the ground. And in the family section, Lenny, the camera was on there before. I think everybody saw that the camera was on, because now everybody's trying to get in front of the camera. They all want to be on TV. They're blocking the family section. You can see just on the top left there, next to Kaushal Adhikari, the cameraman. The top left of that section, just adjacent to the bricks, that's Kim Stevenson. Cameron Stevenson's mom came out from Australia. She's American. And that's how Cameron qualifies to play for USA. You can qualify as a citizen through birth. If one of your parents is American, he was born in Australia, but Kim, the American side of the family, his dad is Australian. I believe they met when his dad was overseas here in America as a graduate student. And they met, well, Cameron's mom and dad were in college. She's been here for a few games. We've seen Mihir Jarawala here to watch Rahul make his USA debut today. Saw some friends and family of Nastush Kenjige, who came out from Dallas at the start of the series. He made the 3-hour drive south from Dallas to see Nash play in person for the first time. There's been some pretty good family support. It's often quite difficult for families of USA players to see their partners or their sons and daughters play overseas because of the touring nature of associate cricket, but
Pick up, pull shot, gets it away for 4. It'll run away quickly for Chirag Suri. He'll move into double figures. Netravalkar doesn't have the pace to bowl that shorter length. And well punished by Suri, in full control of a front foot pull.
this is just back of length and it just sits up. Front foot pull, really. That just shows how true the pitch is. Just steps forward and whacks it over the leg side, and Jarawala mid-on, no chance. But yeah, Lenny, we saw in Mexico a number of the USA women's squad members, their parents came down to Mexico for that tour. A lot of teenagers in that squad. Saw Isani Vigela's dad. We saw Anika Kalan's parents come down there. Chaitna Prasad. She had her family down there. We saw Suhani Tadani. When she won Player of the Match, her parents got to see it in person. So it's always great to see the family support for these USA players, whether the men or the women's team.
Netravalka around the wicket now, using that angle that he so often does. And it's more like it right back onto a good length. 4 runs again from that over for the 3rd consecutive time. And with 6 gone, UAE are exactly what they need to be going at, 4 and over. It's 24 for 1. So an immediate change in bowling, and after just 3 overs for Ali Khan, including that wicket taking over, you really would have thought one more over of Khan was the order of the day, but just 1 boundary from Aravind has seen Manak Patel immediately decide to whip his star pacer out of the attack and bring Cameron Stevenson in.
This is a case of, at times, USA just not wanting to stray from the script too much. Ali Khan's injury history. He's been predominantly a T20 bowler in recent years, so anything longer than a 3-over spell is really going to ask a lot. But he was in such good rhythm, Lenny. Took that wicket in the last over. He looked so good. He would have been worth a 4th over.
Worked away for 4. Yeah, I just can't fathom this one. Even if Ali Khan had leaked a few boundaries in his 4th over, it surely would have been worth it with the new man at the crease. He's an absolute X-factor bowler, and Stevenson comes into the attack immediately, clipped away for 4. Aravind, such a talent, is off to a rocketing start. His 2nd boundary.
Stevenson, 29-year-old, made his debut for USA in 2019 in the Cricket West Indies Super 50 competition in Trinidad, and then his ODI debut a month later in December 2019 against the UAE in Sharjah. And he's had a fairly decent tour with the ball here, playing his 3rd match, 2 for 55 against Scotland in the 2nd ODI of the tour, and then 2 for 34 against the UAE.
Play and a miss, beats the inside edge of the bat. That wide slip is in play again. Sort of almost a 2nd slip, maybe 2.5 slips. That's Stephen Taylor.
Stevenson, 28 wickets in his List A career, all but 5 of those with USA. Just played the 1 match for Tasmania, and that was a 5-wicket haul. 23 wickets for USA in List A cricket, and 16 of those have came in ODIs. And at a very good average, too. 20.31 average coming into today. Best of 3 for 22. No 4-wicket hauls for Cameron Stevenson in a USA uniform, but 4 3-wicket hauls, and they all came in consecutive matches in 2019 and 2020, so he's a consistent wicket taker. He might not bag you a 5-wicket haul in a match-winning burst, but he can be a momentum-shifting bowler, has a knack for breaking partnerships.
It's another over with 4 runs coming off it. Just that one boundary going to Aravind. 7 gone. It's 28 for 1. A double change in bowling, and maybe a bit of a surprising one in this initial power play period. Aaron Jones, who had a great day with the bat, is trying to make it an all-round effort and pick up some wickets with the ball in hand as well. Bowled really nicely in his last spell. None for 20 he took that day off his 5 overs, but he proved very threatening, and we haven't seen many bowlers really turn the ball sharply on this surface. Jones, one of the few to turn a few.
Apparently, it was not threatening enough to have him get a slip, Lenny. Very interesting decision, not just to bring him on, but in a match where you need to attack and get wickets, you bring him on with no slip. Which I find just very befuddling.
Wouldn't have been surprised to see Jones used in this defence of a 4-run per over target. So nearly strikes. How this is missed, I don't quite know. It's just the fact he's come on in the power play that surprised me. This has come off an inside edge. Chirag Suri once got that inside edge, missing the leg stump off the fast bowler. This time it's off the spinner, and real misfortune for Aaron Jones. That should have been the second wicket.
Would have been his first wicket in this format since 2018. But the dry spell continues. Oh, so close to leg stump. But close only counts in horseshoes and hand grenades, Lenny. Goes to the rope
angle.
instead.
Oh, that's missed by certainly no more than a stump's length, or a stump's width even. Just evading the leg stump. And the reason I think it's strange Jones has come on so early, you don't have any protection in the deep, so Suri can go on the attack. You can only have 2 fielders outside the circle, and both of those are on the offside, so Suri's going to chance his arm. He picks up consecutive boundaries. This one much more authoritative than the first one.
Well, he's hitting against the turn and he's hitting against the wind, but with that leg side boundary open, he's decided the risk is worth it, and it pays off, and now it's brought about a change in the field. Cameron Stevenson is coming in off the cover boundary, and Jarwal has been sent out to deep mid-wicket to cut off that slog sweep shot. You still got Netravalkar long off.
Cut away, going to be 3 consecutive boundaries. This rather strange move to get Jones in the power play. It so nearly brought about the wicket, but instead it's cost 12 runs from 3 deliveries. And when you're defending a total of less than 200, you don't have runs to play with.
Well, this is the gamble that you get with a leg spinner. Hasn't taken a wicket since 2018, and now we're seeing why. Came so close. That third ball of the over, but follows it up with 2 deliveries getting smashed, and this is clever manipulation of the field. The sweeper came in, and he picks it right through that offside on the very next ball.
We'll close out a very expensive over. 12 runs coming from it. UAE, they need 4 and over. They're now going at 5 and over. It's 40 for 1 after 8. Just got a quick blast of those 3 consecutive boundaries. With the difficulties that UAE have had with their batting, if USA could get past both Surrey and Aravind, outside of Rizwan CP's form, I don't imagine the greatest depth in the UAE batting lineup.
I don't want to say it's been top heavy. It's been more like middle heavy. Most of the runs have come from Aravind and Rizwan on this tour, with the exception of that half century from Surrey on the first match that UAE played. But then beyond that, they've had some rather sharp downward spirals. Haven't gotten much from their lower order.
Going to be more runs here, and Nisarg Patel won't be able to cut it off. The extra pace of Stevenson. Cut and ramped away. Little friendly word or two from Stevenson as well, but USA have just been, in my opinion, guilty of searching for wicket balls too much rather than building up some pressure over the course of 4 or 5 overs. And it's all come from the entry of Aravind, who's joined Surrey from that first boundary he took off Ali Khan. Since then, it's been one-way traffic towards the UAE.
It was a safe shot there. Slip in place, Stephen Taylor, but Nisarg Patel at third man very, very wide. As you said, with that extra pace, that back of the lane delivery, Aravind just playing it intentionally over Stephen Taylor. We'll have a look at the replay. He plays this intentionally, getting on his toes to slice that high and wide of slip in. Nisarg Patel so wide at third man. No chance to cut it off.
Problem again with the delivery though is the width. Anything wide, spin or pace, has been generally punished.
Nisarg Patel now going a little bit finer at deep third man, in case Aravind tries to play that shot again.
More runs and 4 more. Things going from bad to worst in this first power play for USA. Since that wicket from Ali Khan when he struck, nothing has gone right. Runs have come rapidly, and Stevenson, he kicks the turf in frustration.
Well, I think the person who should really be kicking their feet into the turf in frustration is Monang Patel, because he can't set a field right now. Previous over, he's got cover and a long off in place. Aaron Jones gets slog swept. Next ball, he brings the cover sweeper in. He bowls it short and wide, gets punched through cover. Here, Stevenson bowls short and wide outside off, sliced over third man for 4. And then he bowls on his legs, flick through fine leg for 4. His bowlers are bowling both sides of the wicket. He can't set a field. How can you set a field if your lines are all over the place?
Yeah, not a good delivery, this one. Down the leg side and just helped around the corner. Really good stuff from Aravind. He's such a talent. He dealt with that 5-ball burst from Ali Khan with all the fire and pace and aggression really well. But at the moment, as we see another change in bowling, USA are left searching for answers. Nosh Kenjige comes into the attack, replacing Aaron Jones.
We saw on the replay there, Lenny, 2 balls earlier. That boundary that was sliced to third man was on about 7th or 8th stump. And then what does Cameron Stevenson do? Overcorrects, bowls it going down the leg side, back of the length. Very hard to set a field for that if you're Monang Patel.
Well, just to give you an indication, the last 19 deliveries, there has been 9 fours. Make that the last 20 deliveries. There has been 10 fours. No other scoring shots, no singles, no twos. And UAE are saying this is a perfectly good miles under what was a par score, and we're going to chase this down in a hurry.
This is the biggest scoring burst we've seen basically since the Gajana Singh Nisarg Patel. It's just an extraordinary attack in the power play from the UAE.
Down the track again, perhaps Surrey's been watching back the coverage and deciding why would you not use your feet on good batting surfaces when there's no turn on offer. It's perfectly safe. Look at this. Towards the ball, didn't quite get there, but he can still swing through the line because there is no turn on offer.
Doesn't even take a look. Nastush Kenjige's very first ball. Usually, new bowler comes on, you like to have a look for a couple balls. Not Chirag Surrey. First ball, Kenjige. First ball comes down the track. First ball 4.
Too many boundaries and too many poor deliveries from USA to go with it. It's right on the money from Kenjige that time. And right now, USA on their home soil are looking a little punch drunk. A little searching for answers. Misfield from Aaron Jones is going to concede 4 more to the total. Aravind and Surrey are making this look very easy on what I think is a pretty good batting deck. 57 for 1 in the power play. And UAE are doing this at a canter right now.
Well, this is the best power play for any team since the first day of this tour, Lenny, when Stephen Taylor and Sushant Madani added 67 for the first wicket in the first 10 overs against Scotland. We haven't seen anybody get close to 50 in the first 10, and here UAE, all of a sudden, this burst of boundaries since the fall of Mohammad Wasim at last ball of that 5th over from Ali Khan, and all of a sudden, they're going wild.
Going to see some replay here, Peter, from the power play. Just some of the highlights, some of the boundaries. They went all the way around the ground. It was definitely a notable approach from Surrey to try and up his strike rate. He's struggled on this tour so far in spite of that sole 50, but too many poor deliveries from the USA bowlers.
As I said, ball on both sides of the wicket, short and wide outside off. Now short on the legs from Cameron Stevenson.
Back live with you now, and Nisarg Patel brought into the attack. He has a stifled appeal, but going to be more runs to the total, and it's going to go to the rope. The runs are flowing. How can USA turn this around? They're being beaten out of sight right now.
We saw first ball using the feet coming down the track to Kenjige, and now first ball sweeping from Surrey. So he's showing his versatility against spin, whether it's staying in the crease or coming out of the crease. USA has been unable to find an answer to counter his approach here. A sharp contrast to his very, very long and drawn out stay in his first innings of the tour.
Just wonder how much of this stems back to Manak Patel's decision to take Ali Khan off. He had a head of steam up. He just found the first breakthrough. To defend a total like this, you likely need 2 or 3 wickets in the power play at a minimum. And you've got your number 1 strike bowler who was fired up and looking ready to go. And instead he gets whipped off. Stevenson came on. He conceded 3 boundaries, and then he turned to his part-time leg breaks of Aaron Jones in the 8th over of the match. And it's been a calamitous period for USA, one that they may struggle to come back from.
Well, I think he was hoping that when he changed the bowlers, they were going to be able to get some wickets, but instead of getting the answer of yes, we can, he got a very firm no, they can't.
I'm always a positive man, Peter. You should know that. None of your negativity and cynicism. You'll probably think it's going to rain any moment soon, won't you? Positivity, the order of the day. But right now, look at these bowling figures. Questions to answer for USA. Get the right ones up. Six bowlers used already. And look at some of those economy rates. All of them going at a run a ball or more, with the exception of the two openers. And as the two UAE batters get a drink and fresh pairs of gloves, USA need a breakthrough, and they need it pretty rapidly. Oh, nicely bowled. A little bit of turn and a little bit of bounce. We haven't seen much of that. That'll just encourage Kenjige.
And that one stuck in the wicket too. Turned because it gripped, just stuck there, and Surrey threw the shot a little bit early. We've seen caught and bowled early this week from Kenjige. And we've seen a number of wickets from this end in particular. Caught it. The drive at short, extra cover, short cover. Close in catching field is there because the ball has been gripping a little bit for the spinners from this end. And already you get the sense that with Kenjige just slowing up his speed a little bit, flooding it a little more, giving it a chance to grip, it could come into play again here in this spell. Mixing up his pace here, darting this one in a bit flatter just to keep them off balance, but it's going to be the one that has a little bit more air and sticks, grips a bit. It's going to be the one that's going to pose the challenge.
Problem is with that salvo and that burst in between the 7th and the 11th over, UAE have put any even vague scoreboard pressure completely out of sight. Taking a much more positive approach, particularly Chirag Surrey. He's tended to strike around 50 or 60 per 100 balls. He's well over a run a ball at the moment. And USA need to find something. I think coming into these final two games, Peter, if you were to try and predict that UAE would sweep them both and leave all three of the sides with 2 wins apiece from this first series, you'd have been a bit mad. Here's all the boundaries. Look at this. The first one coming off Ali Khan. Then it was Netravalkar who was pulled away, dragging one down too short. Then Stevenson clipped away, Erring in line. Jones very unlucky, nearly found that second breakthrough. That would have been a big moment had Surrey been bowled and the score would have become 28 for 2, but instead Surrey just went at the leg spinner. And 10 boundaries came in the 20 ball period. We've barely seen that happen at all so far in this series.
There you see it again, Stevenson both sides of the wicket. Kenjige attacked immediately by Surrey using his feet, and then overcorrecting too short. And Surrey again playing from the crease, sweeping this Sark Patel. Nobody's been spared. The wrath, both Fritya Aravind and Chirag Surrey.
Dr. Manish Pardeshi, the UAE team manager, and Physio doctor is on just to give a little bit of treatment to Chirag Suri. I didn't see him take an impact injury of any kind in this innings. And Ali Khan comes over towards his captain. I think he's chomping at the bit to get back in the action.
More messages coming in on Twitter, Lenny. Jason Gaddy's is watching from his home, raising a glass to the coverage on Willow TV. Also gotten a message coming in from another user. Well, I'm not sure how to pronounce the Twitter handle, but goes by the tagline, "It's phonetic." Been watching on Willow TV's YouTube all week in NYS, which I'm guessing is New York State. Haven't been able to watch USA cricket before now. Super excited to finally be able to follow them properly.
Aaron Hoskins, watching on from Nashville, Tennessee. Involved in the music industry, enjoying the coverage, enjoying the commentary. Good morning or good afternoon even to you, Aaron Hoskins. Nice to hear from you. Just some running repairs being done here. Yeah, lovely to hear all your messages. Andrew Leonard here alongside Peter Della Penna. Trying not to boil the niggling aggro between us over. I think the coming 3-day break will be a needed one, Peter.
Well, I don't know how you're going to spend your couple days, Lenny, but I'm taking a trip, going out to California tomorrow morning in between the series. My beloved New York Mets, who are in first place, running away with the National League East this year, have an 8-game lead over the Atlanta Braves. They're playing in Los Angeles right now against the Dodgers. I'll try and catch, not try, I will catch the fourth and final game of that series tomorrow afternoon in Los Angeles. I got a morning flight to Los Angeles, and then I'm going to catch the Mets against the San Diego Padres the next night. And in between, I'm going to try and get a look in Orange County at Great Park, where there is expected to be a new venue being built in the coming years. That will become the main venue in the Southern California area, being backed by Calcutta Knight Riders and Ace in Major League Cricket. Exciting times in America, Lenny. This venue was used
This
for
is going to be runs, and 4 of them. I'll just cut you off there, Peter. As this one short and wide from Nisarg Patel, and Suri's running repairs to his hand have caused no issues. That's going to be a boundary. The boundaries continue to flow here. USA cannot stem them, even out of the power play.
Again, with
edged straight to where first slip would have been. I think this is going to be 4 more to the total. It won't be. Gajanan Singh does well to save a solitary run, but that would have been the second breakthrough had slip been in place. Instead, it's 3 more to the total. USA are being run ragged.
And I think if we had third umpire replays in effect, this might be ruled a 4, because Gajanan Singh looked like he was in contact with the rope, and he definitely was in contact with the rope. Could see it live and confirmed on the replay, but it matters not. They're taking the field as word, and it's only showing 3 on the scorecard.
Cut away, going to be 4 more. Things going from bad to worse here for USA. We've seen this occasionally from USA in this Cricket World Cup League too. When they get beaten, they get heavily beaten. You think back to that tour of Nepal, those dark days in Kathmandu. They went winless on that series against Oman and Nepal. But right now, having completely outplayed UAE earlier in the week and having heavily beaten Scotland, they just can't seem to catch a break. And UAE are in cruise control. And that is a beautiful shot of the highest quality. This is the Vridia Aravind that we saw in Oman. A world-class talent, scoring at more than a ball and hitting the ball with will and ease wherever he wants around the ground. 15 runs coming from the over. Patel's got none for 22. And it's 82 for 1 after 13. Here's all the boundaries.
Well, this is just extraordinary from the UAE. Losing their first 2 matches, And then facing Scotland and USA on back-to-back days. And they are roaring towards the target, Lenny. First shot short and wide by Chirag Suri behind point. And then Vritya Aravind. So we see Suri slice a 3. It would have been a 4 if we had third umpire replay in effect. But it allows Aravind to come on strike. And no reprieve, no respite for Nisarg Patel. He's cut to the boundary again.
Yeah, you think of the difference in approaches from UAE and USA. That's the last boundary, probably the best of the lot of them. Overpitched and spanked away. I think both you and I, Peter, the one thing we did agree on this morning was we felt it looked like a very good batting wicket, and this is going to be more runs. 4 more to the total. UAE are running rampant and completely out of control. They'd be chasing down 300 at a canter. They don't even need 200. This game is only moving in one direction.
And it's 2 of the younger players in this squad. Vritya Aravind, a teenager who's the backbone of this lineup at number 3. And Chirag Suri has been in the squad for some time now, essentially toying with USA at the moment.
Well, USA are wilting under the pressure though as well. They're not landing even 3 deliveries in each over in the same place. Lines and lengths all over the place. That's more like it from Kenjige, but still worked away for the single.
Again, the extraordinary thing about this, Lenny, USA coming off 2 rest days, UAE playing their second back-to-back, and we talked about it on air yesterday. The locals here, when they first saw the Flyers, they didn't look closely enough. They just assumed the matches were T20s, because who in the right mind would play 2 50 overs back-to-back in this heat? And not only is UAE playing 2 50 overs back-to-back, 2 ODIs back-to-back, they're looking like they're going to walk away with 2 consecutive wins.
From 4 ODIs in 5 days, of course, as well. Just the 1 rest day off for the UAE in between things. And at the end of the 14th over, it's 88 for 1. This partnership, it's been a sparkling one of the most entertaining of the series so far. 72 from 59 balls. Chirag Suri's been around a good while. Still a young man though. And this youngster, the teenager on the right of your screen, Vritya Aravind, he is surely the most exciting batting prospect to come from any of the associate cricket nations in the last decade. He is going to be a real star.
Well, I think some people in the UAE and some people here in Pearland, Texas, if you ask his mom and dad who are sitting in the King stand, Lenny, they'll tell you he already is a star. Player of the tournament at the T20 World Cup qualifier in Oman in February. He's not just a player with potential, he's already fulfilling that potential and then some.
Going to see a change in bowling. The man at the top of your screen, Ali Khan, has been chomping at the bit to get back into action. Well, now he's going to be up. Can he find a way through the defences of young Vritya Aravind?
He's got the field set to bowl short here, Lenny. And first ball back of the length. Got mid on and mid off up in the ring. Deep square leg. A very square cover sweeper, arguably a point sweeper. Deep third man, deep fine leg. Those are the boundary riders. Mid on, mid off up in the ring. He's got the field set to bowl short. You can expect him to be spitting some venom like a Texas rattlesnake here in this spell.
Well, the most remarkable thing of it all, when Ali Khan bowled his final delivery of his 3rd over, which was hit for 4 by Vritya Aravind, Score was 20 for 1 after 5. Since then, the next 9 overs have gone for 68 runs, and USA have lost their way completely over the course of 30 to 40 minutes, which will probably have cost them any hope in this match.
Yeah, it's going to take something special from Ali Khan here to get them back into the game. There is that short ball, just 2 straight on the legs, and negotiated very easily for 2. Taking on the arm of Saurabh Netravalkar for the second run. 75-yard boundaries all the way around here at Musa Stadium. So it's always going to be 1 for the throw. You can take on anybody's arm if they're deep on the boundary. And good recognition there from both Surrey and Aravind to come back for the second.
And all of a sudden, those home fans have gone MIA. The reason why, I think this game is gone. And they'd be pretty wise cricket viewers to think it could well be gone. It's 109 more to win. Got 35 overs to get it. And if anyone can maybe drag them back into the game, it's going to be the man with the ball in hand, Ali Khan. This has been a listless performance. 2 wickets from the 6th and 7th deliveries of the match. Left USA in all sorts of trouble at none for 2. A magnificent partnership between Mayank Patel and Aaron Jones got them back into the game, but then wickets fell regularly to bowl them out well short of their 50 overs for just 198. And we're starting to see from this wicket, Peter, that wasn't just 50 under par, it was maybe a few more than that. Pick up, hook shot into the deep. Saurabh Netravalkar's out there, doesn't pick it up quickly, and Stevenson it is who has to cut it off from fine leg. I'm not sure whether Netravalkar's the man you want there at deep square leg if you're going to look at the short ball option. Probably the weakest of the American fielders, and he didn't pick that up quickly at all.
Oh, and it's an audacious shot. Not only is he pulling this, but he's stepping down the track to pull Ali Khan. Chirag Surrey taking on the short ball, and an outstanding effort from Cameron Stevenson. Jay Arun Kumar, the USA head coach, is constantly highlighted in discussions after training sessions how much of a team man Cameron Stevenson is, and you see it right there in a match where it's seemingly a lost cause at the moment. Cameron Stevenson is not giving up one bit, saves 2 runs there on the boundary at deep third man, or deep fine leg, excuse me, but again, the confidence being shown here in the middle, stepping forward to a bouncer from Ali Khan.
Clipped into the leg side, it'll just be a single. 6 runs coming from Ali Khan's comeback over. USA in big trouble. They need to find something and find it fast. Maybe the ball will be thrown to Stephen Taylor, who's just caught that one there. Often is the man they turn to when they're in trouble. But a reminder of just how important this game is. Have a look at the ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 table. If UAE win today, they're going to open up an 8-point gap, and it means that all 6 of these games here in Texas, all the effort, all of the energy was essentially for nothing, because the sides will share the 6 matches with 2 wins apiece.
You look at the points per game. USA is the only one there in the top 6 who's got less than a point per game at the moment. And that's a key indicator. Scotland well ahead of point per game. Oman 1.25 points per game. UAE just a little bit more than 1 point per game across the 36 games these teams will play. But USA are already less than a point per game, and if they drop this today, it'll really put them in a handicap position going forward.
Cameron Stevenson to return to the attack. He's at a change of ends as he comes on now from the Massey Ranch end of the ground. Always easy in hindsight, Peter, but you immediately questioned the decision to bring Aaron Jones in as early as the 8th over of the match.
I would question the decision to bring Aaron Jones on, period, Lenny. The drought goes on. No wickets in 4 years. For a reason. If you're going to bring on a leg spinner, why hasn't Yasir Muhammad been given a debut yet? He's in the squad. He's been bowling in reasonably good form. He had a fantastic debut against Ireland in the USA T20I squad. Instead of having a part-time leg spinner, if you want a genuine wicket taker, we're still waiting for Yasir Muhammad to get his ODI debut. He's shown he can hack it at international level against the Test Nation in Ireland in a winning effort in December. I think a lot of people are going to be wondering, when is that ODI debut going to come in this tour?
Guided away. Will just be a single down to Ali Khan, who's quick to pick up. Another concern for USA, given how integral he's been to performances with bat and ball throughout the last 12 to 18 months, is the last 2 games for Nisarg Patel. No runs to speak of, and 4 overs, none for 24 in his last appearance with the ball. And now 2 overs, none for 22. Real concerns on many fronts for Manak Patel and Jagadish Sharan Kumar, as UAE are in dominant touch. This 3rd wicket partnership is looking very good. 2nd wicket partnership even.
Well, you look at a player like Nisarg Patel, he's had some good performances, but with the exception of the last day in Antigua in the T20 qualifier against Panama, I believe it was, there aren't really too many performances that you would call match-winning ones. And you've got a lot of good players, a lot of players you would classify as all-rounders. The chat comes up oftentimes that USA feels they bat to 9 or 10, sometimes even 11. On the flip side, you're lacking genuine specialists who can make a serious impact. Ali Khan is a specialist. He makes a serious impact. He's a match-winning bowler. I think it's just the problem when you've got so many all-rounders who do a little bit of everything. At times you're lacking somebody who excels at something specific. And having a leg spinner like Yasir Muhammad, who's capable of taking wickets and winning matches as a leg spinner, I think that would be a positive decision going forward to get him into the squad rather than a lot of finger-spinning all-rounders.
Something approaching a bit of control there for Stevenson. Just 2 runs coming from the over. That'll get us to the drinks break. It's been maybe the worst session of all the sessions for USA in the series so far. UAE have scored at exactly a run a ball. They've only lost 1 wicket, and right now they're in cruise control. 96 for 1 after 16. They're nearly halfway there already. We'll be back with you with all of the action inside 5 minutes time. Welcome back after the first drinks break. And for all USA fans who might have taken a quick 30 or 40 minutes to go and walk the dog after seeing Ali Khan make that first inroad and reduce UAE to 20 for 1, they looked in a spot of bother. And over the course of the last 40 minutes, this entire match, and indeed the first series of these two SkyExchange.net ICC Men's Cricket World Cup League 2 series, supported by Dream 11, have been blown upside down. Looks very much like a different wicket that UAE are batting on. And barring something remarkable over the course of the next hour and a half or so, UAE are going to take back-to-back victories in consecutive days and make it 2 wins apiece for all three sides in this first tri-series. And USA are going to be distraught with their efforts, particularly over the last 40 minutes. Although particularly distraught just generally with their efforts today, posting a well under par 198 all out. And Chirag Suri and Varitya Aravind are trying to make a mockery of that target of less than 4 runs and over. That is going to be 50 for Chirag Suri for the second time in the series. His teammates rise and he gets a fist bump from his great friend Ali Khan, who's been fiercely trying to get him out, but he hasn't been able to find a way past the youngster just yet. His 5th one-day international 50 to go alongside the 200s that he's made in the 50 over version of international cricket, and his 2nd of the week. A much more impressive and more fluent innings than his innings of 69, which he really battled through. It's come off 50 deliveries at exactly a run a ball. We've got a quick shuffle in the commentary box. I've got a very glum looking, understandably so, Jaskaran Malhotra coming to join me. Jaskaran, where's it all gone wrong for your teammates over the course of the last 40 minutes or so?
It's been tough going for USA, but I mean, it's still a little more than 100 runs left, so you never know. You know, 1 brings 2. I mean, if we can still stick to our plans, and you never know. But I think we've leaked way too many boundaries in the past 40 minutes. That has been
sharp bouncer. Certainly this pitch is much more pace than the one we played on yesterday, even though it's the same wicket. Samuel Plummer worked his magic overnight, and I think what this partnership is showing up, Jaskaran, is that USA's batting effort was miles under par.
Yeah, I mean, as you can see, bowlers are putting their heart and soul, but mainly when Monank and Aaron were batting earlier in the comm box, I was hoping we would cross that 250 mark, which was the minimum, but unfortunately we lost too many wickets at the crucial stages of the game, and then we ended up getting less than 200.
Really just Ali Khan that's shown any threat though from that USA bowling attack. He's fought very hard. If we look at the bowling figures, Jaskaran, everything that Manik Patel has tried has not worked, and really just Khan and maybe Netravalkar and Stevenson who are showing any real credit, but the spinners have been smashed out of the attack. Their combined 6 overs have gone for over 52 runs, or over 50 runs, 52 runs remarkably.
Yeah, I mean, it was a mix of good batting and a little bit of loose bowling from our spinners as well. We had some easy balls to put away, and batsmen of Chirag and Aravind's class, they need no second chance to put it away, but we could be a little more disciplined. Like Ali has been bowling pretty solid. I mean, you can tell that Ali wants to get them out, and we just need that support from the spinners today as well. And it's very important to get 1 wicket right now.
How do you keep going at tough times like this in the field? Your will, your character, both individually and collectively, is being tested. How do you keep your team going when you're staring down the barrel of what could be a very heavy defeat.
Yeah, Lenny, it's up easy. So as a team, as a group, as a leader, you just want to be in a positive mindset, keep backing each other up, and then you never know, one good run out, one good catch can change things, and suddenly with a new batsman on the crease, and if you can get him out with adding some pressure, things can certainly be, looking in favor of you. But right now, UAE are cruising with 99 for 1 and 17.2. And hopefully Monarch and his men find a way to get the big breakthrough, which is much needed.
No sign of that breakthrough, but at least finally some dot balls building up something approaching some pressure. You'd have to say that some of the bowling has been poor by international standards. Lots of four balls bowling both sides of the wicket, and the length's not where they were intended.
Yeah, spinners especially, when your team wants you to get that discipline right, and today that discipline was a little lacking with our spinners, and which the batsmen took full advantage of. And Monarch would be very eager. Oh. As you can see,
100's come up, and it's come up inside 18 overs, the second fastest in the series, topped by only USA in the opening game of the tournament, where USA went on to post 310. It was on this very wicket, first use of this wicket. But for the moment, Chirag Suri and Aravind are looking completely untroubled, and they're doing this at a bit of a canter.
Yeah, they're batting very smart, getting those singles and picking that out boundary, which I have been saying it's very important, especially batting second when you're chasing. Doesn't matter what kind of target you're chasing, it's very important to keep up with the run rate, and because it always keeps up fielding team under pressure, and which both of these batsmen have been doing pretty well, getting those boundaries and picking up those singles.
Lovely straight drive, but Sarab Netravalkar will come around from mid-off and cut it off. Always wholehearted in his effort, Cameron Stevenson. That cannot be argued. Get to the end of the 18th, 101 for 1. And you see a few of the players come together. Aaron Jones in there, the vice-captain, Manik Patel. They're trying to work out what tactic is next. Khan's going to continue, so bit of a roll of the dice from Patel. He needs a breakthrough.
Yeah, I mean, there's no point saving Ali's over, because this game is either going to be done, or the only way we can get back in this game is by getting wickets. And right now, Ali and Stevenson have been pick of the bowlers, and Cameron has given 16 runs in his 4 overs, and Ali have picked the only wicket. So I guess that's the right move by Monarch Patel by bringing in his strike bowlers. And if we get a wicket right now, I mean, Ali can be bowling to a new batsman, because there's no point saving the overs for the last. Ali has actually looked in a very good rhythm today. He's been steaming in, and we could see the old Ali getting up to the batsman when Aravind was knee on the crease.
Yeah, he really was building up a head of steam. That's why I just found it so perplexing that he didn't get given a 4th over. He struck in his 3rd over. He looked in a brilliant rhythm. He didn't look overly tired, and Manik Patel, as he often does, decided just to take him out of the attack after that 3 over burst. Surely the idea was to give him one more.
Yeah, I mean, everybody thinks differently, but if I was the leader at that time, because when you're a fast bowler, one of the premier bowlers is steaming in, and when he feels good at the top of his game, I would back him for one more over, because in 50 overs, I think we have enough time to catch up, because for wicket was important that time, and Ali was the only bowler who was looking like to get wickets. He troubled Aravind with a couple of nice short balls when he came, so I could have given Ali one more over, but again, Monarch has his own plans and strategy. So yeah, and we as a team always back our skipper's plan.
He's toiling away in the Texas heat, is Ali Khan, doing everything he can to try and drag his side back into the game here in his home state where he currently resides. Short ball swayed out of the way of by Verdia Aravind.
Lenny, I also like the idea when Ali bowled a short ball to Chirag, right? We can use the longer square boundaries, and I mean we have to come up with a plan with mid off in the circle, mid off up in the circle. We have deep square leg and we have short fine, and there's a big side boundaries, and Ali can really get that ball high up close towards the batch of Aravind. And let's see if he can, try and hook the ball, and we have two fielders over there. Just something different, just like that.
Haven't seen many short ball bursts, but Ali Khan decides that's the way to go at the moment. And just a few words, a bit of a chirp for young Verdia Aravind, but he's very cool, very calm, very collected for someone so young.
Yeah, Aravind, this is my first time watching him. Looks a good kid, and then has a bright future for UAE. But good thing about his batting is I've noticed in the past few games he likes to keep very steady base in the crease. He doesn't move around a lot. He doesn't like to step out a lot, but with his head very steady, he meets the ball very well, which is, I think, his success ratio is high. He's been scoring good runs.
Sliced away, and going to be 4 more runs to the total. Rahul Jarawala won't be able to cut that one off. And Verdia Aravind, he's not just a star of the future, he's a star of the present. He is an absolute superstar in the making. Could be the most impressive talent ever to come from a batting perspective from an associate country in the last 10 or 15 years. Look at this, 19 years of age and just taking Ali Khan to the cleaners.
Yeah, that was a little loose from Ali. I was wide and short and begging to be put away, and as you can see, Aravind staying very steady in the crease, and last moment just opening his bat face to find that gap backward of point, left of Nosh. A smart batting, but Ali not helping his own cause by letting that pressure go away with a nice short ball and putting that ball outside off stump where he could free his arms.
Any width has been punished throughout all 6 of the games. We see the Omani national team arriving. Full straight thuds into the pad, and I'm not sure why this has been given not out. It tailed in late. Jermaine Lindo has not put the finger up, and Manak Patel and Ali Khan can't believe it. What's this one missing?
Oh, I have my finger up in the comm box. Looks very close. You can see Ali's reaction there. Ali has been giving it all, and that was smart bowling there by Ali with those 2 short balls. He had that Yorker soaring in.
What a Yorker it is. Swung in, and it thuds into the pad, maybe just tailing down the leg side. That's what Jermaine Lindo has decided. Ali Khan was convinced. So was Manak Patel. Look at where he's positioned. He's not going down the leg side himself, the keeper.
That looked close there.
It's hit the it's hit the front leg, not the back leg.
Lenny, I've been talking about that balance. Just as he loses his balance, the ball hits his pad. The moment he keeps his balance, he was in a good shape to hit the ball. The moment he loses his balance, and he got in an awkward position, and he's lucky to be there.
Definitely moved in through the air. And that late tail will give Ali Khan some hope, but he's running out of overs. And USA, they're running out of runs to defend. Here's the bowling figures. Already into his 5th over, Stevenson. Khan has bowled 6. Just 4 remain, so easily could have had a 2nd wicket there, but the umpire, Jermaine Lindo, has had a good day, just deciding that one was going to miss the leg stump. Very marginal call either way. Stevenson loses his towel as he digs this one in.
Lenny, I was just talking about the short pitch plan by USA. As you can see, Aravind wasn't really comfortable on that short ball in the replay. If you could see that, like he was trying to duck in at the last moment. He just kind of got into the shot. So we can use those square long boundaries and dig in shot on the batch and get those fine leg and deep square leg fielder in play, because they've been looking very comfortable on the front foot.
Is the potential of a short ball tactic, Jaskaran, not an indication of the desperation that USA are searching for a wicket? The sides we've seen prosper on these pitches have tended to be those that have bowled very tight, very effectively, and given away restricted. That's not a plan that USA can utilise now with only 198 on the board.
Yeah, it's not really desperation, but we can call it plan B, where things don't work in plan A. And talking about a short ball. Oh, that was mighty close there. So we can certainly use those long square boundaries. As you can see, Steven is on the boundary over there. We have Sushant, we have Ali, and both of these batsmen, as I've been saying, they're in Rook 100% comfortable while playing the short balls. And with Ali's and Cameron space, we can definitely make use of that long boundary.
Yeah, you're always going to get 100% effort from Stevenson. He so often picks up wickets. The second spell of his has been a good one. Umpire Reefer just taking a look at the ball to make sure it hasn't been hit out of shape. Maybe some damage to the seam area as well. Would you be looking at Sarav Netravalkar to come in and try to get the what will be 10, 11 over old ball to start to get some movement back into the right-handers from that around the wicket
Lovely shot.
angle that he uses?
Yeah, I mean, I have a feeling Monarch might give Ali one more over. Ali seems to be in a good rhythm, especially with that last ball appeal, which was mighty close. It could have gone either way. But Saurabh, with his experience and superb line and length, is always very effective at any time of the day for USA. But right now, I feel like Monarch would go one more over from Ali Khan.
Going to be a couple of runs into the leg side to get Aravind to the brink of yet another international 50. What a start he's had to his international career. Born in 2002, still 19 years of age, just a week short of his 20th birthday. 5 runs come from that over, and maybe USA will get the Nelson to do the work. All the ones are on the board. 1, 1, 1 for 1. There's the Nelson on the board, on the manual scoreboard. Our scorer getting those updates dialed in. 1-1-1 for 1 right now. That score in binary. Stephen Taylor will be looking to take it off that as he comes into the attack. There goes that final 1 onto the board. More than handy as an off spinner, Taylor. Often used as a front line option. And he's going to need to find this breakthrough rapidly to end this second wicket stand between the two Emiratis. They've batted beautifully together.
Yeah, Steven is a pretty handy bowler, and he's done well for the US in past few years with his bowling. He's come along with his bowling, and it's very important for Steve. Yeah, that's a right pace to bowl. Little slow, as you can see. If Steven bowls that slow ball with the high arm action, he can get actually turn and bounce on this wicket, and that's how we can get that gap between the bat and pad. Thumped into the gap by Chirag. Easy single there by Chirag Suri.
Brings Aravind on to strike on the edge of his landmark. He's already got 6 scores of 50 plus. And you can make that 7. That's his third one-day international 50 to go alongside the century. Last 30 in both ODI and T20I cricket. All the talent in the world is his oyster, young Verdia Aravind.
So quality knock from the young. Is how composed he looks on the crease. He's never been looked under pressure. He's been very calm, and you know the composure, the way he's come across has been superb, and he's definitely one of the upcoming stars of associate country. Good to see youngsters stepping up at the right time, Lenny.
Yeah, big time. Outstanding innings from Aravind. It's come off 53 deliveries, 9 fours in there. This one's punched down the ground in the air. Why have USA gone away from that tactic of bowling straight? We saw that one go to that kind of straight cover or wide mid-off position that we've seen them reap so much benefit from. They've kind of abandoned the tactics that worked well in earlier matches in the series.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised by the tactics today. It's I guess when things are not working, it's a little disappointing. And then, as we were mentioning about Saurabh, we can see Saurabh coming back in the attack. Saurabh has been the go-to man for Monarch Patel. But as you rightly said, we've always had that straight field and bowling wicket to wicket. But I guess the batsmen are, you know, ahead of the game today, and they're reading USA's plan, and they have done pretty good for their UAE team.
Yeah, they really have got themselves ahead of the game in a big way. And Sarah Netravalkar, who starred in the opening day win, the first ever one-day international at this venue. In fact, the first ever international cricket match in Texas of any kind. He picked up a 5-wicket haul. Was the star of the show, the player of the match. And a lot of those wickets he picked up from this angle, albeit with a slightly older ball in the overs in the 30s, is when he starts to get it to talk back into the right-handers.
Yes, Lenny, with the one side rough, and then as you can see, that's been a strong point for Saurabh. He comes
edged and edged wide of again where a vacant slip region would be. They'll get back for 2 runs. Nisarg Patel can't cut off the second.
That was actually a good ball there by Saurabh. As you can see in the replay, he rolled his fingers and deceived the batsman. Saurabh is a very thinking and a smart bowler. At last moment, he just rolled his finger and just let those fingers run across the seam, and then that got the edge, but unfortunately there wasn't a slip fielder. Saurabh sticking to his strength. Yeah, right there. As we can see, Saurabh just rolling his fingers. Right there, Lenny, you can see the ball just deviating a little bit, just getting that outside edge, but just don't have a slip. Smart bowling there by Saurabh. Slower one again.
Lovely drive into the offside. He's such an accomplished stroke player, Aravind. He plays his strokes all around the ground. Really good on the front foot, but equally as adept at dealing with the short stuff. And I think this is a very good batting wicket.
Yeah, credit goes to the curator. This is a serious batting wicket, and any batsman getting a start and missing out would be like ruining the opportunity. You know, this is a wicket of certainly getting some big scores. And as you can see, ball is coming nicely onto the bat. You can hear the middle, even if a batter is defending, you can hear the noise in the comm box of the nice ping off the bat. And you know, this is a really solid wicket for batting. But the key is, if you get a start, you should carry your bat for yourself and for the team as well, Lenny.
Difficult period this for USA. They're in real pain out there and can't find a way to change things. The game just drifting away from them. It almost almost looks right now like these two are having a net as this one's punched through the offside. It'll be the third double, if you will, of the over. The third two. And 6 runs come from the over. USA, their fight back can't be found yet. And with 26 overs gone, the score moves 221 for 2. Refreshments allowed by the umpires again for Aravind and Surrey. Even though it is overcast, it's still very warm. 89 degrees Fahrenheit, that's just approaching 30 Celsius. As maybe USA's best hope is just a bit of fatigue from these two, and one of them giving it away. There's no real penetration in the bowling lineup. And the biggest concern for USA is these two innings have been completely chanceless.
Yeah, Lenny, it's been tough going for USA today. I mean, if we go back in the first innings, USA had a decent start as well. We lost 2 early wickets, but it was a strong comeback by Monarch and Aaron. But unfortunately, none of them could carry their bat and score a big 100. I think that was the turning point in the first game, and with that, new, inexperienced lower order, UAE just took advantage of it.
Finally, some life, and playing a miss outside the off stump from Aravind. Anyone who's gone back deep in the crease, they just haven't been able to find any joy against the spinners in particular. And Taylor bowls that kind of forcing length. He's always coming at you. Jerry Waller with the diving stop. He prospered just for a little bit, Sean, albeit briefly. Big 6 into the leg side, wasn't it?
Yeah, looked good, looked pretty confident, but at this international level, I feel like, the other team is always getting into your ears. I was out supporting Rahul on the boundary lines, and I could easily hear guys and Ahmed Raza, all the senior players in the other team, they were letting the youngster know that, hey, this is an ODI game, so it always plays with your emotions a little bit. And then before the ball he got out, as you could see, there was a smart field change by Captain Ahmed Raza. He brought in the long on fielder to mid-on and he put the square leg in, and as Rahul was expecting a short ball in his head, but instead the ball wasn't too short and he ended up playing a bad shot.
Great diving stop from Nosh Kenjige. He's still fighting, and probably 3 if not 4 runs saved there, depending upon how well that was struck. Oman are in and training on the back facility, the second of the 3 ovals here at the Musa Stadium. Remember, this is back-to-back series. This one's cut away to Kenjige so nearly. A chance was in the air, but it's going to cannon into the rope, and the runs continue to flow for UAE. They're making this chase look awfully easy. A smile from Netravalkar. I don't think Kenjige was within the opportunity distance, even though he's USA's best fielder. Just wide of him.
Yeah, I think Saurabh was more effective bowling around the stumps, as in the last over he still got two edges. I mean, he gave 6 runs, but he got outside edge. But bowling over the stumps, he just now, as you can see, I was just talking about it, and he comes around the stump because he wants to tuck in the batsman and bowl wicket to wicket. Over the stumps, I think he just gives a little bit room with the set Aravind making use of it. This is the line I was just talking about, Lenny, with mid wicket straight, wicket to wicket, where Saurabh has been very successful in the previous games. Yeah, cloudy conditions here, but still, as you said, it's so hot outside. Players still putting all their effort.
As the field just ran of maybe an evening thunderstorm or maybe some rain in the coming days, a few winds of change around. That second series will get going on the 8th of June till the 15th. 6 games again in 8 days, 2 matches, then a rest day. And the same to repeat all the way up till Wednesday the 15th of June. For USA, who started the series with such promise, very likely to go down to a heavy defeat here now. As this one's driven beautifully. Gorgeous, sumptuous stroke from Aravind for a couple of runs into the offside. Will 2 wins from 4 be a disappointment at the halfway stage of their home matches?
Yeah, I mean, 50%. I personally think we could have done better as a batting unit. Bowlers have been putting their all. I mean, we did have some, like bad partnerships in bowling as well. But I think in the first game, if you see, our main success of winning that game was by putting up 300 on the board, which had Scotland under immense pressure. And we just didn't have enough runs on board today, and I still feel like our batsmen are getting those starts and not converting those starts into big runs.
Yeah, everyone except Aaron Jones didn't kick on today. Let's take a look at the state of play as we get to the end of the 24th over. The score 129 for 1. This has probably been the most one-sided game of the series so far, and as those strange looking skies behind us indicate the winds of change, the table's going to end up looking very similar. 8 days of matches, 87 for Aaron Jones, but no other contributions apart from that really for Team USA. And these 2 young batters, Virya Aravind, are surely taking this game away from USA and maybe guiding UAE to what could be a 9-wicket win.
Yeah, Lenny, Aaron played a superb knock, but I still was hoping that he would carry his bat and get that big 100. When he got out, we still had like 16 overs today, but unfortunately he tried to go over covers with his bat just opening up a little bit and ball going straight to the point fielder, deep point fielder. It's been tough going for Team USA today. Ball hit in the gap, beautifully driven to the gap. Ali looking very Ali is in the game, in the mood. That's vintage Ali Khan.
Worked into the leg side, going to be just a single. Stevenson quick off the rope to keep it to 1. I think if USA were to learn anything from this passage of play, it would be from the exact same match yesterday. You'd have to look at the way Carl Coates and Scotland approached things. It was a very similar scenario. Mohammad Waseem and Virya Aravind were making things look very easy. It was 80 for 1, only 170 on the board, just approaching the first drinks break. And Carl Coates brought the game to a complete stop. Not at a drinks break, but he just slowed down the game entirely. And what he did was he just found a way to change something. He brought all of his lieutenants together, had a big conference.
Yes, Lenny, that's very important. That's one tactic which we always do in T20. You always want to break the momentum. As we can see, we are good on the run over rate right now. We can just, like, Monang could just bring his men together and just break that momentum. As you can see, both the batsmen look in a great momentum. They're just running through the balls and just milking away those singles and doubles. Right now, we could just have a break. As this morning as well, right after the drinks break, we had that Monang's wicket, but we do have a break.
This is my exact point. It's not being done proactively by USA. They've just allowed the game to drift for 17, 18 overs. When initially it was taken away by that blitz in the first power play. And now some players coming together. But Kyle Coates, he just seems so much more in control. Brought his team in, said, okay, this game, it's almost dead and buried. How are we finding a way to get back into it? Allowed Richie Barrington, his vice-captain, some thoughts. Allowed Matthew Cross, the keeper, who's the best view of all the angles. And they just slowed everything down so brilliantly and found a wicket. Somehow that wicket of Mohammad Wasim to get them back into the game. And they nearly pulled a rabbit out of the hat. Had to do it in a somewhat unorthodox manner. Kyle Coates himself brought himself on to bowl. And don't get me wrong, this has been a magnificently impressive partnership between Aravind and Surrey. But USA, they just haven't really changed anything. They've just allowed it to happen. Good fielding from Cameron Stevenson in the deep. They're still fighting out there, but just maybe some of the cricket smarts a little bit missing.
Yeah, Lenny, I totally agree with you. I still think we have underutilized, I know our spinners were a little expensive, but as you can see, now ball is coming nicely onto the bat, even for Saurabh as well. So with Nosh bowling that wicket-to-wicket line, and we could still get back to our plan A with getting the cover and mid-wicket straight and let them play square. Just like that, good length there by Saurabh. So I still feel like Nosh, if can pick up a wicket right now, you never know, things can change as you were saying. But we need to break that momentum.
Netravalkar's comeback spell so often finds a wicket, but no sign of his second breakthrough. Probably being the pick of the partnerships from the whole series. This one played so beautifully. Strokes like that, opening the face. Aravind is batting with such fluency that he's gone past Surrey. He's just gone into his shell a little bit. And this is a match-winning partnership. Whatever the case, UAE, they're going to get over the line here. You'd have to think 118 coming from just 128 balls.
Yeah, it's been tough going for USA today. But I'm a little bit surprised with the tactics today. And then I would like to see Nosh bowl a little more, get that nice and straight line, and then let the batsman force and use that long square boundaries. We need to do something different and get that wicket, which will get that life in the game back.
Ramp shot attempted. Not sure it's needed from Surrey, given how nicely they played around the ground. I just wonder, my eyes aren't what they used to be. Did we see a bolt of lightning in the very far distance there? Certainly some jolt of electricity. Dark clouds starting to gather up at the very north of the ground.
Well, Lenny, I think your eyes are way too sharp. You saw something which I didn't see. So,
or probably more appropriately, I'm starting to see things after nearly 600 overs on the mic in 8 days. It's going to be a much needed 3-day break. That was a slower ball from Netravalkar, just trying something different. It'll be a much needed break for everyone involved, and maybe a chance to refresh the batteries and also the goals for Team USA here on home soil.
Yeah, it'll be a good 3-day break, but as I was saying earlier, it's very important for us to take each game very important, and I felt like that this was one opportunity which we can still grab, and if we can turn this game around, and then this can, really get our gap close to UAE, and with the crucial series coming up with Oman and Nepal, this win is very important for us. which is looking a little hard right now. But still, you never know. It's still, I always have that never die attitude. You never know until it's over.
Jaskaran, I have to bless your optimistic thinking. I've also got to thank you for all your thoughts in the commentary box. I'll chat to you again very soon, my friend.
Thanks.
26 overs gone. 137 for 1. Big shot down the ground, making good use of his feet. Any batter who's gone at the spinners straight down the track has got good reward. And Stephen Taylor smashed away for his first boundary, having got off to a tight start. Change of the commentary box. Jaskaran Malhotra leaves us for the moment, and I'll welcome back Aman Patel. Aman, you're not going to hide from the fact you're American born and bred, a big fan of the American side. Oh, you might have just found a second wicket somehow. I don't know where it's come from, but yet another batter playing across the line, and your entry to the commentary box jinxes another batter, but it's for the positive for once.
For once, thankfully. Now USA, I think they're going to let me stay in the box a little bit more. These two batsmen have been so well playing straight through the line. We saw it in the last over, and Suri, trying to get a little too cute. We saw the ramp shot in the previous over against Saurabh, and now trying to go all the way across against Steven, and has given some life, maybe a jolt of energy back to the USA side.
Just come from nowhere, hasn't it? Sorry, we just lost Aman Patel on mute there, but he took all the credit for that wicket, and rightly so. Aman, your entry to the box brought about a wicket for Team USA.
Yeah, absolutely did. Now the technical issues are figured out. Again, playing straight through the line was something we saw really nicely out of Suri and Aravind, and then Suri now Suri, we saw the ramp shot in the previous over, and this time trying to go across the line, and it just went straight up into the air. Stephen Taylor gets the wicket, and some life being brought back on to the USA side. That much needed break now to regroup, get some drinks in, and rethink the strategy now. Stephen Taylor's got to be delighted with what he's done, and Manik Patel finally gets a word with all of his men.
Here's a look at the second wicket. I would love a counter, Aman, and maybe Harsh Kandoy, our scorer, or one of the analyst team can find a way to do this for us. Would love a counter on the number of dismissals across the line versus the number of runs that have been scored from those shots. That was an attempted slog sweep from well outside the off stump, pulling across the line of a bowler who doesn't turn the ball a huge amount, particularly on a wicket like this. And Chirag Suri, an innings of such promise, has given it away. Will bring one of the stars with the bat so far in this tournament, Rizwan CP, to the crease. And Taylor will breathe a sigh of relief. Will we see spin from both ends of the ground now, surely?
I think we might, because we saw how Suri was taking a liking to what Nash was doing. You're going to see a lot more spin. I think you're going to see him being brought on, maybe a Nisar Patel. But early on in Rizwan's innings, we've seen him have a tendency to kind of take a lot of time. And I think the USA are going to use that time to create pressure on Aravind to maybe play a couple of rash shots, maybe get Rizwan to play a couple of rash shots, and make use of the new batsman in the middle. This is exactly what USA needed, what Jaskaran was pleading for just moments ago. A breath of life and maybe some hope now back to the USA side.
Yasser Mohammed's on the pitch. I think that might be for Ali Khan. Not sure why he's off at the moment. We'll try and check on his status. And it's not going to be one of the two left arm spinners, but Manik Patel is going to go to his vice captain, his wrist spinner, Aaron Jones. His first over was an expensive one, but he very nearly had a wicket from his third delivery. Inside edge just evading the leg stump. For Ridya Aravind, though, let's focus on the UAE for a little bit, Aman. He is phenomenal.
Oh, absolutely phenomenal. And today, in class, he has the shots he was playing, particularly to Saurav Netravalkar in the previous over, was tremendous class through the covers. He's making Cameron Stevenson run around quite a bit over there, and then never was phased by were bowling to him. He just kept his composure, and he's so calm in the face of maybe some pressure, and he's been rewarded with another 50 and another high score and possibly another player of the match.
Into the 28th over. UAE cantering, needing 2.5 and over. If only USA had 250 on the board, there might still be a game on. I can't see how they get back into the game. That's a brilliant diving stop, though. Stephen Taylor, so athletic in the field. Kenjige couldn't get anything on it, but just behind him, Taylor did. Look at this.
Yeah, it was brilliant, and that's what you want to see out of your experienced group, out of the leaders of your team. Stephen Taylor, really someone that everyone looks up to on this squad, and to see him, even though the game seems out of reach, to give that all-out diving effort, diving out to his right and saving what seemed to be at least 2 runs is huge for his team, and again, this gives them that fighting spirit.
Sark Patel unable to get anything on that, so Rizwan CP will get through for the single. Would you like to see, maybe particularly for the new man, a slip in place for the leg spinner?
I'm not sure the slip in place is necessarily the move there, just because there is not much turn to be had. We've seen a couple of genuine edges, but I think, you got to pack the infield, dare him to go over the top. Not sure slip is the right move, though, because, again, there's not much turn. There hasn't been as much grip in the wicket as we saw yesterday.
End of the 28th over. It is 1-4-3 for 2. Stephen Taylor to continue with his off breaks, and Rizwan CP determinedly calls back for the second. Can you identify why USA have been so outplayed today?
Really, it's a shocking turn of events, kind of like Scotland yesterday. There wasn't really a reason you're looking for, maybe shooting themselves in the foot a little bit. But I thought with the bat they had everything in play, just at bad times lost wickets. They played, maybe a couple rash shots here and there. And then with the ball, I thought they just kind of got away from what was really working, which was the length ball right outside off stump, maybe right on the off stump line. And we've seen Ali Khan nip it back in. We've seen Cameron Stevenson kind of swing it both ways. I think they got carried away with the bounce of the wicket, trying to go for a lot more short balls, which without a big total on the board, you don't really have to attack if you're the UAE. And you didn't see them really struggle. It wasn't aimed at the head a lot of the times. Just a lot of freebies with the ball. I thought that's where the USA struggled just early on, trying to do a little bit too much rather than stick to the basics.
And even the field that's been set here, it's a 5-4 leg side field, and we've seen that vacant area where the ball's just gone through for a single, used by basically every team for the spinners this week. The field now does change. 5 fielders on the offside, 4 on the leg. It's just all looking too easy at the moment.
Yeah, and it just plays into the hands of these two batsmen who just like to stroke it around, don't really need to do anything big. And for the USA, you're in a position now where you're creating. There's no, let's try to build up pressure. That moment's long gone. You're trying to create something. And for a team that has been really built upon the discipline in the bowling, the wickets have been built upon the discipline in the bowling, trying to create something is very tough here at Musa.
Tumbling effort from Gajanan Singh. Can't cut that off, and the 150 comes up at the end of the 29th over. The score 150 for 2. UAE in cruise control. Lovely drive from Rizwan CP. He's been impressive this series, alongside Aravind, probably the pick of the UAE batters.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, I think it goes back to them playing straight, not trying to do anything unconventional. And they've both, they've reaped the rewards for it. They've just played to the merit of the wicket, which is play straight through the line. Really, Aravind, especially in the last two matches, was just a sensation. Very young, picked up the wicket rather quickly, and was just able to keep himself in there. And again, 71 off of 76, a touch quicker than he was in the previous innings, but he's just looked just as good. Rizwan CP opened it up with back-to-back half centuries. He's been spectacular. Again, it's just been the straight bat. They've listened to Lenny in the comm box on their days off, and again, they're scoring runs because of it.
Does genuinely feel, I'm not saying it because it's anything to do with me, just because I've happened to anchor all of the overs, it feels like they've listened to what we've said for the 2 days where they lost. And thanks to Robin Singh, the head coach, they've completely corrected it. We've seen the exception of the dismissal of Surrey, almost no cross-batted shots. Surrey himself used his feet to come down the wicket, did with good control. They've made batting look very easy on a wicket that should be good for batting. And we felt 250 was a very minimum on this wicket. And we've been proven right. USA's 198 all out is going to prove incredibly insufficient. 30 overs gone, 153 for 2. How impressed have you been with the way UAE have turned things around?
The adjustments have been spectacular. And again, you thought they might come in with a little bit better sense of the ground. They didn't. And then they understood that from the first 2 days. They said, okay, let's change our approach. Let's figure out what we need to do. And they've gone back to the drawing board and they said, here it is. They kept it on length. They kept it around that off stump. Have that nip in to create the LBW chances. And then with the bat, we see more and more of their batsmen playing better. We see a little bit more aggression early on, and then again with the straight bat shots, just playing to the merit of the wicket. It was really impressive what Robin Singh and this UAE camp was able to do, and that's the sign of a great team, when you're able to make those adjustments, understand your own shortcomings, and correct them, control what you can control. And that's why the UAE are looking like they're going to come out of this series even after losing 2 of their initial matches.
We were almost reading their post-mortem after the 2 defeats, the 2 kind of copycat defeats on Tuesday and Wednesday. This one's worked into the leg side, it'll be a quick single. But remarkably, with 4 one-day internationals in 5 days, Robin Singh and his men, particularly well marshalled by Ahmed Raza, have somehow turned things around. They've managed to turn it around so rapidly with strokes like this from Aravind. He's batting on a different planet. This kid is as good as I've ever seen. He's 19 years of age, and he's not just a star of the associate game, he is a burgeoning star of the global game. If you're watching on this from the Caribbean Premier League or from the Big Bash down under, quite simply sign him now, because if you don't sign him now, you're going to think of, well, what could I have had? I could have had a young superstar of the future at the tender age of 19 and got him ahead of anyone else.
And you can see it just in to out, makes a little bit of room with himself, and just plays with that straight bat over cover, a lofted cover drive, one of the prettiest drives in all of cricket. Placed it in the gaff, very safe shot, and like you said, if you're a franchise, look at him, sign him, because he's a youngster. He's only going to get better from here, and he's proving like he understands the game at a very high level at such a young age.
I would not be surprised if we see Aravind in the Indian Premier League within the next 2 editions. I think the only reason we wouldn't is purely a lack of understanding as to just how good he is. He's 19 years of age. I cannot think of a 19-year-old batter, maybe since, I know I'm a little bit biased on this front because I'm Irish, maybe since Paul Sterling. I can't think of a talent that good at such a young age. And similarly to Sterling, he did debut at 16 or 17, and his first maybe 18 to 24 months of international cricket, neither of them saw great rewards, but now at 19 he's making it look so easy. And that innings he played in the semi-final against Nepal in the qualifier, anyone there to see it, 46 off 23 it was, You might think an innings of 40, that shouldn't turn heads. It wasn't the runs he got, it was the way he got them. He simply analysed the field, said, where is there no fielder in the deep? I'll hit it there. And he does it with such ease and such class, and he even had the medal to stand up to Ali Khan, who's a world-class bowler, and take him on right from ball one. That was lightning this time. My eyes are still good. Lightning in the deep. And maybe the UAE will get there before this storm rolls in. You can see it in the deep. I'm not making things up. That was definitely there, Aman. Don't give me that look.
No looks here because you praise Aravind exactly right. It's just the temperament, the class. It's been special to watch. And again, he's going to see his side over the line. It looks like once again.
Nisarg Patel in misfield. Look at the reaction from the vice captain. Disgusting. That was the highest partnership of the series. That one coming from Aravind and Chirag Suri. The ground staff were into action. And certainly, as this one's again inside out. Oh, this is special. He's 19 years of age. Varitya Aravind, remember his name. If you don't know who he is before today, maybe watching this broadcast for the first time in the series, there is no better young cricketer in the world than the man on your screen.
Just look at the elegance on that one. Just so pure. Played it straight into the gap. Again, just look at this angle. It's just going to show you everything. Get a little into out. Make some room.
Tell me you saw the lightning that time. That was a real fork of lightning. It's the third crack that I've seen now. And the game is already a match, even if we do have to go to Duckworth Lewis and the umpires decide to take things off. UAE are going to be miles ahead. On Duckworth Lewis, this game is only going one way, 2 points, heading the direction of the UAE. Thanks to what has been a glorious innings. Look at the way he works the ball into the gap. I think the only right result would be for young Varitya Aravind to not just crown his performance today with a not out, but also a century, and surely the player of the match as well.
And he's got enough runs left on the board to do so, and again, he deserves it. It's just the way he's batted throughout this innings, even yesterday's innings. It's just been pure, classy, without chances, and he's just shown that it's at such a young age to understand the way the wicket's playing, to have this kind of temperament when Ali Khan is bowling bouncer after bouncer, and he'll just stand in there, wait for the next one, and he's just fine. It's a special kind of talent, and again, this is a booming superstar you're getting to see right now on your screen.
Cutaway, going to be runs for Rizwan CP. And I think it's fair to say as well that you could learn some lessons even if you're in your 20s or 30s or whatever stage of international cricket you're at, from the way Varitya Aravind approaches his innings. 84 of 83 deliveries. What a knock it is. Can't speak highly enough about him. I don't think I'm doing him justice, the young man. Not sure who represents him, but it surely has to be a matter of time before we're seeing him as a regular on the franchise circuit.
Has to be, and you know, as you said, trying to learn. If you're the USA, this is 8 innings that you watch and you watch again, because there's a lot to learn from this young man. Again, it's come in, he's just played straight, he's played to the merit, moved his feet well, and it's just understood where all the gaps are, how to pick them. This is an innings that if you're Nepal, you're USA, you look at for this next series, because he's showing you how to bat at a high level on this wicket.
Worked into the offside again with consummate ease by Aravind. Most remarkable aspect of everything that he does as the young 19-year-old cricketer that he is, he does it all while keeping wicket. Been out there for 50 overs. Comes in at number 3, shows no ill effects, shows no wear and tear or fitness issues. And then comes out and almost from ball 1, he just strikes the cricket ball to whichever part of the ground that he wishes. with the most beautiful flourish of a free-flowing bat. USA, quite simply, they're looking to be put out of their misery now. It's been a knockout blow that they've been hammered by Verdia, Aravind and the UAE. And over the course of just 24 hours, UAE have somehow turned it all around, and they're going to extend their lead in third place.
Yeah, and that's the craziest part too. We're coming out after the first two matches saying the UAE could be so far back, and now just 2 points could separate the USA and the UAE in the table. And with this win, they're going to just increase the lead. And the win yesterday was so big. And it's just the way they've come back, the attitude in which they've had since they've come back. They've understood the assignment, they've gone in, and they've taken every single detail and said, okay, this is how we're going to do it. This is how we're going to do it. And they've executed on those plans. And, you know, it's going to be unfortunate to say for the USA, but they've gone away from what made them so successful. The bowling was kind of spraying all over the place. They were trying to create something early on. As we see another stroke of lightning that time, I definitely did see it already. There's no doubt about it. And again, the USA, they're going to need a stroke of lightning here. They're going to need something to happen, but it just looks all ever more unlikely because these two batsmen just look so classy. And the young man on your screen, number 33, he's not running out of any juice.
Our scorers are trying to claim there's been 8 lightning strikes. I've seen 4, and when I saw the first 2, they said there was none, so I don't know what's going on. Their scorers, are they really able to count? Are they keeping the score in there? Got a few concerns. I tell you something, that plane would want to get landing pretty quickly. You don't want to be up there. Look at that, that's just a little single propeller. Get down and land, son. Get away from the lightning. Fly away to your south there. 33 gone. 173 for 2. And USA being beaten out of sight here. We're going to see some part-time off breaks from Sushant Madani. Maybe looking to do what Scotland did with some of their part-time bowlers and just change things up. Another lightning strike in the distance. The scorers are losing their minds. The most excited I've seen them throughout this entire tournament. You're counting the balls and the runs, lads, not the lightning strikes. They do seem to be pretty far away, though, don't they, in the distance there, up to the north of the ground.
Yeah, no thunder to follow it. At least we haven't heard any thunder here in the box, so that is the good news. It means it is quite a bit away. For everyone who doesn't know, when you count the seconds between the lightning strike and the sound of the thunder, and that is roughly the amount of miles. Now, I'm not sure how accurate that is. I'm not a scientist, but that is the old fable we were told. As Sushant Madani is hoping to be a stroke of lightning here for the
Today is their over rate. They're bowling into the 34th over, and the second drinks break still not forthcoming. Aravind on that unlucky 87 mark that Aaron Jones was dismissed on. Very watchful from Aravind. Respectful of Madani. He's actually started quite nicely, landed his off breaks. A bit more consistency than some of the frontline USA bowlers. Wonder will there be changes going into that series. Aravind will keep the strike. 2 wickets down still. It's 176 on the board. And we will get to that second drinks break with UAE within touching distance of what's going to be a critical win in this SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series supported by Dream 11. We'll see you in a few moments for the final rights of this match. the very final passage of play. Big question now, really, Aman Patel, is not whether UAE will take the 2 points, but can Virdia Aravind get to 3 figures?
Well, it definitely seems like it the way he's played. I don't think he's really going to aim for anything because that temperament that he has been so very impressive. He's just going to look to continue to stroke it around. Ali Khan not wanting to throw the ball in maybe for the second time today. Not sure what that conversation is, but yeah, I think Virdia Aravind, he'd love to get that century, but it's not a focus for him. I think he's more about just, all right, let's see ourselves over the line. If the ball's there for a single, I'll do that. I'm not going to force anything. Kind of the way he's played his entire innings today.
Oh, come on, Aman. Of course it's a focus. He wants 3 figures. That's what he wants. Why wouldn't he? He's hungry for runs and he deserves every piece of praise that he's going to receive. Player of the match yesterday, made only 54. He's gone well past that today. And I think what we're going to see from Rizwan CP is being happy with singles and dots for the moment. Nicely bowled, driven straight to the fielder, who Jarawala picked up cleanly, but then the ball just got stuck in his hand, couldn't release it. So Aravind gets home to take the strike.
Yeah, and like you said, I think for Rizwan, he understands what this moment is going to be for the youngster. With 21 runs left, I think he's going to be happy just saying, okay, you take the majority until you get to your 100. I'm not going to try to play any big strokes, just stroke it into the gap for a quick single. But I think he's going to tell the kid, make sure that you are also trying to score. Don't just hit it back, because these runs are yours to be had.
Dragged down and worked down the ground for a single. Rizwan CP could be happy to play out a dot here. Let's wait and see. Aravind moves into the 90s. In fact, just our graphics updating, missing a dot there. So Aravind will keep the strike, and it is 35 overs gone. 179 for 2. Nisarg Patel back into the attack. Given how well he started the series, been a disappointing last 2 games for the ever dependable all-rounder.
Yeah, I think he's going to be disappointed with the way the last couple of games played out. Not a lot of grip for him, hasn't really turned much. Especially the way it started, you thought he could have a huge impact with the lefty off breaks, but just hasn't been that guy quite yet, especially today. 22 overs and 22 runs in 2 overs, so very, very expensive. Not able to take wickets. And if he takes one now, it's only a consolation prize, as you're just bowling to finish the job off.
Plenty of lightning around the ground, adding to the drama as Aravind hunts down this 100. He might be best served trying to go for a couple of big hits here, because there's every chance he might get that rain that was speculated about.
Yeah, there's a 30% chance as we came into the day, and it's only grown from that 30%. So he might want to start to get a move on as the lightning strikes get a little bit more frequent in the sky. I'm sure if we look over to the scorers, they'll tell us the count. They might have lost count just because of how many they've come out to be.
They've lost count because they were completely carried away with themselves. They got too excited, our scorers. And Aravind rightly sends his more experienced partner back. It's to the left-handed Kenjige, who's a sharp fielder. USA look like a punch-drunk boxer. They've been hammered out of sight here today. CP will keep the strike. 36 gone. It's 183 for 2. Kenjige to continue. He's had a pretty good 4 games all around, but no wickets for him today.
Yeah, going to be disappointed again. Just not much grip that we saw yesterday. I think he was expecting to see some of that. Rizwan finally able to get that single over to give Aravind that strike. He's just 8 runs away. Again, I've been known to be one of the jinxes in the box here, so if he can get there, it'd be a great relief for me.
Say nothing. Just say nothing for the moment, man. The youngsters 2 boundaries away. Tossed up teasingly. That's nicely bowled.
And the US aren't going to make it easy on him. They're going to make sure he has to work for these next couple of runs. They know the moment and they want to play spoilers.
Nicely driven down the ground. Will just be a single. Just needs to be a little careful and make sure he's counting his runs correctly. It's only 14 more required to win. He doesn't want to run out of runs to get to that 3-figure landmark. Rizwan CP will get a single down the ground. Aravind needs a single here. Then he could get to his century in style with a maximum.
Oh, that would be fantastic to see. Luckily for him, he's got enough runs where they can keep trading singles for a while. But that is the dream, isn't it? To get to that 3-figure mark with a big boundary.
Right on the money this time. So Aravind can't get the strike, and the game within a game continues. Aravind, he's 7 away. UAE, they only need 13 to win, and this game is all but over. This will bring Aravind onto strike, and good to see the Lightning has just stopped striking in the distance. So I think we'll get to the conclusion, the natural conclusion of this match, whatever the case. UAE are going to take the 2 points now, basically whatever happens. 12 to win. Aravind picks up that length quickly. Can he get back for 2? Rizwan CP needs to get going. He does. And the youngster is a maximum away.
He's aware of the situation now. First time we've really seen him play a cross-batted shot. It goes across and into the gap. Pretty safe shot again. And now he's going to look for the style points. He was looking at that gap at extra cover.
Oh, we did just get another lightning strike in the distance, and one of the fans all the way out there underneath that big screen points up towards it. Yeah, his approach has been impeccable. He has slowed a little bit in the 90s, but apart from that, he's been just so good. Looks for a quick single. Sends CP back now. He definitely needs the single here.
Not making it easy on the USA. They're going to say, try to do something special here if you want it. They're not just going to hand it over.
And every over they drag this out, it'll help the net run rate deficit that they're going to suffer from this defeat. Aravind remarkably wants the second. He doesn't want the strike. Maybe not quite like Jeffrey Boycott, counting his balls correctly. We're just happy to aid the team's cause. The landmark might not mean as much to him as it does to us. 38 gone, 191 for 2. Aravind 3 shy of a century. UAE need 8 to win. And if Rizwan CP has any emotional instincts, he'll just punch this down the ground for 1. That's what he's trying to do. He won't be looking for 2 boundaries. And what Manak Patel is saying is let's bring mid-off up into the circle. And mid-on up. Oh, USA maybe even trying to deny that century. Just the one man either side of the ground in the deep. Where's he going to get the single? He'll get it there into the leg side and they will trot the single. The stage is set for you, youngster. 19 years of age. You already have 1 century to your name. That came against Namibia. 115 not out. That was off just 76 balls, would you believe? 14 4s and 2 6s. Been one of the standout players in this series. Scores of 31, 19. A player of the match 54 yesterday. And if he can complete things here, as Kenjige is going to come over the wicket, going really negative here. USA. Just trying to choke Aravind of run scoring options. 3 to get. Can he do it?
Yeah, and again, the USA changed back the field. You saw mid-off and mid-on go back. They're now long. And we've seen Kenjige change the side that he's onto. They're going to change everything up. Again, trying to deny the youngster. It's a well-deserved one if he can get there. Again, I don't think he's really thinking about it. I think he's just going to maybe just push this one over, tease us a little bit more, Lenny.
Driven back to Kenjige. He throws back at Patel. I wish that USA had taken this much care and interest when they were getting smashed around the ground in the 9th or 10th over. Just feel like they've gone through the motions a bit. Jagadish Sharon Kumar is going to be disappointed. Kenjige can't find the gap. The game within the game continues, and in the smallest of mercies for USA, they're at least dragging this game as deep as they possibly can. So the net run rate won't take as big a hit as it could have. Let's take a look at that points table. About to come into the 40th over. UAE will get a boost and move to 26 points. Their net run rate will climb. USA's will take a blow. But these quiet overs are just making the defeat not look as bad as it could.
Yeah, and that's all you're fighting for right here for the US. You're just saying our net run rate's already in the negatives. Can we keep it from getting further and further down? And you're just trying to bowl some tight overs and keep this game going as long as you can. But that doesn't matter anymore, Lenny. He's back on strike.
Field all up for Rizwan CP. Where's it going to go for Veritia Aravind? It will just hang back on the edge of the circle, mid-off and mid-on. That means if he wants to do it with the flourish, he can go straight down the ground and he'll get to that 100. Here we go. No, late change in the mind. Aaron Jones says surely we need to have someone out in the deep. Inside out over extra cover. It's going to be 1 bounce, 2 bounces to Cameron Stevenson, and just a single. Can't get back for the second. He moves to 98.
Teased me a little bit more, and you could see Aravind wanted to get back, sent back by Rizwan, and he thought he had it. The big stroke came out as soon as all the fielders were in. He just picked out the one man at that spot at cover. He's making Cam Stevenson run and keeping all of us waiting.
Some real drift and turn away from the right-hander. Haven't seen much of that. Nicely bowled by Patel. 5 to win. 98 on the board for Aravind. Rizwan CP needs to be careful. I think he might just play out these next 2 deliveries. Might be best dead batting them and giving Aravind that chance to get to the 3-figure mark in that 41st over. Oh, edged away. Is this going to go to the rope? Oh no! Sarav Netravalkar chases after it and reins it in. Only just 2 to the total. I think Rizwan CP apologises to his young colleague. He says, don't worry, I'll block the last one. You'll have 6 balls to work with. 3 to win. Nisarg Patel. A laugh from Jermaine Lindo. It's the only sport in the world that has this unique dynamic. Not trying to win the game right here, Rizwan CP. He just wants to keep it out, and that's what he's done. The perfect forward defensive. Wild cheers from the UAE team in the boundary. Over to you, Verdi Aravind. Don't run your single. You've got to go 2, 4 or 6 to get to your second ODI 100.
And you could see the little smile back from Verdia as soon as the team cheers came by. I said, come on guys, we don't need a cheer for this. Rizwan CP, as soon as he had hit the last delivery, edged it down for 2 runs. A big hug there saying, my bad guy, my bad my guy. I'm just going to play it out and let it work. And here we go. You can see Aravind having a word with Monik Patel chatting with them. The UAE dugout all front and forward. Ahmed Raza with his hand up at the moment. They're waiting to celebrate. They're sensing something special here. Again, he's been teasing it for about maybe 3 overs now. Is this the over? It has to be. Just 3 runs left for the UAE to win. A thumbs up from Ahmed Raza. And Aravind on strike facing Nashkanjike.
Speared in, cut away, there it is! A jump into the sky from Veridia Aravind, and the only man happier here at the Musa Stadium is Rizwan CP, who hugs his young colleague. Warm applause from Madank Patel, 19 years of age, and would you believe it, he's got a second one-day international 100. This man is a star of the global game, not just the associate game. You won't see many better innings in your entire life than this one from young Veridia Aravind, his second one-day international 100. It's come from 108 balls, nearly at a strike rate of 100, 13 fours in it, including the 4 that got him there. Veridia Aravind, you must remember his name.
Remember the name and remember this innings. It was chanceless, classy, and priceless. It was such a pleasure to watch this man come in with the temperament, with the adjustments, and just come in these last 2 days, especially today, and just execute, apply himself to the wicket, play with the straight bat, some lovely shots over extra cover, a couple pulled away. Terrific innings, one to remember and one I'm sure he will remember. And this is a name you're going to be hearing for a very long time through associate cricket and in the global game.
Yeah, there he is, 19 years of age. What a star. You won't meet too many more accomplished young men off the pitch as well. He's very cool, very calm. Fierce battery, and look at that lovely touch from Musti Theron. All the way over. South African international. Congratulate the youngster. Veridia Aravind, he doesn't know where to go. Where do I go, he says. Sheer delight. Rizwan CP, wasn't that lovely to see? I think Rizwan CP was as happy for Veridia Aravind, and warm respect between the two sides. There's no doubt that they'll be disappointed. Jagadish Sharon Kumar will be smiling on the outside, but he'll be gutted on the inside. They've been completely outplayed today. Here's Jaskaran Malhotra, who we've heard from in the commentary box, and a pat on the back for Veridia Aravind. Great joy for the UAE I don't think any of this would have been possible without the leadership of Ahmed Raza, and every single one of his teammates wants to get over to the youngster and give him a hug.
The embraces, it feels almost as if he's just like, yeah, this is a normal day at the office and everyone else has come around. We saw the celebration from Rizwan kind of take Aravind by surprise, and he's just loving it. Again, his temperament on the field is matched only by his temperament off of it. Such a calm, cool young man. A tremendous innings, a tremendous day, and the UAE, after being dead in the water from the first two matches because of that man on your screen, they're back, they're even out in this series, and they're going to head back with smiles on their faces.
206 runs in the series for Viridia Aravind, dismissed just 3 times, an average of over 70, a strike rate just under 100, and they are numbers of a world-class cricketer. UAE, you have to give them great credit. I suspect if you'd come to me on the rest day, Aman, and asked me how many games were they going to win in the series, I would have had to guess 0. They were so roundly outplayed in their first 2 games, but somehow Ahmed Raza and all of those involved with the men in grey have turned it around. Rohan Mustafa is still with them, the big blow of missing their experienced off-spinning all-rounder. But what a knock we've witnessed. It's been a pleasure to be here for it. No doubt USA have come out with probably their poorest performance of all 4 matches to go down to defeat, and there's going to be great celebrations for Viridia Aravind, and deservedly so. I'm sure his teammates will all come and join us for the post-match presentation. Peter De La Pen has been asked to take a camera photo there of them all. Maybe the official photographer will capture this as well. Wonder, can we shout at Kaushal and tell him to run over and get that photo? For me, Andrew Leonard, we'll just run through the batting cards quickly. As we see, maybe Kaushal Adhikari now picking up that photo. Viridia Aravind, 102 not out, the star of the show. Rizwan CP, a nice little innings of .26 not out, and Chirag Suri with 64 as well. From there, for the USA, they're bowling figures, no real joy, just a wicket apiece for Ali Khan and Stephen Taylor. And that match summary, in fact we'll look at the points table first as always, means that UAE have extended their lead and taken a good net run rate boost. The United States are back where they started, 0.21 the start of the series, and they've won 2 and lost 2.
Yes, hello and welcome to the post-match presentation for this game number 6 of the SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series, supported by Dream 11. We've seen a bit of a blowout victory to round out the series. UAE have cantered to an 8-wicket win even, thanks to a magnificent century from a young star of the future, Aravind. We're going to hear from both captains and find out the 2 award winners, the player of the series and the player of the match today. I'll speak first to the losing captain, that's Monank Patel of the USA. Monank, really disappointing day for your side.
That's why we couldn't utilize in the last 10 overs, and on this wicket it's important to score more than 250 and give our bowlers a chance to defend.
You're in such trouble early, none for 2, those 2 wickets from consecutive deliveries. The way you and Aaron Jones fought back got you into a good position, but then wickets just kept falling in the middle.
Yeah, I think the way me and Aaron batted, we were in a good position till 20th over, and then it was important to have one more partnership, and we kept on losing the wickets, and that was the turning point in the game.
Can you give us a sense maybe as to why things have gone from a great winning note over UAE, the same opposition a few days ago, and they've turned it around so dramatically?
I think the batting unit has to take a hand and step up. We did good in the first game. We scored 300 plus runs, but the remaining games we weren't even successful enough to score more than 200 runs. So.
Finally, Monank, you've got 4 big games ahead, 3 days off critically as well. The challenge of Oman and Nepal ahead. 2 from 2, I don't think that's what you would have wanted from this series. Can you go 4 from 4 in the next series? Is that the target?
Definitely, we have still 3 more day offs, 3 more sessions, so we'll definitely work on our game, and the remaining 4 games are really important for us, and we'll definitely come back stronger.
Monank, I know you're hurting. Hard luck today. We'll see you in a few days' time.
Thanks.
So we're going to go to the player of the match decision. I'd like to call upon our player of the match presenter, and we've got a very distinguished guest. We've got a member of the USA Cricket Board and the chair of the USA Cricket Women and Girls Committee, Nadia Grooney. Nadia's going to come in and join me, former star of the national team as well. Nadia, just come in there, right next to me there is perfect. So, as always, in a 3-2-1 order we will go. No real surprises as to who the player of the match is himself. But in third place, our Fareed, big impact, 4 for 30 with the ball from him. In second place, a stunning innings of 87 from Aaron Jones, so nearly making that maiden ODI century. But with his second one-day international century, it came with 13 fours off just 108 deliveries. It's consecutive player of the match awards for Viridia Aravind. So Viridia will receive his trophy from Nadia Grooney. And Viridia, congratulations. Lovely photos there. I'd ask you both to leave me for the moment. I'll come back. I might be chatting to you in a moment. Speak now to a winning captain. That is Ahmed Raza of the UAE. Ahmed, I'm going to start with one question. How much of a talent is the young man who just received that Player of the Match award?
Yeah, he's very talented. I'm short of superlatives for him, and it's nice to see him taking responsibility as well and finishing off games like these where it's easy to throw it away, but he didn't. He also got his 100, but took us over the line.
How has your team turned it around? You were, just being honest, you were hammered in your first 2 games, beaten very comfortably. Somehow, over the course of 48 hours, you've made it 2 wins from 4. Not a bad result away from home.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't play anywhere near our potential in the first 2 games. I think the Scotland game, we should have still won that game, even having not played our best cricket. But I said that at the toss. It shows great character of this squad that we were able to turn it around even after 2 losses and one kind of hammering from USA early on. So it was a score to settle, and it's our first win against USA in ODI cricket. So really, this has been an historic tour and historic win today.
The batters always get the plaudits, but maybe a special mention for your bowling unit, particularly Zara Fareed coming in, wasn't even in the squad initially, and many other unsung heroes, Basil Hamid, yourself as well.
Yeah, I think bowlers have been brilliant on this tour, but I think I should comment on our batters as well, how they turned it around, because the bowling was never a problem on this tour. I think it was important for us to restrict them when we won both these tosses. Actually, not yesterday, but today's toss we won, and we restricted a very strong batting unit like USA to a modest total, and our batters finished the job.
Finally, just give me a sense, how much have you enjoyed your time here in Texas? It's been a historic tour, like you said. Would you like to come back?
Yeah, I'd love to come back, and obviously we've been looked after, and yourself, PDP, Richard, Julian, I think Palmer, the curator, I think it's been brilliant, and we'd definitely love to come back again.
Ahmed, you're a great leader, you're a great man. Congratulations on those 2 final wins.
Cheers, thank you.
That's Ahmed Raza, the captain of the UAE, and what a leader of men he is. We're going to call Nadia Grooney back in with the Player of the Series trophy, and we had lots of contenders, as you can see here. Nadia, wasn't an easy decision. We're going to give a few special mentions before we get to the winner of this Player of the Series award for this first SkyExchange.net ICC Cricket World Cup League 2 series. First of 2 series, of course, back in action next week. Special mentions for the bowlers, Sarav Netravalka, 8 wickets for him. Ahmed Raza, the UAE captain, 8 wickets too. And some of the leading run scorers, Kyle Coates made that century with 163 runs, Richie Barrington 159 runs, Chirag Suri with 160 runs, and Sushant Madani with 155. But the player of the series, he's also the player of the match today, 206 runs, a century to round things out, at a strike rate of nearly 100, an average of 70. It's Ridia Aravind. Nadia, thank you so much. Veridia, you've escaped me once, you can't escape me twice. Come in here to me. An unbeaten century, the second of your career. You're not even 20 yet. How much are you enjoying your cricket?
Of course, it's been a good year. You know, it's still the start of the year. We still have 2 big tournaments, but of course, it's a good start to the year. Hopefully, we continue the same way.
I think the only man that might have been happier than you in the entire ground was Wizran CP as you got to that century. Tell me what he said to you when he gave you that big hug.
Now, of course, he could have taken a single, he could have hit a ball over covers, but of course he wanted me to score 100, and yeah, thank you to him for me to get my 100.
That partnership with Chirag Suri was probably the best of the entire series so far. You played with real ease and hit boundaries all around the ground. You enjoy batting with Chirag?
Yeah, of course I enjoy batting with Chirag. I mean, we did the same thing against Namibia in Sharjah, and then I think we just tried. That was the perfect template for us, and we followed the same thing over here. So yeah, it's good. It was a good partnership there.
Give me a sense as to your ambitions for the game. A lot of talk about you around the cricketing world, not just the associate world. Where's the ceiling for you? You want to go on and play in franchise leagues all the way around the world, playing World Cups for the UAE?
I mean, this is just a start, you know, I still have a long way to go, so hopefully I continue performing. I just think things will fall into place. I will get chances in leagues, anything, but that's not what I'm looking for. I think I just continue scoring my runs and contributing for the team's success, and I think everything else will fall in place.
Brilliant. An awesome innings today. The player of the match yesterday, the player of the match today, now the player of the series. Congratulations on a special performance. That's a 19-year-old Veridia Aravind, a star of the future, and loud applause for him. That's going to round out our coverage of this first series of 2 series. We're going to have a much needed 3-day break. Come back with us on Wednesday. We're going to see action between USA, Nepal and Oman. Big crowds are expected. If you're in Texas, get your tickets on usacricket.org/tickets. If not, come and enjoy the action on TV with us on ICC.TV, Willow TV or Fancode India. Thanks so much for me, Andrew Leonard, for Peter Della Penna, for Aman Patel, for all the production team, for Umair, for Richard, for everyone who's working so hard here to bring you all these pictures. We thank you for joining us. We'll see you on Wednesday.